The Zen is loaded. We are here for another episode. Let me open up with a little preliminary remark. The present essay is not animated by a desire to return to ritual. Rather, rituals serve as the background against which our present time may be seen to stand out more clearly. Avoiding nostalgia as gets a genealogy of their disappearance. A disappearance which, however, I do not interpret as an emancipatory process. Along the way, the pathologies of the present day will become visible, most of all, the erosion of community. At the same time, I offer reflections on different forms of life that might be able to free our society from its collective narcissism. That is the preliminary remark from philosopher Byung Chul Han in his 2019 book, The Disappearance of Rituals. While we all wish we could go back to a time where meaning was more easily discovered, history moves in only one direction, forward. This constant motion, however, does not mean rituals and traditions cannot be brought with us along the way. And here we go. We are now in the next episode of the Byung Chul Han series. I'm here with Cato. Cato, how are you doing tonight?
I'm doing fantastic. How are you?
I'm doing great. I love talking Byung Chul Han. I love the guy. I love his works. I'm so excited.
Yeah, same. He is the best diagnostician of the illness of the current year. So it's always a joy to read his stuff and talk about it.
Absolutely. And this one, Disappearance. Here's a cover for anyone listening. The Disappearance of Ritual. This one, anyone who's listened to the previous episodes on Agony of Eros or on non-objects, normally as the show goes, we read the quote, we read our notes on the quote, and we riff. However, in this book, Han is much more. He's very succinct, but despite being succinct, he is also incredibly dense. And so we're going to be more quoting longer passages, riffing off those, and adding our notes along the way. So prepare for maybe a longer episode than you're expecting or than you're used to. Right out the gate, first thoughts. Cato, what are your first thoughts on the book?
Dude, it's incredible how he's mapping out. He like he says on the preliminary note, he says that he's just using rituals as the backdrop for his diagnostic of the problem with the narcissism in like the current year, right? But he touches on so many profound things on just how the biggest thing that I thought, and it was just mind-blowing, is that how he relates to rituals as like geographic almost, I've seen it referred to as elsewhere as like the topography of time, that rituals, they give texture and they give markings to time, and how neoliberalism has removed that to focus on production, and it's just like that's, once you see it articulated that way, and we're going to talk about how he builds upon it. But once you see rituals describing as a map or like a topography of reality, and you know topography better than most, and it's a perfect analogy to understand what the role rituals have in reality, and how we construct our integration communities and people and that kind of stuff.
It's how we recognize the present. In a sense. It's the presence of being, the sense of being present in the ritual gives presence to the time that you are being present in. I know there's a lot of presence in that one, but I blamed it on the English language, not on me. It's the importance of rituals. I will say this gave me a deeper. So I went to a daily mass today after reading this book, and it gave me a deeper appreciation for not just the obviously the mass is the most beautiful thing on earth. It's a sacrament. The sacrament's involved. It's God appears before us in the Eucharist. All the stuff we know as Catholics, but it gave me a deeper appreciation for the mechanisms of the mass.
Mm-hmm.
For the way every mass is the same. When I was traveling up to Alaska, no matter what church I stopped at, I knew what was going to happen. I knew what was doing. And I felt for a moment I was into that community, the community of believers around the world, all doing the same thing. Slightly different variations based on locality because of slightly different rituals based on the people. My priest loves to sing the mass. I know some people say the mass.
Right.
I know my priest hated COVID because they told him he couldn't sing the mass because singing spread more germs than talking.
Mm-hmm.
And that one never made sense to me, and it never really made sense to him. But it gave me a deeper appreciation for every kind of ritual, and it did make me, funny enough, know what movie. So every time I read any kind of Han's work, there's always a single movie that comes to mind. Basically each book has a different movie I associate with it because he almost every one of his books has a chapter where it's just a media critique of some movie,
right?
Or some plot. Funny enough, the entire time I'm reading the book, I'm thinking of one scene from Incredibles.
Which scene?
It's when Helen is arguing with Bob about him not wanting to attend Das's graduation. And it's not a ceremony. It's moving from the fourth grade to it's not a graduation. It's moving from the fourth grade to the fifth grade. It's a ceremony. It's psychotic. They're inventing new ways to celebrate mediocrity. And in a sense, I'm torn because on one hand, I think one of the reasons we have had a disappearance of the rituals is a proliferation of meaningless rituals that dilute the importance of actual ritual. Because now everything's a ritual. But at the same time, I'll make it. He's an allusion to this, right? Back in the day, I used to smoke, some pot with some people, and smoking pot out of a bong and what you are like packing it and passing it is much greater than this everyone having to own little vape pens. The vape pen was so much gay. It was already gay because it was weed, but it was so much gayer not having the ritual associated with everyone turning. Everyone had to be focused on the puff puff pass. As it's called,
even and it's funny that you brought up weed because as you said it, I was like, okay, yeah, that's right. Because even passing the joint around, you pat the person who rolls lights up, but he doesn't the first puff. He passes to the person on his right. Then in other places, he passes to the person on his left. They're like different expectations, like unwritten expectations, and like different rituals on how to partake on that, and it's the same like for tea ceremonies or for
even
people
dealing cards in a casino. If you're a dealer,
exactly,
you never deal yourself the first card. You always deal the first card to the guy to your right or your left.
Right. Yeah.
Like the importance of rituals has setting the norm of the experience.
Yeah, and it's those are unwritten rules, and it's something that you learn as you do, and it's like going into the first paragraph, and that it's rituals are community without communication.
Yes,
that's like one of the very first sentences in the chapter, and that's exactly what it is. Like the bong or the dealer or the person who's doing the tea ritual. Or the person who's drinking yerba mate in Argentina. There's always these rituals on how to. They're not communicated. You don't sit down and say, "Hey, these are the rules." You learn the rules by partaking in those situations.
Yes, I want to say on the tea ceremony. This is might be a strange reference, but anyone listening, if you want to see a really fascinating depiction of like a tea ceremony. Mortal Kombat 10. There's Sub-Zero and Scorpion always beefing. It opens with them having a tea ceremony as a sign of peace, and the Chinese guy Sub-Zero is performing the Japanese tea ceremony as a sign of respect to Scorpion. And again, Mortal Kombat games are so funny to me because they have some incredibly deep storytelling mixed in with the hilarity of the brutalities.
Right.
And so, but they always seem to represent like when they do something well, it's done very, very well.
Yeah,
And then
yeah.
that depiction of the tea ceremony, the way he turns the cup at the exact amount of times before he hands it off.
Hmm.
It's beautifully depicted in a video game. And I recommend people go watch the cutscene. It's
Oh,
very good.
I'm gonna look for it.
But let's get into the quotes here because we got a lot of quotes to go through.
Right.
This is so I broke these quotes into chapters, so I figured we just go chapter by chapter.
Hmm.
This is chapter 1, the composition of production. Rituals are symbolic acts. They represent and pass on the values and orders on which the community is based. They bring forth the community without communication. However, today, communication without community prevails. Rituals are constituted by symbolic perception. Symbol, Greek symbolum, I don't know what difference that one, originally referred to the sign of a recognition between guest friends. One guest friend broke a clay tablet in two, keeping one half for himself and gave the other half to another as a sign of guest friendship. Thus, a symbol serves as a purpose of recognition. The recognition is a particular form of reception. I wonder if that like breaking the clay tablet in two and giving half to the friend was like if that tradition has kind of been transformed to what we now have like the friendship bracelets girls wear when they can like
That's what I was thinking. It's basically a friendship bracelet. It's like
the original friendship bracelet.
it literally was.
And again, that's one thing also we're losing. Now people have what? They have Snapchat streaks to symbolize their friendship.
Yeah, yeah.
They
They
have
don't have
things
the
in data.
physical. Yeah, it's not physical.
Yeah.
It's not embodied.
Yeah, it's the closest I did. I would say there are some like interesting technologies being developed that are like, have you seen those like the post rings where like the couples will wear them and it will glow and it will like the glowing, if you're doing a certain distance, the glowing will like match the post of the other person. So you have like
Yeah, I've seen that. The concept is super cool. I don't know how well it works, but the concept is amazing.
Yeah, I like the fact that there are people who either intuitively or objectively recognize the absence of weird things that symbolize relationships and are trying to reintroduce those in like a technological way. I think that's the only hope we really have for the future. Unfortunately, there's no going back. We have to find a way to reintroduce classical rituals with modern technology.
Yeah, it's find a way to synthesize it somehow. Just find it the sweet spot, right?
It's going to be difficult, and there's going to be. I think as the loss of ritual becomes more and more apparent, you're going to see a lot of people trying different things, and I really can't give anyone a methodology for what would be a good or bad tool to serve as a symbol of a relationship. I can't give anyone. That has to be determined, I think, by again. Mr. Ritual has to kind of form organically through the group, and it has to be a process of trial and error. You know, and there's really no methodology because that would be every locality, every subsidiarity needs to have its own. Will eventually develop its own unique ritual as a means of displaying friendships or communities.
Right, and it's that's how those things form, right? That's like at least partially how culture is formed. Is how these traditions and these practices that are particular to a family, and they spread to the community, and that they become a thing. Right. I remember when I was like a teenager, my friend's grandfather, he had his, like in Brazil, one of the big holidays is in June, and it's celebrating the feast of Saint John the Baptist, Saint Peter, and Saint Anthony. And people celebrate, and they have bonfires and stuff. And my friend's grandfather, he'd have his little party with his family, and then there were like things that happened every night, right, at that party. Different points of the party that there would be different things that the grandpa determined, because the grandpa liked those things, and then the neighbors joined in, and like 10 years later, the entire street is doing it, and now they have sponsorships, and now they have it's a thing. It's a thing that brings the community. It became a thing. I saw that happening, and it started with just a family, and then people just started joining in, and over 10 or 15 years, it became like a thing.
We don't have something like that. We have the closest we have to that, in my town, Bartow, is a few years back, the comic book store owner organized a local science sci-fi convention. He called up some
Right.
buddies, called up some guys who did Corsos, got the certain kind of like the Mystery Meal, the lawyer, and that kind of stuff for the Corso. Everyone, the first time they did it, it was just him and a bunch of cars and a few people in costumes. And the next year, the other stores got involved. And now, even though he died like 3 years ago, now the city of Bartow puts it on.
Yeah.
They're keeping it going, even though he's no longer here. R.I.P.
Yeah.
John. Great guy.
And that's how things that's how things start happening, because people just grab those things, they gravitate, and that's something that bring them together.
Mm-hmm.
And eventually those practices start spreading out, and then they spread out more and more and more, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's again, this, like I say on almost every episode now, that is the importance of being present in your community and trying to actually be a leader in your community.
Yeah.
As far as I know, John did not attend a single city council meeting. I don't even know if he voted, locally. I doubt he did. He was a giant nerd. I doubt he cared enough to vote locally. But he started something that, even though he's passed, is still going on. It's still happening. And that he was just a businessman. And even if he did it simple, like, hey, this is a business opportunity to get people downtown in my comic book store. It may have started that way, but it's morphed into an actual community cultural event that happens once a year in my town.
Yeah, it's something that people expect. It's a point in time that people can mark and say, hey, this is when that thing happens.
Yes. And if anyone's read here Byung Chul Han's The Scent of Time, he has a whole chapter on the importance of feast days and festivals, has a way of marking the passage of time. The festival, Catholics have this, we have the liturgical year, we have the calendar, we have the feast days, we can, I can always tell, like I missed mass for a few weeks in a row because of work situations, truck breakdowns, or different number of reasons. I never felt like my week actually ended. I feel like I had like 6 months, like 6 weeks that was just the longest week of my life, because there was no event or there was nothing that actually signified the beginning of a week or the beginning or the end of a week.
Yeah, it grounds you. It puts you. It's like almost like I was saying. It's like a landmark in time. Like it's like you're driving home from work, and okay, I'm passing by this gas station. I know I'm getting home. I'm close to home. It's like, okay, or you just turn a corner and okay, I'm home now. It's the same, but for time.
Yes. And people need to, there's so many different things to be said about time, and I'm convinced people actually, we'll get into a quote later about, staving off time through capital production and another way to escape deaths. And we'll get into that when the quote comes up, but this is a fantastic quote. You ready for the next quote? Or do you got anything else
go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Today, we consume not only sayings themselves, but also the emotions that are bound up with sayings. You cannot consume things endlessly, but emotions you can. Thus, emotions open up a new field of infinite consumption. The emotionalization of commodities and the associated aestheticization of commodities are subject to the compulsion of production. Their function is to increase consumption and production. As a consequence, the aesthetic is colonized by the economic. Emotions are more fleeting than things. They therefore do not stabilize life. In consuming emotions, we do not relate to things, but to ourselves. What we seek is emotional authenticity. Thus, the consumption of emotions strengthens the narcissistic relationship to ourselves. The relationship to the world that we have by way of mediation of things is thereby increasingly lost. Values today also serve as things for individual consumption. They become commodities. Values such as justice, humanity, or sustainability are exploited for profit. One fair trade enterprise has a slogan, change the world by drinking tea. Change the world through consumption. That would be the end of the revolution. Nowadays, one can purchase vegan shoes or clothes. Soon there will probably be vegan smartphones too. Neoliberalism often makes use of morality for its own ends. Moral values are consumed as marks of distinction. They are credited to the ego account, appreciating the value of self. They increase our narcissistic self-respect through values we relate not to community but to our own egos. He's so good.
He is.
That last line is just, I'm seeing of every person I know who, here's a great example. I have a coworker who is he's very anti-capitalist, but not in like a clever way, more in like a resentful way. And he talking about like buying like capitalist t-shirts. I'm like, do you hear that? Like buy an anti-capitalist t-shirt. He's just like, he said, I want to buy an anti-capitalist t-shirt. I'm like, say that again but slower. Say that again but slower. I want to buy an anti-capitalist t-shirt. No, shut up. Just shut up. I'm sorry, but no. It's that kind of stuff. The Che Guevara t-shirts, the Stalin t-shirts, that kind of stuff. It's just like, you paid for that.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
And that's the thing, because those values and those things that are interior and that they can be conveyed if you act on them, right? So if you have good values, if you have good morals, you're gonna act on them. You don't have to broadcast. And it's almost like, it's like our Lord say, don't let your right hand, don't let your left hand know what your right hand is doing. Like don't broadcast your virtue. But when you're buying the vegan tea, or the vegan smartphone, or you're wearing the Che Guevara t-shirt, or you're putting in this house we believe, it's like, it's been talked to, it's about to death about like virtual signaling, but it's very real, because you don't have, if you just present that thing, you don't have to do the work.
Yes.
It's like that joke about Antifa. How can I be a bad person if I'm anti bad thing? Right?
Have you seen the guy on TikTok who saw the anti bad guy good guy club?
Yeah, that's it. That's what I was trying to remember.
I love that guy.
That bit was so good.
It was, it's like, remember he did a video like how, you're gonna say Luke Skywalker is against the anti bad guy good guy club. He's literally a good guy. It's and they did not get the bit at all. They could not understand the what's the word? He satirized them.
Yeah, this satire.
Satire, that's the word. He's the satire of it all. It was so funny. But one thing I like about Han is that he speaks about systems as they influence people rather than focusing on people. Like we all hear like the virtue signaling, so you never have to do anything, which is that is true. But Han doesn't focus on that. Instead, he goes, neoliberalism, capital commodifies your values, and so you can portray your values through consumption. That's I guess damage in the storm. You gotta buy a new one. Every few months. You're performing your moral act through consumption of more content and media, and to me that's a lot more interesting, because it explains the mechanism and feedback loops rather than focusing on the individual who's, in my opinion, basically an NPC non-actor.
Right, and that's the thing. That's why I like to call him like a diagnostician, because he's talking about things in a systems perspective rather than like polemics or the libs are retarded or anything like that. I know this is the process. People became narcissistic and they're acting this way, and so he's not moralistic, which is really good, because you can have someone who can have a friend who's a narcissist, and you can say, hey, read this guy. Maybe you're gonna see some patterns of behavior that you have, because he's not moralizing. He's not saying this person is bad because they're acting like it. They just do.
Yes.
Right.
It's such a useful tool.
Yeah. So whenever I talk I'm talking to people about Han, and I talk about narcissism, they always think that he's talking about narcissism in the clinical sense. No, he's just saying it's just the process of turning inwards. There's nothing beyond that. There's no judgment of value. So it's much easier to have a conversation using his framework and describing things using his framework than it is to pathologize. or to say, or to attribute more of moral fault, right?
Mhm. It's in a lot of listeners who might find this comparison more easily accessible. It's kind of like elite theory, where you don't really have to imply any more accents on the elites. You can just look at the mechanisms of like, okay, well, here's the iron law of oligarchy. Here's the circulation of elites. These are the mechanisms that fall into the same traps. We can see that play out. You don't have to moralize the elites in a sense. You can just say, here's the mechanisms of why here's the intrinsic structure for why the managerial elites behave like they do.
Yeah, exactly. That's the best way to describe it. He's very similar to that more realistic school of political science, and because he's so systematic and he builds upon things based on, like when he's talking about the values being commodities. Before that, he's talking about consuming emotions and how emotions are fleeting, and you just keep churning emotions and getting the validation. And he talks about Twitter, but it's like when he's talking, he's explaining the mechanism behind like the hot take economy, or people who are just looking for that dopamine hit from the clicks or from the likes or the shares or whatever.
Absolutely. You ready to move into chapter 2?
Let me just see, because I made a note. Okay, so there's this one sentence that he says. It's on page 7. He goes, "Okay, watching film series is so popular today because they conform to the habit of serial perception. At the level of media consumption, this habit leads to binge watching, to comatose viewing. While symbolic perception is intensive, serial perception is extensive." And here's my note. "Doom scrolling is the culmination of this. Consumption of content so fleeting that all hope is removed because the subject is immediate. Oh, my handwriting is terrible here. The subject is immediately hit, validating himself through dopamine overdoses." So it's just more because he's talking about like serial consumption, like watching, like binge watching, like you watch an entire season of whatever in one seating.
I'm so guilty of that. I watched.
Oh, me too.
I started Stargate like 3 weeks ago. I'm already 8 seasons in.
Yeah,
it's in my defense though. Stargate is like one of the best sci-fi's ever.
No, it is great, but TikTok or Shorts or whatever is that on a massive scale, because you're just like 8 seconds, 10 seconds, 1 minute, and you're just getting those dopamine hits, and because all content is curated for you, it's just that reinforcement of what you are, who you are, and what you like, and it's just there's no other there to go back to the agony of eros.
In a sense, I was thinking about this because a buddy of mine was dealing with the fact that YouTube started age restricted him because for some reason his account was registered as a minor,
right?
Which is hilarious. And I mentioned you could just go to Rumble, and he goes, "That right-wing echo chamber." I'm like, echo chambers are the dumbest thing to say right now because everyone lives in an algorithm of their own echo chamber.
Yeah.
It's like you are isolated being doom scrolling TikTok, and an algorithm created only feedback into your hyper-specific views that you fed into the algorithm through your likes.
Yeah,
you are in a self-condensed echo chamber.
Yeah, there's no curation by other. It's not even you who are curating your, like, if you're building your playlist on Spotify, that has more intentionality. So it's just a mindless robot that looks at, okay, he watched this video for 30 seconds more than he did that other video, so I'm just gonna show that thing more, and it's just it's crazy.
Yeah, like I like the TikTok app. It's terrible. I would completely admit it's an evilly designed app. But one thing that I do like about it is that anyone can make content, and you can find the most niche forms of content.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
like a few nights ago, probably about a week ago, I could not sleep for the life of me. And I
Mm-hmm.
found a guy on TikTok who reviews tinned fish.
Mm-hmm.
And I watched him until like 3 o'clock in the morning, reviewing tinned fish from Spain, from Japan. He tried caviar, he tried squid eggs, he tried
Mm-hmm.
different kinds of fish. He would decant the tin, he would heat the tin in boiling water. He poured it.
Right.
It was fascinating to watch it, and it actually made the tin fish look really good, which was shocking to me. But it was like but again, I got trapped in the loop, and I just until like 3 o'clock in the morning, I'm watching the guy review tin fish, and I'm like, I know for a fact I'm never gonna eat one. The moment I smelt it, I'd be like, nope, I'm out. I'm not doing this. But I just kept watching, like, this is so neat. And then I look at my clock, and it's like 3:30 in the morning, and my alarm for work's going off. I'm like, well, fuck. Okay, I know all about 10 fists, but I am exhausted.
But it grabs you, right?
Mm-hmm.
Grabs you. It's not like you're sitting with a guy and eating the thing with him.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, I've heard, I don't use TikTok, but I've heard that if you you have more discretion in the way that you engage, you can make the perfect algorithm that you're only going to see cool stuff. You're not going to see slop.
Yeah.
And that's almost like a mini game, right?
Yes. And if you mess it up, you just got to go like, okay, we start the algorithm, search up a few things I know I like, and then reset the algorithm.
Pretty much.
I would say that the TikTok algorithm, it's too quick. You like 2 videos in a row that are similar, and for the rest of the day, that's all you're getting. That's all you're getting. And it's so confusing too, because there was a very funny TikTok. It was a girl dance that she was doing a backflip, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I'll be completely honest, her breast bounced a lot. Right? And so she did quickly as the backflip, and if you think the videos restarted, but turns out it's just continually going, and then it freezes, and a black guy's holding a camera, goes, "Caught your ass in 4K." And it's like, this is just one video. He just replayed the first part on a loop to trick you, and it was very
funny.
clever.
That's
Very
clever, dude. That's clever.
It was. I would say there were some very clever people on TikTok.
Oh yeah. Just like there was on Vine. There are
Yes.
people who can see a format and they can make cool stuff with it.
I will say I saw maybe the funniest TikTok I've seen all year. It was about it was filmed like The Office. It was about the guy who runs the White House Twitter account. And he was tweeting the craziest shit. He tweeted in the meme in the video. He tweeted, "Democrats can suck my nuts," and he posted it. And someone goes, "Dude, the Democrats are responding." And he smiles and he cuts him an interview. "They also hired me to run the Democrat account. They don't know I work for both." that concept alone made me laugh for a good few minutes.
Right.
You know, that's it. I remember I said, quick pits. Anyone listening? Quick pits. An office style mockumentary about the interns who run political social media accounts.
That'd be so funny, dude.
The interns who run the Democrat account, the RNC, the DNC, the White House, the ICE one. Just the interns who run those pages. Every season, you get new interns who have to pass on the account information. It'd be such a great show.
It would, especially now that they're pretty on point in their meme game.
Yes.
All right.
Ready for chapter 2?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, this is a great one. In the course of the 19th century, men's clothes became increasingly homogeneous. They became standardized, like work uniforms. If the condition of society can be read off its fashion, then the increasingly pornographic nature of fashion reflects an increasingly pornographic society. Today's fashion has obvious pornographic traits. More flesh is displayed than form. So true.
That's such a banger. That's such a banger.
He's so good.
And the thing is that he correlates that with, and it came such an out of a left field, because he later talks about, or maybe no, it was before that, because he talked about how people used to dress more theatrically, like they would position like a mark next to their cheek if they were trying to convey one emotion, or their mouth if they were trying to convey a different emotion. They used like self-expression
Hmm.
in clothing, is at least in the court, was so was very performative and very theatrical. And he says that, and that's what leads to this section, is that with the industrial revolution, the clothes became the uniform of a worker,
Hmm.
right? So you dress because those are the clothes of someone who's going to work, who's going to be in the factory, or who's going to be managing the factory. You're going to have to dress in a respectable way. So those markers of performance, of communicating with your clothes, it's something that we can't even think of something that is that I mean, probably the closest we can think of is like people wearing like pins and bottoms with like their bands or their political positions or whatever, or like their favorite anime.
Yeah.
But it's not the same, because to Han's point, that's just consumption. If you're wearing the pin with Ray from Evangelion, you're just saying, "Hey, I'm a consumer of Evangelion." You're
And
not
you also
saying,
you're signifying you have bad taste because everyone knows it's Oscar.
"Yeah, everyone knows Sasuke,"
Everyone
but
knows that.
yeah, but you're just showing that you're a consumer of that product. You're not saying, this is the kind of person that I am. It's
Yeah.
just like this is the thing that I consume, right? I think the closest that we can have is like people who wear religious apparel,
Hmm.
right? Like if you're wearing your consecration medal,
Hmm.
like your people will know, okay, yeah, this person, a person who is in the know, like a Catholic who sees the person with the miraculous medal, he'll know that person is a Catholic. Or if he has a rosary hanging from his belt or something like that. That's probably the closest that you're communicating something that is more essential than that you're not consuming. But even then,
Yeah, one of the examples I could think of is skis with the head turban, or Jews in the yarmulke. Like
yeah, for sure.
it's a article of clothing that signals a religious affiliation that
Yeah,
you can
but
then tell a bit about a person.
right. Yeah, because like crosses became fashion.
Mhm.
The rose, or people wear rosaries as if they were necklaces. Yeah, and Catholics wear the scapular. We wear the scapular under their clothes, so it's not like I think it may have been Matt Fred who said that the a Catholic scapular is like a Catholic. It's like the Catholic yarmulke. Like the scapular is the Catholic yarmulke,
Mhm.
but wear it under our clothes, so it's not explicit like the yarmulke.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not think of any other examples I could think of. But I really, yeah, like you said, with the pens, pens and bumper stickers kind of do the
Yeah,
same
for sure,
thing.
for sure. Yeah.
Um, Actually, we have a quote coming up on tattoos, which I'll read real quick because it kind of like ties into this very well. With the rise of the cult of authenticity, tattoos have also become fashionable again. Within a ritual context, they symbolize the allegiance between individual and community. Think tribal tattoos of like the New Zealanders or Hawaiians or something. In the 19th century, when tattoos were very popular, especially among the upper class, the body was still a surface onto which yearnings and dreams were projected. Today, tattoos lack any symbolic power. All they do is point to the uniqueness of the bearer. The body is neither a ritual stage nor a surface of projection. Rather, it is an advertising space. The neoliberal hell of the same is populated with tattoo clones.
It's such a banger, dude.
So good, so good. I have so many thoughts on this. One, millennials get tattoos the same way boomers get bumper stickers.
Yeah, for sure.
Um, my sister, she has one of her home. She has a homemade tattoo kit, and
Hmm.
it's just she has sleeves of meaningless shit all over her arms,
Yeah, yeah.
and it's just like, what are you doing? Like, you really think in 20 years and 30 years that's gonna it's and all
not
it does
gonna
is,
matter.
and she's like, well, I have to like, it's like, well, it makes me look unique, like, but everyone else has it. If anything, it's more unique to not have tattoos now.
Mm-hmm.
It, this is maybe a raunchy comparison, but I'm gonna make it anyway. Kim Kardashian is selling panties as a fake bus.
Oh, I saw that.
There's a lot to be said that I don't want to say, because it's quite disgusting.
Uh-huh.
But the simulacrum, that's one. I'm just gonna say key phrasing. I'm gonna say a few words, and you're gonna pick up. If you're in the know, you pick up the message. Simulacrum. The permanency of laser hair removal. That's I'm gonna stop there because the rest of this get grosser. We're gonna stop there. But
Yeah, I know where you're going.
it's God. I saw that on Twitter. I'm like, what the hell are we doing? What the fuck are we doing? Kim. The more I learn about Kim Kardashian, the more I'm like, oh, Kanye didn't go crazy. He was driven crazy.
He was driven crazy for
He
sure.
was so fuck Kanye.
But
yeah, good.
No, go on.
I was saying, well, that's the only thing tattoos is, an anti-capitalist friend of mine wanted to get a halo tattoo, and I'm like, you realize what you just said to me, right? You want to permanently mark your body with the logo of a corporation.
Of a product.
You are permanently marking your body with a product produced by a corporation to signal your allegiance to that corporation.
Right.
It's what they say it like I walked him through, like, he's like, what do you mean? Like, say it with me now, but slowly, and realize what you're doing. It's
yeah, it's but but it's about conveying that it's about consumption. It's not about who they are. And a lot of people, when they get tattoos and what this means, I feel like a lot of people, they think a tattoo is cool, and they come up with reasons for what the tattoo means.
Yes, absolutely.
After the fact. Like I have a bunch of tattoos, and not a single one I came up with reasons for them other than I thought it looked cool. But I know now that it's like, okay, yeah, I'm a millennial, so I got caught in the millennial thing, which is to get tattoos.
I've seen only one tattoo that had meaning in my whole life. It was a random girl I worked with at my very first job. She had a tugboat tattoo on her forearm. And I asked her about it. And she said, my granddad who raised me worked on a tugboat. And when he died, I got this tattoo.
Yeah, that makes sense.
That's the only tattoo that's like the only tattoo I've ever seen that had actual meaning behind it. That would actually make sense. I constant with that or like a religious tattoo are the only ones that actually make sense.
Yeah, it makes sense.
I'm hesitant on the religious tattoo because I feel like it's there's a real problem of newer Catholics turning the face into a product to be consumed as a mark of uniqueness.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. There's this thing that they try, which Han talks about authenticity, that they're trying to signal their allegiance through external signifiers rather than through conversion.
Yeah. Yes.
And it's just, and I've been thinking a lot about it, and it's like, and our Lord says that not everyone who says Lord, Lord, I don't remember the entire quote because I'm Catholic, but you know the passage, and it makes, I've been thinking about it. It's just not Lord, Lord. It also means look how Catholic I am on social media, or look how pious I am, or and that's a temptation that everyone who's converted and who has that converts zeal has. And it's a temptation. It's something that okay, that's something that you have to learn, that it's something that is lived. It's not something that you just broadcast as much.
Don't let neoliberalism turn your convert's zeal into just another commodity to be consumed.
Exactly. That's literally it. Yeah. That's literally it. And because it becomes just a product. It becomes something that, and because you're just consumed by those consumer goods, the moment of crises that inevitably happen, they're going to hit much more because you're attaching to those signals or to those signifiers instead of on the ongoing conversion that would
Mhm.
give you the strength for the moment of crisis, right? So you're not, it's, you don't fall into the, that, like that guy on Twitter, I don't remember his name, that he changes churches like every other week. Like
No, who you
he
talking about? Yeah.
like he was a Coptic, then he was an Orthodox, then he was a Catholic, then he was a Sedevacantist, then he became a regular Catholic again. It's just,
Then doesn't he Mormon now?
is he? I have no idea.
Last I heard, he was Mormon.
See, it's just this search for something that should be internal, but you're looking for the externals, and it's just, it's crazy, dude.
It's that is one of these things I've been seeing about a lot. Is there's all sorts of critiques one can make against capitalism, and whether it be the liberal social, it's more of like a social critique of like, oh well, it disenfranchises the workers, or oh, it has material working conditions, or oh, it puts too much money in the pockets of the rich compared to the poor. One of the things that is really is like the byproducts of living in a capitalist system, of the effects that has on the community and the interior life of the individual, are
Hmm.
far more damaging than any of the external critiques
Oh,
one can raise.
oh yeah, the poverty, all that stuff. Sure, it's natural. That thing, inequality. That's just how humans are.
Mm-hmm.
But how disenfranchised people are, how they're disconnected from who they are
Mm-hmm.
because they're so consumed by who they are.
Yeah.
That's the biggest paradox, and it was Han who brought that to my attention, that they're trapped in a world of sameness, that they're exploiting themselves,
Mm-hmm.
that they don't see anything but themselves, but they're in a crisis because they're not connected to anything else. It's, yeah, the spiritual harm of capitalism is,
It's something that is and remember, if you're struggling to find a job and the only thing keeping you sane is your community, well, you don't get to live where you want to live. You have to move where the jobs are.
yeah, yeah.
Who cares if your ancestors are buried there and you're 5 minutes from you and you want to be close to your family? America's about the adventure. You have to go travel. Listen, I
Oh
tried traveling for work. I drove halfway. I drove across I drove across a continent. I ain't find nothing. I
yeah.
ain't find jack shit. I got beat up for a job by a black trans person to cut deli meats. I mean, hey, you know what? Maybe that guy has more experience cutting meats than I do, but
Starting with his own.
I was so mad, dude. I was like,
I
what?
bet.
Oh, I was like, I'm never stopping here again. Listen, no, I'm not. The same way I won't handle food served by an Indian, I'm not handling food served by that guy. I don't know. If he has to, no, I'm not going to finish that because that's way too graphic for this podcast.
Yeah, for sure.
Because, and that's one of the things that's so I would say about this as well. The two, this is kind of the offsuit, but the two greatest strengths of liberalism is that one, the results are so fucking disgusting. You
Mm-hmm.
feel gross just trying to even critique it.
Mm-hmm.
Like I got into an argument about transit with my coworker, and I'm like, man, if I actually start going into the mechanics of what someone post-op has to do to their body, I'm gonna vomit. And the other benefit of the regime is that they do so much evil shit. If I were to list to my coworker the 5 things I just saw on Twitter today, he'd think I was making them up.
Yeah.
Like, what was that
Yeah.
guy? That guy who burnt a woman alive yesterday had 49 previous arrests. I can't believe that's real.
Yeah. It gets to a point that the crisis is so big that for someone who's not connected, who's not in the know, it just sounds fake. Sounds like you're unhinged.
Yeah.
Because there's no way something like that can be real. Like a guy who set someone on fire, who's been arrested tens of times.
That is maybe the greatest strength of the system.
Yeah.
I can't think of a better advantage that system has than
It's
you
almost
can't
like
convince
an
anybody of the
immune
deal.
system, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it's. I mean, if I tried to explain to like my mom, like, hey, there's a guy who was arrested 49 times to lit a woman on fire, or those two 9-year-olds raped a 5-year-old and only got house arrest, while simultaneously these trans people are encouraging children to cut their dicks off and then forcibly inject a tube into the hole to keep it from closing itself. She's gonna think I'm an insane person,
You're like a crazy person for sure.
and those things are real.
They are.
That's what's so insane. They're real.
But they're unbelievable, which makes them worse.
Yeah, I mean, being completely objective and above it all, genius.
Yes,
You
yes,
can't help but appreciate, like, man, this is a
yes.
genius system. I don't know how we're gonna
From
win.
a systems standpoint, is brilliant.
Yeah, it's impressive. Okay, I got another quote here. You ready for it?
Yeah, go.
Today, the world is not a theater in which roles are played and ritual gestures exchanged, but a market in which one exposes and exhibits oneself. Theatrical presentation gives way to pornographic exhibition of the private. Again, banger quote.
Perfect. Yeah, perfect.
And I want to real quick add a quote from that. The pornographic expedition of the private reminds me of a quote from Han in his book Transparency Society. So if you permit me to read a little quote here.
Yeah, go ahead.
According to Walter Benjamin, it is more important for cult objects to be extant rather than to be seen. Cult value depends on existence, not on exhibition. The practice of locking sacred items in inaccessible rooms and thereby withdrawing them from visibility heightens their cult value. For example, some images of the Madonna remain covered almost all year. Only priests may approach certain divine statues. Negatively implemented through separation, fencing off, and isolation constitutes cult value. In the society of positivity, things become commodities. They must be displayed in order to be. Cult value disappears in favor of exhibition value. Bare existence has no meaning as far as exhibition value is concerned. Whatever rests in itself, that is, remains what it is, possesses no value. Values occurs only insofar as objects are seen. The compulsion for this display that hands everything over to visibility makes the aura and the appearance of distance vanish entirely. Exhibition value, which signals the fulfillment of capitalism, cannot be derived from Marxian opposition between use value and exchange value. It is not use value because it stands removed from the sphere of utility. It is not exchange value because it does not reflect any labor. It exists thanks to the attention it produces. I think that's a great description of the Republicans, boomer Republicans bumper stickers,
Mm-hmm.
or a liberal who puts "We Believe" signs on their front door.
Yeah,
Is that they don't exist? They don't exist unless being responded to. My ChatGPT on my phone does not currently exist because it's not active. It is just
right,
programming. Until I engage it, it actually begins to exist. And
right.
since people are beginning to have that same level of existence, where existence is only their existence is only present in exchange of other things, which is why I think so many people are terrified of quietness and being alone with their own thoughts
Mm-hmm.
because they cease to exist. It's like that meme about women cease to exist when they're alone.
Yeah, for sure. There, this, and as I was reading this book, I thought of that, and I remember something that my mom says that she was describing. I don't remember who she was talking about, but she was saying that this person, she didn't like to be alone because if she was alone, she thought she cried, because if that person was alone, she would have to confront her thoughts and herself,
Mm-hmm.
and that would just produce crises. So it's almost like a reverse solipsism.
That's a good way of putting it.
So like you exist to the point that people will engage with you, but it's not about the other people, it's about you, right? So because in a solipsistic thought pattern doesn't think anything else exists but you, But in this pattern, the person think they only exist if other people are feeding into them, and it's such a weird phenomenon that it's it's the person who's trying. It's like the rage baiters on Twitter, right? Their presence only exists insofar as they are rage baiting Catholics, right?
Yes. They have no views, no existence outside of that.
Yeah.
On that point about your mom's friend, I want to read a quote from an essay I wrote a while back. I
Yeah,
think
go.
it lines up perfectly with this. Music is everywhere. As Sir Roger Scruton said, in almost every public place today, the ears are assailed by the sound of pop music and shopping malls, public houses, restaurants, hotels, and elevators. The ambient sound is not human conversation, but the music disgorged into the air by speakers, usually invisible and inaccessible speakers that cannot be punished for their impertinence. Now, dear reader, I am not making an anti-music argument. I am not a Puritan. I believe their views are not only wrong but evil insofar as they reject the goodness of creation. But when music permeates every moment of life, we are left consuming and reacting. Our minds never truly at rest. If our bodies need sleep in order to recharge and reset, then what is the effect of this constant consumption and reflecting? If a mind that is never truly at rest, it is a mind that is never truly at rest. Boredom is to the mind what sleep is to the body. But it is not just music that happens to be played as we go about our day, whether it be thoughts of work, plans for the weekend, a podcast, or leaving on some TV show in the background as we go about our daily task. Even friendship can be part of the system of consumption when we text, call, or check the group chat, hoping our friends have said something that keeps that specter of boredom off our backs. In the digital age, even friendship can be turned into another piece of content we consume.
That's so true. That's literally it. It's something that you need to keep activated, otherwise you're gonna have to confront that emptiness that's there, right?
I know people who they leave their Alexa playing music because they leave their house so that their return is accompanied with fanfare because they are terrified of being alone with their thoughts.
Oh my lord, that's
And it's insane. It's like, how are you? I had a coworker who literally said, "I don't like being alone with myself with my thoughts because it gets real dark." I'm like, I literally turned to him and said, "Are you so weak you can't confront your own mind? Like, how weak are you?" That's the most pathetic thing. I don't like the guys who were probably a little harsher than I should have been. But I said, that's the most pathetic thing I've ever heard in my life. If you can't be alone with your thoughts without wanting to kill yourself,
yeah, there's something wrong. There's something wrong. If anything, it just signals that there's something very rotten inside of them that they need to just to work through, right?
yeah, it's. I mean, you tweeted it a while back, but the Zoomers are putting themselves in voluntary timeouts.
Yeah, I saw that. That's brilliant.
That is
Like
the
they're
biggest
reversing.
idea I've seen all year.
I know they're reverse engineering meditation.
Yes, it's so good to see.
Yeah.
I really hope there's like a resurgence of mental fortitude. Like I've been really exploring that a lot recently personally. Like I picked up a few different so this might be cringe, but I love Taoism from the Chinese. I think it's one of the most interesting self-help philosophies ever invented.
Yeah, for sure.
I think it's as much as I have my issues and my things I love about Stoicism, Taoism is better than Stoicism. I'll say it.
Oh, for sure.
It's one of the few areas the Chinese did philosophy better than the Westerners. And so following that, and then picking up a few other the Japanese have a really good sense of that, honestly. Like, not to be cringe, but the Book of the Five Rings, Miyamoto Musashi. That's a good read. That's a great read.
I need to revisit that. I read it when I was like 14.
I just picked up a physical copy. Like today, it came in the mail. I picked up. I got on a kick and I ordered like 4 different Japanese samurai books. They all came in the mail. I'm like, man, the guy who packed these boxes must think I'm the biggest weeb in history.
The biggest.
I am the biggest weeb to ever weeb, apparently. But it is a very the act of active reaction, or however they refer to it, and
active reaction. Yeah,
it's beautiful concept, and so the inner peace one can have from that. For the closest I could find, like a Catholic. Right here. Abandonment to Divine Providence.
Jean de Caussade. I love this book.
I got it in there today.
changed my life. Actually, there's a lot there. Like I think in terms of the Catholic position, I think Jean Caussade's Bendment to Divine Providence. I think uh, even Imitation of Christ talks a lot
Mm,
about that. And I think one thing that is one of the broader criticisms I have of the church as it is now is that we don't have as much focus on penance and mortification,
mm,
because and that's kind of what de Caussade talks about he not exactly in these terms, but I think the resilience of just embracing every single opportunity for mortification, and Saint Jose Maria Escrivá talks a lot about it. That's the spirituality of Opus Dei, but it's just that's the resilience, right? It's because we're so afraid of suffering
mm.
that we're fleeing from suffering. It's like the guy, I need to consume all the time because I'm gonna suffer if I don't. Instead of just, okay, I'm gonna suffer, I'm
Mhm.
gonna offer it up. It's gonna be like we talk a lot about offering up, but it's not. It's still very shallow. It doesn't go deep into, okay, so you're gonna seek out the opportunities to suffer. You're gonna ask your guardian angel, okay, send me some suffering today. I'm ready. And how that's gonna sanctify me, right?
Yeah, it's it's it's
And
um it's the meme of the guy saying, "Please, Lord, stop giving me your strongest battles." And Jesus says, "It's just folding your laundry." And the next meme is like, "Give me harder battles."
exactly,
that's a, that's
that's the
exactly
attitude. That's the
yes.
attitude. That and I think this idea of just surrendering to providence and just surrendering the just surrendering to things as they are
Mhm.
and being receptive doesn't it's not quietism, it's not like being inert, but it's just understanding that there's only so much you can do within your sphere of influence.
Mhm.
And
And
that's something that the Asians do well. They've understood it
they do.
well, and it's something that's present a lot in Catholic thought, but it's just not as highlighted as it should, in my
Yeah,
opinion.
absolutely. I would love to see that be highlighted more. I would say an example of that I liked was I can't remember who wrote it, but a priest wrote a book called The Imitation of Saint Joseph.
Hmm.
It had a bit of that in there about being the like Saint Joseph. He responded always. You know, it was like, okay, this happened, he responded to this. This happened, he
Hmm.
responded to that. He was always a reactive actor, but he always
Yeah,
acted his part well. He always did what he was supposed to do. He acted his part well, but he always reacted to the circumstances around him.
yeah,
Um,
and to Han's point, because we're such focused on optimization, we're such focused on a self exploitation that we don't we're trying to always act and trying to impart our will onto the world and don't accept when the world imparted its will onto you, that you have to have that active reaction,
mhm.
take a step back and, okay, it's not on my hands, or what is not on my hands is not on my hands. I think that's the better way to put it.
I would say one thing I want to say about the Chinese and the Asians in general is there's a lot of comments about they lack a seance, they lack a first principle because there is no real seance in any of their philosophies.
Hmm.
They're very much in like the Roman mode of philosophy where it's about self help and self actualization,
Hmm.
but they internalize it so well and they do it so well.
Yeah.
It's honestly it's admirable, it's honorable, it's impressive, and it's why some of my one of the best books I read this year was a song for Nagasaki.
Hmm.
Oh no, it was the last year. It was this year. Song for Nagasaki is about a Japanese surgeon who converted to Catholicism and was a surgeon in Nagasaki.
Oh
And
wow.
yeah, it was by him like helping rebuild the church and performing medical, helping people out, being a doctor right after the bombs hit, and the acceptance of all the yep, this happened, and we're going to now do everything we're supposed to do in reaction to this.
Yeah.
it also has maybe one of the best lines I've read all year. Is that I can't remember the guy's name for some reason right now, but he was thinking about becoming he was an atheist. So he was Shinto, then he was an atheist, and then when his mom died, he immediately realized atheism's false because my mom had to go somewhere. And so he realized maybe it's Christianity. And so when he was trying to find a place in Nagasaki to stay to study medicine, he would just knock on random people's doors he knew were Christian, like, hey, can I stay here? And the Christian family let him stay in the attic. And then it was a midnight mass, and the dad of the household said, "Do you want to come to mass with us?" And he said, "I don't know if I should. I'm not a Catholic." And the dad said, "Neither were the wise men." Which is the greatest answer.
That's the best answer for sure.
How good is that for a Christmas mass? Neither were the wise men. Beautiful.
It's perfect, especially for a Christmas midnight mass.
It was just it's an incredible. I recommend it to everybody. A Song for Nagasaki. You want a great book of like a window into Japanese Catholic spirituality. That's the book. That's the book to read. Okay, you ready for the next quote?
Yeah, go ahead.
We're an hour in. We're still on chapter 2. I'm so glad we decided to split this one up.
Yeah.
This happens. The last Han one I did was like 4 hours long. Like
Wow.
This one could be even longer because it's just so much here.
Yeah, it's very dense.
Okay, next quote. Sociability and politeness also make major contributions to theatrical presentation. They play with the semblance of beauty and thus require a scenic theatrical distance. In the name of authenticity or genuineness, the semblance of beauty and ritual gesture is today discarded as something purely external. But this genuineness intrudes crudeness and barbarity. The narcissistic code of authenticity is partly responsible for the increasing brutalization of society. We live in a culture of effect where ritual, gestures, and manners decay. Effect and emotion gain the upper hand. On social media, too, the succinct distance that is constitutive of the public sphere is reduced, and the result is an effective communication without distance. Now, this might be a harder one to understand about the communication without distance. You might say, "Oh, that sounds better. We're closer to the person." But if the person's not actually present, you're not really close with them. You are projecting. You can't read the face. You can't read the body language. You can't read the emotion. You can't feel the aura of the other. In a sense, you are projecting more than you are receiving in a digital conversation.
That's like half of the Twitter blood sports or fights or just bad interactions online are because you can't read you can't read intent on words.
Yes.
You can't say, like, if a person is being ironic or if they're being sarcastic or if they're being genuine or like if they're acknowledging something they don't know and they're asking, if you're predisposed to think that person is being aggressive, you're not going to read that question as something that is the person genuinely trying to engage. And I highlighted this section too, because this goes back to what Han's talking about in the pornographic exhibition of the private, and how the society of transparency where there's no, like, I remember when I was libertarian, and like one of the chinks in the armor where people are talking about there's no distinction between private and public, right? In terms of economics or the government, like the state has become so big that there's no difference between public and private and all that. But I think in the societal and like the culture, that's even bigger, because people act like that video, like people who record TikToks on restaurants, right? Like someone who's dancing in the middle of the street, they're acting like the public space is theirs, is like their room. Or like the people who do pranks, or the people who are just being annoying. Yeah. It's just a prank, bro. It's just acting as if the world was theirs. It's a destruction of of the private and the public domain.
It reduces the others that you share the public with into background actors, side plots,
Yes.
B plot characters, commodities to be consumed in your goal to increase your views.
Yeah, yeah. It's completely narcissistic. Everyone is just a prop. And
Yeah.
and when there's no and politeness, and he's talking about politeness, and politeness requires a mediated space that is not private,
Mhm.
because opening the door for someone else, saying thank you, saying excuse me, that implies that there is a because you don't like you don't often say, you say, of course you're going to say, hey dad, can you please bring me whatever,
Mhm.
but it's out of respect. There's no expectation. If you say, hey dad, bring me whatever, it's not going to be a big deal because the home domain is different.
Mhm.
Like the way you treat you talk to your close friends, to your family, to whatever, is very different than you talk to a person. So when you talk to a person who is not in the public domain, you're talking to some in that mediated space. There are expectations that once the private invades the public, those expectations are obliterated. And it's all the conversations about stuff like tips or manners. Those won't exist if you're treating the world as if everything is private. Everything is for you to cater you.
Mhm. Yeah, it's I used to really despise the word narcissist because it was only ever used by women attacking me. But I realized that I remember I was at a friend's house, and these two friends were ganging. This couple was ganging up on a friend of theirs for always being a narcissist. And I'm like, she's not being narcissistic. She's just refusing to admit you're right. And
Mhm.
to them, that was narcissism because the other was not kowtowing to their wills.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. Like they don't, maybe they don't, people don't have the vocabulary anymore to say she's being proud. That's pride. That's not narcissism, but because everything is pathologized, everything is a mental illness. They don't see how them, like in this case, demanding that the other person subjugates themselves and validate you. That's the narcissistic person. That's not.
Mhm. Yeah,
That's just.
it's probably, I would say, it's one of the most misused words right now.
Oh, for sure.
It's yeah, and I remember, well, there was some oh, what was it? No, I can't remember the exact phrase. I'm gonna just move on from it because there's a great TikTok I saw. There was I will say the man and woman dating TikToks are the greatest window right now into the furthering divide between men and women.
Mm-hmm.
Which if you're not already married, or you got the last fly out of sight on, and you're like me and you're trying, what a nightmare!
Oh, dude.
What a nightmare are you trying to? I'm trying to enter into, and it's just like, damn, how hard is? I mean, my stuff was like, the downside to a Japanese wife would be she's always trying to get you to work more,
Mm-hmm.
but I have that partisan work ethic that might work well. I have that so ingrained in me, and I work for families, so I'm always like, I feel obligated to work more. That might
Sure.
work out. That might work out well. But no, the great, not great, as Nick Fuentes says, we have been cursed because we have been lazy, and now we have to, fix the white woman.
Yep. Yep.
No jungle fever for me. Now there's so much I want to say on narcissism. There's so much I want to say, and I really feel like people use the word and have no idea where to, like, no one even knows about the Greek story anymore, do they?
No.
No one even knows the Greek story, and it's one of my favorite Greek stories.
It's one of the best.
It's comical but tragic,
Yeah.
like the
Like
best
most.
Greek tragedies.
Yeah.
Um,
And the thing is that, and like more broadly speaking, I think people don't know words anymore. I think people know how to read, but they don't. It's like they're illiterate. They're illiterate people who can read. That's the best way that I can describe it. And I think because I may have posted about this on Twitter, that because meaning is like we're at a time of like semantic deterioration.
Mhm.
Like words don't have meaning anymore. Like people just say, it's like people are speaking different languages using the same words.
Yes, I actually um familiar relations, right? This is oh my god, what's his name? He wrote Tactus Logic, Wittgenstein.
Mm-hmm.
Wittgenstein's concept of familiar relations in words, how no one actually, no one has the same exact definition for a word. Everyone has their own slightly different interpretation, but the familiar relationship around the words and the context clues can allow us to understand. You know, like if I talk to my mechanic, I say, "Hey, the truck's not working. Is it a truck? Is it a Jeep?" It doesn't really make much of a difference because he knows I'm referring to something that has a bed.
Right.
But because of the atomized and algorithmic individual, and everything being so individualized, and this hell of the saint, the hell of this the it really is hell. If you take Peter Crave's definition of hell, or his explanation of what hell might be like, the
Mm-hmm.
absence of God, the absence of good, and the fact that if hell is like if you and I, God forbid, you and I are both in hell and we're both being tortured, we can take comfort in the torture of the other and the community that we have, and the both of the undergoing the same torments. That is a
Mm-hmm.
good that won't exist in hell. So he believes hell is it's a pure solitary confinement of the mind, where there is no body, there is no rest. It's just you alone for eternity, where the torture is internal. That's
Mm-hmm.
kind of what people have today in the algorithmic, internalized, um, the atomized individual are driven by algorithms and their own familiar relations to words.
Mm-hmm. It
That's
literally
what
is
they're
hell.
saying. Yeah, it is
It's
literally
hell,
hell.
hell on earth. And and I think because of like this deterioration, that people are just like, I feel like it's almost like a second Tower of Babel or
Mm,
Babel, whatever. That the first time around, God just said, "Okay, different languages. You guys are speaking the same thing. That's not cool. Let's just give different languages." But now we have different languages, but people are just saying the same words. So communication is as impossible as it was in the tower. But now there's the added problem of conflict because you're just saying the same words, but they mean completely different things,
mm.
and then you're just fighting all the time.
Yeah,
So,
there's two things I want to say. One, I can't remember the exact quote or who said it, so I'm going to paraphrase it and probably butcher it. But every time God punishes us, human ingenuity goes, "I can do you one better," which is so real, unfortunately. And on the literal hell on earth, hell of the internalized, atomized individual. Not only now the Catholics, remember that we are trying to save souls, we are trying to convert people, we are trying to help people find truth, find God, find the community. Not because it's only good for them, not because it's theosis is good, not because it's good for them, not because it's a good in itself, but in a sense because we do want people to avoid hell. Not only
mhm.
are you trying to now prevent them from going to hell, you're literally rescuing them from a hell.
From hell that they are at this moment, right?
Yes, and it's there's never been. I think this might be a brave take, but the onus on individuals to be pillars of conversion and to help everyone around them, through whether it be through words, through action, through apologetics, or just a simple act of praying for those around you. The onus for converting those around you has never been more present, in my opinion.
Oh, it's insane. It's I don't remember who said this, but we're who first said it, that we're close to the early church than we were in terms of what
Oh,
the
so real.
yeah, the onus that we have, the responsibility that we have right now, it's closer to the one that the martyrs and the people being persecuted was than it is. And it's I think it was a Mexican priest who said this, but it was something that stuck. He said that in the early church we had to convert the pagan. Now we have to evangelize the baptized. Oh yeah, we yeah, we had to
So
baptize
good.
the pagan. Now we have to evangelize the baptized.
Whew.
It's
That is
su-
such a wow.
it's the best description because everyone, well, not
So
everyone,
good.
but most people are baptized, but
Mm-hmm.
they're so poorly evangelized, they're so poorly catechized that they don't
Mm-hmm.
know what that baptism means. So
Mhm.
it's like a literal inversion, like a typo, almost like a typological inversion.
Mm. So again, listeners, that is your call to action for this podcast.
Yes.
You have to be ready to. If you don't think you can answer the questions for someone has for you, you can point them to a source. You can research it yourself. But if you don't think, hey, I'm not a great speaker, I'm not a great explainer, I'm not a great teacher, you can always point them in the right direction, and you can always pray for them.
Yeah.
At the
Yep.
very least, you should be praying for those around you that they the grace of God infuses their life. At
For
the
sure.
very least, because we all need it, and I don't think besides the early church, we need it bad. So many
We
people
do.
need it.
We do.
I love how Han, besides he is a Catholic, and besides being a Catholic, he was more of a secular author and philosopher. His books
Hmm.
are so deeply religious.
There's there and it's funny because in this very chapter he has a dig at Protestants. They're like,
Yes,
huh, look
I
at you letting your
I have
Catholicism show.
he's so I've called him a crypto distributor before, but he really
Yeah,
is.
he 100% is a crypto distributist.
I have that quote right here on the Protestant. I have to say, listen, Protestant listeners, I love you. We have our disagreements, but its onus is also on you. Okay, if you live in a Protestant community, it's better than nothing. Okay, that's the least I will say. It's better than nothing.
Yeah.
Okay, you have to do it. Um, everyone does. Really, it's I can't. We all know how important it is. I don't have to tell you how important it is. You know what it is. You know how important it is. Just do it. Okay,
Hmm.
just do it. At the very least, start praying for them every day. Just pray for
Yeah,
those around you.
for
I
sure.
feel I don't. There's no way to know this for sure, but I feel like in America specifically, too many people treat prayer like a wish list for Santa,
Hmm.
and it's like I have only ever prayed for a few things in my life
Hmm.
specifically, and more times than not, the prayer was just whatever your will is, give me the strength to follow it.
Yeah.
Whatever that
Yeah.
will is, your strength. And I pray that for everyone around me. God has a plan, and I pray everyone has the strength to follow it.
Yeah.
It's
Let it be done unto me according to thy word.
Amen. Okay, here's the quote. The disenchantment of art makes it Protestant in nature. It is de-ritualized, as it were, and stripped of its blended forms. Until the end of the 1980s, the spaces in which arts were displayed still looked like Catholic churches, full of colorful forms and exuberant shapes. Since then, art societies seem to have become deeply Protestant, focusing on content and the spoken or written word.
Banger.
Bang. I really like this point here on the spoken and written word. He doesn't just mean poetry. I think he's also referring to the degenerate modern art that is absolutely nonsensical unless someone explains it.
Yeah, and he earlier in the previous paragraph he talked about the imperative of transparency foster not animosity to form, and
Mm,
later he says these suggest meaningfulness without immediately being reducible to meaning. So what he's saying is that it has a fixed meaning that has to be conveyed explicitly because the form doesn't inform doesn't yeah the form doesn't inform. It has to The message has to be transparent. The message has to be on the nose. And the comparison that I made here, it's something that I may have posted about in the past. I should write something about it. Is that Protestant films, like Christian films, was that guy from God is Dead, God is
mm,
not dead, whatever.
yeah.
They suck for the same reason woke movies suck.
Hmm.
They're stripped of magic and mystery, and because they can't allow for misinterpretation. They can't allow for you to look at something and not know what's there. They can't. It has to be transparent. So it can't. You can't make an allegory of the passion. You can't make an allegory of Job. You have to quote, oh yeah, because Paul said in Philippians that X, Y, and Z. Like I've seen scenes of like I don't see a lot of like Christian movies in that sense,
Hmm.
but the scenes that it's so like transparent. They have to say, oh yeah, I know, I just know the right Bible passage that talks about this. It's like, it's not like Tolkien, which is profoundly Christian, and but he shows, he doesn't tell. But to Han's point, that is focused on the content that is spoken and written word. The content has to be transparent. It has to be on the nose. And woke movies are like that. They have to spell out that they're against white men. They have to spell out that they're against straight, normal families. They have to spell out without the letters that they like trannies, right? They can't run the risk of being subtle or using form to convey the message, because they can run the risk of the person misunderstanding it. That's why they freak out about Starship Troopers or Warhammer 40,000, because people are not having the same interpretation as them, because it's subtle.
Yeah, media literacy just means whatever I think it is that way.
Yeah, pretty much.
I will say, know what the best Christian movie ever made was, besides like The Passion of the Christ?
What?
Book of Eli.
I've never seen Book of Eli.
Dude, you gotta watch Book of Eli.
That's about the blind guy, right?
Yes.
I know the story. I've heard about it. I have just never seen it.
You don't even realize it's a Christian movie until the very last scene.
Yeah.
The moment you realize the last scene, like, oh, everything makes sense. This is beautiful. It's so good.
See, that's everything I've heard about it, is only that it's a fantastic movie. I've just never seen it.
You gotta watch it.
You don't have to quote the Bible to have a Christian story.
There's so many great movies like that are deeply Christian without being explicitly Christian. You know, those are like the best movies.
Yeah, or Rocky, the first Rocky. It's a very Catholic movie. It's about self-sacrifice. Or there's a Serious Man. It's by the Coen brothers, and it's basically the Book of Job. It's like it's a movie about the Book of Job.
Serious Man. I'm writing it down because the Coen brothers have never made a bad movie in my opinion.
They've never made a bad movie. I think it's a Serious Man, something like that. But it's about Jewish dad who and everything in his life starts to suck, and everything happens, but it's not good. It's just L after L.
Who was the Bode told me this quote once. I can never remember who said it, but there was a Brazilian also who said, "You know how the Jews are selfish? They kept the Book of Job from everybody for like thousands of years."
I don't know who said that, but it's a banger.
That's a banger. I would say my favorite non-Christian movie is Wall-E.
Wall-E's a great movie.
It's a great movie, and apparently the director, he wanted to name Wall-E. He wanted to name Wall-E Adam, but thought it would be too on the nose. But he kept Eve, which I appreciate.
He kept Eve, yeah, for sure.
Eve, which is, it's and again the inversion of it is like it's not a plant that damns them, but it's not the tree that damns them. It's the tree that saves them. And the symbolism between there's so much symbolism in that movie, and people saw it like, oh, environmentalism. I'm like, man, you missed out on so much.
No,
that movie is so much deeper than people think it is.
Yeah, I didn't think about the tree saving them.
Dude, I have a whole essay on Wall-E. Anyone listening, I'll put it. I don't like promoting my own work because it feels cringe. I'm not like Connor who can sell his book at every opportunity. It's an impressive skill that I wish I had. But I'll put a link in the description for my Wall-E essay. That I think people would like it. It's good.
Do it.
Okay, you ready for chapter 3?
Let's go,
man. Well, chapter 3. Okay. The neoliberal imperative of optimization and performance does not allow for any completion. Everything is provisional and incomplete. Nothing is final and conclusive. It is not only computer software that is subject to this compulsion of optimization. All areas of life are subordinate to its dictates. Even education, lifelong learning does not involve completion. It amounts only to lifelong production. Oh, he's so good. He's so good.
And this is basically what you were saying about to bring back the ritual stuff. It's what you were saying about not going to mass and not feeling like the week ended. because the title of this chapter is the rituals of closure,
Mhm.
and going to mass on Sunday feels like the week is closing.
Mhm.
Feels like a ritual of closure.
Mhm.
But if you're just working and you're working, days combine and
There's
it's
a,
lifelong production.
yes, there's a. I'm gonna quote Pope Benedict here for a bit of a probably about a paragraph, but there's a reason God rested on the seventh day, and it wasn't because he was tired. Okay, that's a crucial saying. I want to read this quote here from this is from Pope Benedict in the beginning, which was his homilies on Genesis.
Mm-hmm.
The land enjoyed its Sabbath. All the days that is laid desolate is kept. Sabbath to fulfill every 70 years. Second Chronicles 36:21. What this means is that the people had rejected God's rest, its leisure, his worship, his peace, and his freedom, and they fell into slavery of activity. They brought the earth into slavery of their activity and thereby enslaved themselves. Therefore, God had to give the Sabbath, but they denied themselves in their no to the God given wisdom of freedom and leisure that departed from their likeness to God, and so did damage to the earth. Therefore, they had to be snatched from their obstinate attachment to their own work. God had to begin afresh to make them his very own. He had to free them from the domination of activity. The worship of God is his freedom, and his rest comes first. Thus and only thus can human beings truly live.
Woo.
There's
Oh,
something about Germans, man. even
yeah.
even though Byung Chul Han is Korean, he's very German.
Mm-hmm.
And there's something about Germans and the way
Yeah.
they do theological, or I would say Byung Chul Han in a sense is theological because he's re-articulating the first principles of society that has been
Yeah.
lost through these. He's diagnosing what has been lost by the loss of what the things that the first principles didn't create to. He is diagnosing those lost things, the loss of those things, the passage that they created, and trying to reconstitute the first principles.
Yes. Yes.
But
Yeah.
that's so good.
Yeah. He presents that's the thing. Talking about like, more Han more broadly, he's reverse engineering and he's presenting the things that the Catholic tradition has has established as important because that's how it's been revealed to us by God. And he's showing the mechanism behind that importance.
Mm-hmm.
Like because when 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 God rested on the seventh day, he wasn't saying what uh Ratzinger was saying, or when he said you should do these things periodically. You should rest. You should worship me on Sunday or on the Sabbath. He's not outlining the mechanism, but because of where we are, Han has to reverse engineer why that thing happens as such and why God's wisdom saw fit to make those things in such a way or to put that yearning into our hearts to have things happen in that way, right?
Mm-hmm. I will say, under Christendom, we had crypto Jews. Under neoliberalism, we have crypto Catholics. Which
That's true.
that to tell you something about the origins and the effects of neoliberalism.
Yeah.
We'll move on from that one before we get too into that kind of rabbit hole.
Yeah.
But that's a whole conversation to be had.
Yeah.
You ready for the next quote?
Yeah. Go ahead.
The excessive opening and removal of boundaries is present at all levels of society. It is the imperative of neoliberal globalization that also dissolves all closed structures in order to accelerate the circulation of capital, commodities, and information. It removes boundaries, de-sites the world, turning into a global market. A site is a form of closure. The global market is an off-site. Digital network also abolishes sites. The internet is an off-site too. It is not possible to dwell in it. We surf the net. Tourists also travel through the de-sited world. They circulate increasingly like commodities and information.
That's I made a I highlighted this section and I made a comment saying That's why women be traveling. The the narcissistic compulsion to avoid resting,
Mhm.
because they have to experience those things, and they, well, not resting, nesting,
Mm.
like, because they can't, they need to nest, but if they're in constant activity, they're not situated, they're decided,
Mhm.
as Han puts it. And I was like, that's why women be traveling.
Yeah, it's that is one thing you have to you probably for the listeners, if you're on a dating app and a woman's bio says she loves to travel, that is code for you have to take her on vacations. That's all that's code for. Is it's code for I like vacations. I need you to pay for them.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, if you can, great. But um, I'm I'm thinking about this a lot actually because so many couples go on vacations now as couples.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how two Catholics could go on a Catholic unmarried Catholic couple can go on a vacation without being in the neo-occasion of sin.
Oh no, you can't. You can't.
And I feel like yeah, it's unavoidable, but also that because that it is the expected norm now that people they travel and they form the memories on travel and they get to know the person through the road trip, through how they handle the airport. That it's like an expected norm. Like, you know, it's a new stage of the relationship that's been invented. It's like, okay, if you're dating, then you hang out at the houses, and then you go on vacation, and then there's a new. And instead of going like dating to hanging out to dating to marriage, it's now dating to hanging out to traveling to marriage. It's a
Yeah.
new step that's been instituted into like the scheme of the dating game. That is,
Right.
I don't know how a Catholic can do that without engaging in the occasion of sin.
Yeah. It's hard. The
It's,
logistics alone are nightmarish.
yeah. Especially when the passenger princesses are used to having their hand on this side the whole drive.
Yeah.
You know, it's like I'm sorry, I'm not going to do that. No, no. This is worse than premarital hand holding. Retrobate behavior. Retrobate behavior. Um, yeah, I don't know. I've been seeing a lot. Every time I read Han, I start thinking about the dating market again and the way the average person, the phenomenological mechanisms and the way the average person reacts and encounters the world, and what a terrifying realization he gives you.
Yeah.
You know, and it's just
Yeah.
like, man, he's he's not a nihilist, but damn, does he make you feel a little nihilistic? You know?
And the thing is that because he's a diagnostician, he doesn't prescribe anything. I mean, this book he kind of does, but
Mhm.
he's not a prescriber.
Yeah.
So he's just throwing these black pills at you, and he's like, deal with it.
Yeah.
You
Well,
know, all
you have to deal with them. You can't hide from the black pill. You have to accept that there are some black pills, but just
yeah,
because it's it's not a black pill is not a suicide pill. You're not giving up. You
yeah, for
know,
sure.
you have to just embody the fact. Yeah, there are some black pills out there. What are you gonna do about it? You know,
Yeah.
it's I don't know. I don't know. There's so much there.
Let me see.
You got any quotes?
Yes, I'm trying to look for it. It's right after that. Hang on. Oh yeah, so he after that he starts talking about the village, how it's like a closed order and
Mhm.
lingering as possible, and that you're if you're a tourist, you don't linger,
Mm-hmm.
right? And he says that rituals of closure stabilize the village. They produce a cognitive mapping, something that is dissolved in the course of digitization and globalization, because we lack those rituals of closure, and we lack those communal acts where, and he talks about how a community acts together, like when they're mourning, like when someone passes away in their mourning, it's not just a person who is in grief, it's a collective who is in grief, and they're partaking and they're communing through that. And later he talks about collective consciousness creates a community without communication. And the quote that I added was like, that's what it means to be Catholic, universal, because Catholic means according to the role. It's according to the whole. It's it's a shared perception. That's what it is. That's why we like church is uh I forgot what the origin, but it means congregation. It means a, a group of people. So it's not just, and to what we talked about earlier, it's not just, hey, I believe that I'm Catholic. I I I believe in the dogmas. I believe in the catechism. I say the Nicene Creed and I receive the sacraments. That's the bare minimum. That's like 101 stuff.
Mhm.
The real thing is the community.
Mhm.
It's being part of a community. It's to be in a church is to be in a community. Is to be in this embodied group where you're sharing your experience and you're sharing uh, your worldview, and that you're embodying the same thing. So you have that collective consciousness.
Mhm.
And it's beautiful because that's something that I've been striving for. He says, for the villagers, there's one story. In the Catholic, that we have one story, right?
Mhm.
Continuously repeated every year. We have the liturgical year, and the story is the world, because that story is how we see the world. And it says they do not have opinions on this, on that, but incessantly just tell one story. That's what it is to be Catholic, is to abandon our preconceived notions, or our old self,
Mhm.
and just conform to the body of Christ, that is the church. And it says, no one tries to be heard or to attract attention. Attention is primarily directed at the community itself. The
Mhm.
ritual community is a community of common listening and belonging, a community in the quiet unity of silence, where such a closeness, a primordial closeness disappears, excessive communication takes its place. Community without communication gives way to communication without community. And that was one of his most, not explicitly Catholic, but he's just outlining what the church is, not just the church from like in the terms of ecclesiology, but at the most fundamental, that's what it is. It's a community that shares a consciousness, that shares a story, and shares a way to see the world.
Yes, this is actually something Belloc and Justin talk about with distributism, is that the effects of the capitalist order would be the servile state, the
Hmm.
absence of the community, the atomization of the individual, and it's the I think Han later says in different later chapter, he says something along the lines of let me just find that quote real quick just to paraphrase it instead of paraphrasing it. No, I think the quote is actually from a later chapter we're not going to cover in this episode, so I won't quote it. But yeah, no. One thing I want to say to all that, several things I want to say to all that, but first thing I want to say is I didn't realize the importance of funerals until we didn't have one for my grandma. You know,
Mm.
I didn't realize like, oh, it just she died. We hung her at the house while we waited for them to pick up the body, and then we left,
Hmm.
and that was it. And that was something, the family bonded, but there was a real lack of a mental signifier that signified the close of a relationship.
Yeah.
It just she was here, she's not, and we continue. There was no closure. I felt like, and it
Yeah.
was I don't know. It's just it's I don't know. It was weird. It was strange. And I began to wonder how many people just don't have funerals nowadays. They just cremate the body and they go about their life. The negativity of death has to be avoided at all costs.
Yeah. It has
And
to be, it can't be confronted.
I know that church permits cremation now.
Hmm.
Um, this is probably one of the only areas where I sound like a seed. And I'm like, that was a mistake. And I'm not a mistake because the church never made the church is not the reasons they gave were good, and I think they're valid. Bodily resurrection can occur even if the body has been cremated. To me, though, the importance of the body being buried wasn't. To me, it had nothing really to do with the theological question about the resurrected body, the heavenly
Hmm.
body, or the resurrected earthly body. It had to do with It was a saying. It was a place. It was a gravestone. It was a simplifier. It was a place of remembrance where one can go to remember and have a connection to the ritual of every year of going to a gravestone, dropping off flowers.
Yeah.
That is a thing we're losing as we're becoming more and more accustomed to non-sayings.
Yeah.
That important. Like, I make a great little aside about this. You know what? One of my favorite passages in The Lord of the Rings is
What?
Gimli requesting the hair of Galadriel.
Uh-huh.
Because he says when she asks why, his answer is treasure it, become a
Yeah.
symbol of my house, and that will be brought out as a sign of goodwill between the elves and the house of Gimli.
Mm-hmm.
It's the hair itself. Really, it was the carrying the hair of a loved one is like in a sense the original photograph because it's
Yeah.
a thing you can carry that reminds you of the other. Oh, we don't. I mean, look at my wallet, man. There's no room for photographs in this.
Yeah.
There's nothing.
They're thin.
Every wallet, growing up, everyone's wallet had a slot for family photos. When you open your wallet, you could remember your family.
Yeah.
Where did you put that in this wallet? I've never ever seen a wallet in years that actually had a slot for photographs.
People people have like they don't even carry wallets anymore. They have a slot on their phone's case that they use to carry credit cards.
And they have digital picture frames that have a slideshow. I mean, my mom has a digital picture frame. I get it. I get why she likes it. She has so many photos, But it's better than sitting and watching a digital picture frame that has a slideshow that's so quick. It's like you're trying to trigger the memory of someone who has amnesia. It's sitting down with the family scrapbook, remembering when the photo was taken, when you did the scrapbook. The words written in there, the little notes in the side.
Yeah.
The actual photograph that is my family used to sit down and just flip through the scrapbook to remember things as a family, as a community, as a family, the community of the family. We would sit down and go through the scrapbooks and remember the past and think about the future and have recollect fond memories with nostalgia as a community. You can't really do that in the same way with a digital picture frame because you can't linger on the photo because the slideshow just goes to the next one, to the next one, to the next one. There's no lingering in that.
Yeah. And even on your phone, because your phone, it drives distraction. Even if you're trying to linger, if you're trying to look at that person's photo, you're just going to get distracted with a notification from Twitter.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Yeah, so everything is so disembodied that we don't have things anymore, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And it's like I think this one that has just occurred to me. Like I think Protestants, obviously, but like some Protestants or maybe most, and moderns, they don't understand relics.
Yeah.
Because everything is so disembodied that the idea of having, well, actually, never mind. They 100% understand relics. They just don't understand in the religious context. Because a while back, a coworker of mine who collects like sports cards, he gave me a sport card from a baseball player that had a piece of his jersey on it. Like he told me that they're like different. It was either a football player or a baseball player, and his card had his name and his, like whatever, and it had like a little square that was like a piece of his jersey. It's literally like a relic card.
It's like my church has a relic of Saint Faustina. We have a relic of Saint Faustina. It was a piece of her habit.
Yeah,
and we have it displayed, and it's beautiful. And it's the same thing with the baseball card, football card.
Yeah,
that is wow.
Yeah, moderns understand relics; they just don't understand it in the way that we do. But we have this need for embodied things, and we just keep ignoring them.
We are incarnational beings, and we have needs for We have a need for incarnational things, and we are slowly losing that. And I don't know. It's clearly driving people insane. It is. Look at the average person on the street with a Trans Lives Matter T-shirt, and tell me that person's not fucking insane.
Yeah. Any other in any other period of time, they'd either be considered insane or a heretic
Yes.
because they're just denying reality.
Hmm. Yeah, it's on your point about maybe Protestants or moderns really like they're all good. I think that's a good one to start making a distinction is the modernists because there are modernists who are liberal atheists and modernists who are Protestants, but they're also a good Protestants. So I think modernist is a good term.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I know I felt the exact same way about relics and saints. I remember the first essay I ever wrote. I was like 15, and I wrote an essay on why Catholics were dumb for needing things like crucifixes and rosaries because all they needed was their mind. I read it a while. I found it and reread it a while back, and I'm like, man, what an arrogant little shithead I was. Thinking I'm better than all of the Catholics because I don't need a rosary to remember God loves me. I have my memories, and it's like, wow, I wasn't. Someone should have beat my ass. I deserved an ass whooping for that one. That was.
But and yeah, you know, but even like we give things to people we love, and they carry those things. It's not like, but I know that's a view that a lot of Protestants have about physical things, right? It's a very disembodied idea, and modernity is it's increasingly more disembodied.
They're de-ritualized. They slowly become de-bodied, and then we see that effect in modern Protestants now, who literally, I mean, I saw. I'm not even going to use the word pastor. I saw a person standing up saying, "We were supposed to read about these Bible verses today, referencing stuff from St. Paul," and said, "But I'm not sure how to tell you about them because I'm not even sure they should be included in the Bible."
Oh, I saw
And
that.
I was like, I will fight you to the death right if you insult St. Paul one more time.
That was unbelievable. That was unbelievable.
The St. Paul slander. There are, I mean, I know so many Protestants who have literally like cut St. Paul out of their Bible. And it's like,
Really?
I want to fight you right now because how dare you cut St. Paul? St. Paul is my second favorite apostle. He's tied with St. John.
He's good.
He's so good. Anyone listening, I know NT Wright can be cringe, and he's very cringe most of the time. His
Mm-hmm.
biography of St. Paul is one of the best biographies I've ever read. It's incredible. It's a pure historical account of St. Paul's life, what we know of the Bible and what we know about people at the time. And
Mm-hmm.
it's
Oh,
so
that
many.
sounds good.
Dude, I'll tell you one thing from it real quick because it's so good. There was apparently a very popular Jewish style of prayer at the time of St. Paul where you would pray a psalm repeatedly, and the hope would be that God would appear before you as a bright light and give you your vocation. And St. Paul was from an area where that was very, very popular. And so N.T. Wright theorizes that on the road to Damascus, it was very likely St. Paul was praying the Psalms, waiting for a great white light to appear before him and give him a vocation.
Oh, that's so cool.
It makes the entire thing even cool. It's already one of the coolest parts of the Bible, in my opinion, but it makes it even
Yeah.
cooler now.
It
It's like,
makes
oh,
it
God appeared to him in the mode of the Jewish prayer that Paul knew and appeared before him, like, hey, you ready for your vocation, Paul? Stop
yeah.
persecuting me. Like, oh.
Oh man, that's so cool because and it's almost like he planted the seed of that practice in that
Yes.
region where St. Paul would be, just so St. Paul would be doing it at the moment he needed to be doing it. It's like, oh my Lord, he's so
It's
good.
again, anyone listening, N.T. Wright's book on Paul. I know N.T. Wright is cringe, he has his problems, but his historical work on Paul, St. Paul, is so good. And the audiobook is also fantastic. I recommend it to everybody. It was in my top 3 books of the year. It was like the Sword and Scimitar by Raymond Ibrahim, Conquistadors by Hernando Caveras, and N.T. Wright's Paul were my top 3 books
Mhm.
of that year. They were all incredible. I recommend that book to everybody. Okay, I think we're down for chapter 5. No, wait, hold on.
No.
We got one more page. This is a quote. This is the part where I said I have to read like a page or two from Han because it's just there's no way to get around it. You have to just read the several pages here.
Mm-hmm.
So everyone buckle up for a long read from page 43 to the end of the chapter, which is page 46. Where am I at here?
Though, is that on chapter 3 or 4?
Chapter 4.
Okay.
Work has capitalism is often interpreted as a religion. However, if religion is understood in terms of wisdom has something that binds, then capitalism is anything but a religion because it lacks any force to assemble, to create community. Money by itself has an individualizing and isolating effect. It increases my individual freedom by liberating me from my personal bond with others. I can have someone else work for me by paying her. And this avoids entering into a personal relationship. And what is essential, you can stop me anytime if you want to have comments, by the way.
Yeah, sure.
And what is essential to relationship is essential to religion is contemplative rest. But this is the antithesis of capital. Capital never rests. It is its nature that it must always work and continue moving. To the extent that they lose the capacity for contemplative rest, humans conform to capital. The distinction between the sacred and profane is also an essential characteristic of religion. The sacred unites those things and values that give vitality to a community. The formation of a community is its essential trait. Capitalism, by contrast, erases the distinction between the sacred and the profane by totalizing the profane. It makes everything comparable to everything else, and thus equal to everything else. Capitalism brings forth a hell of the same. It's always so good, man. The religion of Christianity is to a large extent narrative. Festivals such as Easter, Whitsun, and Christmas are key narrative moments within an overall narrative which provides meaning and orientation. Every day is given a narrative tension, is made meaningful by an overall narrative. Time itself becomes narrative. But that is meaningful. Capitalism lacks narrativity. It does not narrate anything. It merely counts. It deprives time of all meaningfulness. Time is profaned, reduced to labor time. Thus, all days resemble each other. He just summed up everything we talked about for like the past hour.
Yeah. Yeah, and he has such a, his understanding is so precise that this couldn't have come from an atheist, and it couldn't have come from a Protestant, because he has such a like a sacramental view of things.
Yes,
like, because he's seeing reality as unfolding something that is larger. Like, he's not divorcing reality from, like, when he's saying that it's to the festivals and how the liturgical year and the seasons, Easter, Whitsun, and Christmas, and all that are narrative moments. He's talking about, it's almost like where he's acknowledging the like history of salvation as it happens when you're thinking about it, right? As it happens in time.
Yes.
And that's the sacramental of your reality, that salvation is happening in reality. It's happening as we speak, and that life is infused with meaning because God is still acting in the world. It's not separated.
Yes, people who it is shocking to me how little he is discussed by right-wing thinkers, and it's exclusively, like, I've looked for it. This is the only channel I can find on YouTube that is all right-wing and reviewing Han. Everyone else is a leftist. Like, I don't really know how a leftist can read this kind of paragraph. You know?
Yeah.
I don't know how they would even understand this paragraph.
Yeah, they may think he's because when I see it, leftists or atheists engaging with Han, almost seems like they're confused. He's talking about Christianity almost like a stand-in for like Eastern spirituality and that kind of stuff, like kind of like New Age. But he's not. He's talking about like very orthodox stuff.
Yes. Yeah, they impart more onto him than I think he would appreciate
Yeah.
personally.
Yeah.
He's favorite living also. I'll say it.
Yep. All right, go on.
By creating capitalism and religion, Agamben puts pilgrims and tourists on the same plane. To the faithful, the temple, the pilgrims who would travel across the earth from temple to temple, from sanctuary to sanctuary, correspond today the tourists who restlessly travel in a world that has been abstracted into a museum. In reality, pilgrims and tourists belong to entirely separate orders. Tourists travel through non-sites, emptied of meaning, while pilgrims are bound to sites that assemble and connect human beings. The assembly is the characteristic trait of sites. The site gathers onto itself supremely and in the extreme. Its gathering power penetrates and pervades everything. The site, the gathering power, gathers and preserves all it has gathered, not like an immense encapsulating cell, but rather by penetrating with its light all it has gathered, and only thus releasing it into its own nature. A church is also a place for assembly. Synagogue is derived from the Greek syngon, meaning like symbolum, to bring together. A church is a site where religious rituals are performed in common. That is, where together with others one pays attention to the sacred. Religion is religiare. It is the same at the same time religiare, a being attentiveness, attentive. In this way, the temple differs from the museum. Museum visitors and tourists do not form communities. They are masses of crowds. Sites, too, are profane. They are reduced to sites. Here sites is first site
Yeah.
is SITE, second site is SIGHT.
Beautiful. Translator did a beautiful job here.
Yes, he did. To have seen in the formula of consumption relating to religiare, it does not indicate a deep form of attention. A site differs fundamentally from the site, which shines true what is assembled and releases it onto its own nature. Sites do not possess the deep symbolic power which creates a community. Sites that are places one passes by. They do not permit any lingering or staying. In the face of the intensifying compulsion of production and performance, finding a way to make a different, playful use of life is a political task. Life regains its playful element when it relates to itself instead of subordinating itself to an external purpose. What must be won back is contemplative rest. It is our life. If our life is deprived of all its contemplative elements, we become suffocated by our own activity. The fact that contemplative rest, silence, is essential to religion is suggested by the existence of the Sabbath, and the way religion is diametrically opposed to capitalism. Capitalism dislikes silence. Silence be a degree of zero production, and in the post-industrial age, the degree of zero communication.
Banger.
Man, is he good. This literally hours of content can be literally hours of conversation between you and I can be produced
For sure.
from
For
that
sure.
one passage. It's
For sure.
so much there. I mean, let me find the exact here. What is it? The part yep. The face of intensifying compulsion of production performance, finding a way to make difficult it finds a way to make a different, playful use of life as a political task. Yes, it is. We have to this is something Paul Fahrenheit said a while ago that I really thought was insightful for so many different reasons than just the reason he said it. But political movements require women, not just in the fact that one, the men need to meet women in order to pass on the political ideas, but also because women are the ones that teach the children the political ideas through the way they behave in the family. But also, I want to say it, women are better at play than men.
Oh yeah,
They are much better at playing than men. In some sense, maybe they play too much because like, what was it? There's a quote a while back was like, once you realize women like to be treated as children, and they prefer it, everything makes more sense. I saw this funny TikTok. A girl was like a taller girl, like probably 4 years old. She's crying in the back seat, and the dad's like, "What's wrong?" He goes, "I'm hungry." She goes, "What do you want to eat?" He goes, "I don't want to tell you." And it's like, wow, that is an ingrained thing, and I cannot understand it at all. That makes zero sense to my masculine rational brain. But that is like a political order. Men want to be serious. They want to have the serious conversation and focus. Even all leisurely activities of smoking a pipe and a cigar around the fire, what are we doing? We're not engaging in play. We are engaging in serious conversation.
Mm-hmm.
We're playful about it, sure, but we're still engaged in serious conversation.
Right, right.
And this is something. That's one reason why you need women is that you need the play. The playfulness of a woman is erotic, not in like the modern sexual sense, but in the Greek sense that it's
Mm-hmm.
pointing towards eros.
Mm-hmm.
And this is something Belloc says in his one of his letters. He wrote about one of Belloc's kids wrote this in her diary about ZK Chester that whenever he came over to visit the house, he would routinely get on all fours and play with the children and give them more piggyback rides.
Mm-hmm.
That he was just great at play. He would apparently he would leave Belloc to go have tea parties with the children.
That's funny. That's very own character, very own brand.
Yes. Which is Chesterton's work is a playfulness that everything Chesterton wrote. He was a master of play.
Yeah, there was a lot of levity. That's why I like Chesterton, because he's not a heavy writer. There's always you can tell that there's like not a joke, but it's
jovialness.
Yes, jovialness. That's a good word. And women are good at play, probably because they need to be because of children and all that.
Mm-hmm.
And he talks about playfulness, and because the fellas we are very serious and we take things very seriously, that we forget that we have to play.
Mm-hmm.
Right, that we have we need leisure. And I made a note here that he's basically talking about the death of whimsy.
Yeah. Oh, yes. The death of whimsy. We need to bring whimsy back.
Yeah, it's just about the levity and almost the impulsiveness of doing something because you want to, and because it's joyful, not because it's like. And that's something that I took a note and forgot where, that about eccentricity. Oh yeah, it was in the section that he talks about authenticity. And I think in his framework, if authenticity and eccentricity are two different things, because eccentricity is very unrelated to production. Actually, eccentricity is probably contrary to production, because it's like Diogenes. Like he was eccentric and he could not produce.
No. Yeah, he produced nothing but banger quotes.
Nothing but banger quotes, that's for sure.
And even though I don't always agree, I think I'm not a big fan of Diogenes personally. I think he only has one good quote.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, no, I will tell you about it. There's two good quotes. It's the if I was not Diogenes, if I was Alexander, I would want to be Diogenes too.
Mm-hmm.
That one was great. And then his when he told Alexander, you're blocking my son, which is
beautiful. It's my favorite. That's my favorite.
Also, I love that Alexander the Great was kind of like, that guy's cool as hell.
Yeah.
That's the people. I really feel like that's one mystery that's always like left out of Alexander the Great, is he was trained by Aristotle, and the season he had for philosophy is underrated when discussing his greatness.
Yeah, people focus too much on the military genius and not the book smarts genius.
Yeah. Yes, like I mean, you want. I mean, the whole tangent I want to go into it now, but I'm going to hold myself back because we have to focus on Han. But the importance of play. It's. I'll give an example right from my job. Like my job requires a lot of walking. Walking deep into the woods to find property corners, and if I'm real lucky, we'll come across like a river or a creek or a ditch that we can't cross because it's too deep or too steep or something, or the water's too deep. And it is my favorite part of the job when I am literally paid to climb trees across rivers. It is the most fun part of my day because we're immediately the guy who's like 55 years old is like giggling like a child as he climbs a tree again. And he has a big smile on his face, and everyone's just playful and everyone's having a great time. It's like we're all working, we're all sweaty, we're all miserable. Our feet hurt, but we're playing as we go about the job because we have an opportunity for play. This is the simple play of climbing a tree. It's so important. The levity of play is so important and necessary. And you really can't, again, play is antithetical to capitalism because if you're playing, you're not producing.
Yeah, it's not productive.
It's not productive. And you need play has to arrive from stillness. You have to be able to break yourself out of the mode of constant consumption and constant production from being the burnout achievement subject Han speaks about. You have to be able to, I wrote an essay a while back, and it was pursuit of fairyland, or pursuit of mental wandering. The importance of resting the mind is like if we have sleep is necessary for the body to rest. We need to have boredom to rest the mind.
To rest the mind,
yeah, and that's the mental contemplation is a way to fairyland, mental wandering, daydreaming. These are all things I feel like. And people nowadays, they say, oh, you mean maladaptive daydreaming? That's like a mental illness. It's like, shut the hell up. Okay?
Yeah.
I would not be labeled mentally ill for imagining a sick-ass sci-fi universe in my mind. Okay? Shut the hell up.
And that's the thing because if you're daydreaming or if you were thinking about the latest Marvel movie or the latest, latest Predator movie, Marvel is out. But if you're thinking of the latest slop, that's not bad. But if you're daydreaming about something else, if you're thinking, then it's bad, right? It's or if you're thinking about work, it's fine. But it all hinges on utility and how it can be used for. It's the LinkedIn brain.
Yes.
It's the LinkedIn brain.
What a psychopathic website.
It's insane. I have to use it for work sometimes, and it's like these people are unhinged. These people are sad. What a sad existence.
Out of the people you see on LinkedIn, how many of them should lose their right to vote?
All of them.
Amen.
Probably including myself.
I mean, I'm all for losing the right to vote. I think we all used to be anarchists here. Voting is dumb as hell. We all know it. Democracy sucks.
Dude, I really want them to pay people to stop voting because that would disenfranchise a lot of people, which would be great. But also because of you getting some money out of it.
Yeah.
I'll be the first in line. If they're paying, oh yeah, we're gonna pay you $5,000 yearly if you don't vote. I'm like, oh yes, sign me the fuck up.
Absolutely, I would happily. No, I mean, this is a problem we're dealing with in Florida, is because this is my biggest critique of the American federalist system. We have no way to preserve the state borders against foreign invaders. And by foreign invaders, I mean Californians and New Yorkers.
In New York. Oh, dude. With the Muslim who won in California, in New York, I just expect the influx of New Yorker transplants in the next year.
We're only taking the Irish and the Italians. That's my policy. We'll take them. I don't want anybody else.
Yeah.
We have enough Cubans. Okay, we have enough Cubans. We don't want any more. We're just taking it's and there's no real mechanism to stop it. If you try to get a law passed in Florida saying, hey, you have to own property for a minimum of 5 years in order to gain the right to vote,
it's gonna have to happen eventually.
That's something that the American system really needs to get figured out. Is how do we? Yeah, it's one of the founders could not have envisioned a country falling to this degree. George Washington was like explicitly like political parties don't do that, never do that, and now we have a political party dominated culture. That is, if politics is war by other means, we have invaders moving in.
Yeah,
and there's nothing we can do to stop it. That's I don't even know what. Yeah, I don't know how you get moving on any kind of process of stopping that, but that has to be stopped.
Yeah, because it's such a, I don't even know where to start because there's no neat, beautiful, clean solution.
Yeah.
Because if we start throwing money at people, have you heard the story of the snakes in India? Like,
The snakes in India. No,
yeah, like
I
okay,
mean,
so,
hey, there are snakes in India. If you know what I'm saying.
okay, so the when India was a colony of the British, they had a problem with snakes, with cobras or something. So the colonists, they put bounties on snakes. They say, okay, so if you bring me a dead snake, I'm gonna give you X money, like $10, whatever.
Mm. And
And then people started breeding snakes at home and bringing them the to the crown people, right? To the colonists. And they were like, okay, yeah, those people are just breeding snakes. They're not
they're making
capturing snakes.
they're making the
They
problem
have
worse.
they have snake farms. So like, no, we're no longer gonna pay bounties for snakes. And what did people do? They just released the snakes and made the problem even worse. So if we start throwing money at illegals so they leave the country, they're going to attract people. They're going to attract illegals who want that one in a lifetime money just so they can go back. So it's like the snakes in India, the snake bounties.
You know, in India, they have to subsidize the population when they put a toilet in, not to destroy the public bathrooms.
They what?
Yeah, the Indian government would put in like public restrooms, and then the Indians would destroy them all. And so they had to start bribing the citizens not to destroy the public bathrooms. And the moment they say they did it for like a few years, and okay, they're used to the bathrooms, now we can stop paying them. The moment they stop paying them, they destroy the bathrooms again.
Oh my lord!
Mm-hmm. Real quick, Cato, do you know where the word "sug" comes from?
Sug?
Sug, like Thug.
Oh, thug. No.
It comes from India, the Suggi, which was an Indian gang that would kidnap people and slit their throats and sacrifice them to Vishnu.
Holy cow! I had no idea.
Yep. The word Sug comes from Indians. The generic word for a delinquent member of society that commits crime, India.
Oh my gosh! I had no idea.
Yeah, it's the Indian rabbit hole is dark and depressing,
Oh,
and it only goes
dude.
deeper. It only
Oh,
gets deeper.
dude. I went down the rabbit hole a while back to understand why they are the way they are, and that's the one thing I didn't know, but everything else
You realize why God trapped them behind the Himalayas for so long. It's I can't go on that rabbit hole anymore. I'm just, it's depressing. And then you have the guy running for governor of Florida who wants to make Florida financial capital of the world and import like 1 million H-1B visas.
H1 Byron.
H1 Byron. Gotta hope that Fistback guy wins. Whatever he
Oh,
needs from me. Whatever he
me
needs
too.
from me, I'm with him.
Dude, I'm this close to sending an email to his campaign once he announces it officially, just to say, hey, I'm your guy. Anthony Sabatini. Anthony Sabatini. His office, his lawyer's office, is like 3 blocks from my place. If he's involved with Fishback's campaign, I'm just gonna go there and knock on the door and say, hey, I'm your guy. I want to help. Yeah.
Listen, a Brazilian knocking on the door saying, I'm your guy, whatever you need. It could be a red flag for some politicians. The Miller energy is going to start coming out. No, the moment he announces, I'm like, how do I sign up to help?
Yeah, for sure.
I've never signed up for a campaign to help out before, but
Me
whatever
neither.
that man needs, I am there.
Yeah, I'm his guy. He's
I am
really
ready.
good. He's really good.
This podcast is on Fistback's side. Whatever he needs, we're here for you, buddy.
I'm Fishback's strongest fisherman.
That's the meme. We're gonna have to start percolating that one around, because that's a great one. Okay, last chapter for the night, and then we gotta wrap it up. It's Aren't you glad we decided not to do the whole book in one setting?
Yeah,
It's 10:30. If we went the whole night, we'd be going to a probably one.
one easily.
Easily. This is okay. Chapter 5: The Game of Life and Death. I only have 2 quotes here because this one he mostly talked about a movie I haven't seen. And so I might watch the movie before next week's recording just to see if I can have any more comments about it. But
Oh yeah, that's a good idea.
he picks some weird movies, man. He picks like, what was the movie in Agony of Eros in the opening about the moon?
It was Melancholia.
Yeah,
Lars von Trier's Melancholia.
First of all, I saw an interview with that guy where he's like, I understand Hitler, I understand the Nazis, and he has a German accent, and it's the funniest interview. Incredible guy. Just from that interview alone, I love the director already. But
his movies are traumatizing.
Yeah, that's what I picked up. I saw the one about the guy going to hell. What was it called? What was the movie called? I gotta look it up real quick because it's gonna bother me if I don't. What was the director's name again?
Lars von Trier.
The House that Jack Built.
Oh, I haven't seen that. I
You
heard
wanna talk
about it.
About a disturbing film. I'm not even gonna. That's a movie I can't even begin to articulate why it's. Oh my God, he made Nymphomaniac.
Yeah. Antichrist.
Yeah,
Antichrist.
This guy, he's one of those directors where his movies are so disturbing but so impactful. You question is like, is this grace or the devil? You know, he walks that line of an autistic genius, and you're like, man. Sometimes I think you're a genius. Sometimes I think you're possessed. And there's some there's a line from Pirates of the Caribbean where someone says to Jack, "I can't tell if he's a genius or insane," and he says, "It's amazing how often those two things overlap." That's a great line for the movie itself, but that's a very true sentiment that the two
it is
the opposite dichotomies overlap sometimes, and the greatest of the greats have that dichotomy that overlaps.
It's like the bell curve meme where the retards and the super geniuses are the same.
Yes.
Yeah,
absolutely that meme. I saw the cast list for Melancholia. I'm like, man, that's a very respectable cast. Kirsten Dunst, Kiefer Sutherland, John Hurt. This movie can't be that weird. And then I watched some clips and I'm like, no, I don't even want to. No, I can't even begin to understand this film.
It's insane.
That is something that that's something that German filmmakers make no sense to me. I'll be honest. They are I can understand the French movie Cigarettes and Rape. That's a French film. German films. They all made a Faustian bargain. There's the Goethe influence on German literature and filmmaking is anyone listening, go read The Earl King from Goethe and tell me you're not chilled to the fucking bone.
Germans are weird because they're very intense.
Yeah.
They're very intense, but they're not intense like the Japanese, because the Japanese are very intense as well, but they're intense in very different ways.
Yes, it's again, the Germans are a people I have had conflicting views on throughout my entire life, and I don't think I'm ever going to come to a firm conclusion on them at all. I don't think it's possible. I don't think they've come to a firm conclusion on themselves yet. You know, it's fascinating people. But Han is very German, even though he's Korean. He's very, very German, and anyone listen, go watch his documentary on burnout in Korea, and you'll see what I mean by how German he is. There's like a 5-minute shot of a beetle crawling over a gravestone. Only a German would think that was good.
Yeah.
Only a German. And I'm watching man, is this like a philosophical point about people getting bored of this scene? Is a point of like the constant consumption? Is he making some like 4D chess move about the stillness of this one shot as like a overlying point about the need for constant consumption and the dopamine rushes of the brain rot, or is he just being German? It could really be either way, or it could be both. It could absolutely be both.
Yeah.
It's probably both. Anyway, first quote from chapter 5. This is a great one. A society of production is dominated by a fear of death. Capital acts like a guarantee against death. It is imagined to be accumulated time. Infinite capital creates the illusion of infinite time. Capital works against death has an absolute loss. And people might say, well, how does that work? How does capital? Everyone knows we're gonna die. I really, if anyone can tell you that's fucking. Sorry, trying to stop cussing so much. If anyone can tell you that's bullshit, to me, bullshit is not a cuss word. If anyone tries to tell you that everyone knows we're gonna die, look at the reactions to COVID and tell me you think that's still the case.
No, it's or the taboos around like suicide. Oh, sorry, around that about unaliving.
I'd rather get demonetized and say that word.
Yeah,
I'm not even monetized on this channel anyway. I'd rather get the channel taken down than say that word.
Yeah, even the taboos around suicide or the desperation around COVID. It's like it's a fear of death that, and it's insane because it's not a fear of death because they're afraid of going to hell because they don't believe in hell. It's simply
the ultimate FOMO.
Yeah, it's the ultimate FOMO.
It's honestly it's pathetic, terrifying, and tragic all at once.
Mm-hmm.
And anyone who's listening, just thinking, I know we still have some libertarian listeners. I know we have some Austrian economist listeners who are probably, bristling at these critiques of capitalism because, like, you want poor people to have less stuff. It's like, if that's just making them worse people. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I will happily say if the prosperity is making the poor people worse off, then yes, I want them to have less stuff if it means they'll be better off. I'd much rather people be virtuous than prosperous. And the
100%.
virtue would lead to a real prosperity, not this manufactured prosperity of constant goods and consumption.
Yeah, prosperity is not consumption. Yes. And it's and poverty is not in of itself. I mean, it's bad. It's not fun. Being poor is not fun. Not being able to put food on your table is not fun. It's not good.
I've been there. My Alaska, I was poor as hell in Alaska. I was.
Yeah. It's not,
dude. Shout out to Jeremy. Shout out to Jeremy. That his family helped me out so much while I was up there in ways he has no idea. Shout out to Jeremy.
Yeah, he's good, but I think people have like this focus on prosperity, sees poverty as something that is unimaginable, unthinkable, and that is impossible to be happy or to have joy when you're poor. That is just, it's very hedonistic, right?
Mm-hmm. I always say people when they start trying to say you want to get rid of poverty, I say you want people to be poor. I just want to say it's easier for a poor man to get into heaven than a rich man to get, for a camel to get to the eye of the needle.
Exactly.
And I can't remember exactly who said it, but it's such a Chestertonian line. The Bible verse is, it is easier for a rich man. How does it go? It is easier for a camel to pass through the eye of a needle
than a rich man go to heaven.
And the solution to that has been rich people have been trying to genetically engineer smaller camels and manufacture larger needles. That's a great one. But the people who maybe are not reading this way too literally, if death is something that is constant, that is ever increasingly closer to us, then wealth allows you to pay others to do the labor you do not wish to do, freeing up your time to do what you want to do rather than what you have to do, and in a sense staving off the fear of death. It's like, oh, death is coming. Say I know I'm going to die in 40 years. I'm going to die in 40 days. In 40 days, I'm going to die. and I have enough money to pay someone to go to my job for me for 40 days. And yeah, I'm in a sense I've created more time for myself by alleviating the time I had to spend laboring.
Mm-hmm.
And so in a sense I've staved off death by manufacturing more time by offshoring my labor to others.
Sure.
To put it in terms the hyper autistic listener might understand better. Any comments on that one before we move on to the last quote of the night?
No. Go ahead.
Okay. Today, to live means merely to produce. Everything moves from the sphere of play to that of production. We are all workers and no longer players. Only weak play is tolerated. Life is subordinated to the dictates of health, optimization, and performance. Comes to resemble mere survival. It lacks splendor, sovereignty, intensity. The Roman poet Julius put it best when he said, "Proper vitam videri pravi causus," which I actually need to Google the translation for real quick.
Mm-hmm.
So type that into the computer real quick. To destroy the reasons for living for the sake of life. Oh, that's so good. To destroy the reasons for living. That was COVID. That was the entire COVID.
Yes. I remember, I think it may have been, speaking of libertarians, I think it may have been something I saw in Tom Woods saying that COVID people were focused on surviving, not living during COVID. It may have been there that I saw someone make that distinction that COVID people were so afraid of death that they were forgetting to live.
Yes.
So they were surviving, and that's Hans' bare life.
Yes. Yeah, bare life is another great concept that he uses often. Let me actually I have a quote here above explaining bare life because it comes up quite a bit in Hans' work because he riffs off Agamben a lot, and a lot of people don't know who Agamben is. Which is I think is unfortunate because he's a really interesting Italian philosopher.
Mm-hmm.
Let me find the explanation over here. Nope, that's not it.
It took me a minute to understand what bare life is.
Oh, did I not save the quote? I lost the quote on bare life. Okay, I'll put it the best I can from memory. Bare life is a life absent of it's mere survival.
It's mere survival,
It's
yeah.
mere survival. You know, it's a life removed of any splendor, of any beauty, of any joy. It is the life of Darwin's subject. You know, it is just pure survival mechanisms.
It's the state of nature.
Yes. Now, Han made me realize the Darwinist-esque nature of capitalism, and I often wonder if that was like if those were to say if that's a coincidence, or if the Industrial Revolution was emerging around the same time as Darwinism, and that the overlap and the emergent phenomenon created a familiar relation of language and how people see the world. And so, in a sense, the market operated as the state of nature, in which the strong survive and the weak perish, and every action must be accounted for and means preserving one's race. And so you have these things where people like, well, you can account for Shakespeare, but he wanted to be immortal, so he created great works of writing, so he could live forever in his writing. And it's just a denigration of anything great to a concept of, well, it's a biological imperative for survival. And it just boils everything down to this Darwin-esque view. You know what? I'm going to quote it real quick. It's so good. Give me a second. It's so good. I have to quote it. Let me find the quote. Where's the chapter? It's in chapter 7, page 73. You found the quote. This is from this is a quote from Yaki.
Okay.
Darwin, back to Calvin, is quite clear. Calvinism is a religious interpretation of the survival of the fittest idea, and it calls it fit the elected. Darwinism makes the election process mechanical, profane, instead of theological, religious. Selection by nature instead of elected by God. It remains purely English, and the process of the national religion of England was an adaptation of Calvinism.
Ooh.
And then this last one here. Actually, all the techniques of Darwinism evolution are simply tautological. Tautological. Thus, within the species is an individuals which have a predisposed to adapt themselves to the adaptation that presupposes adaptation. The process of selection affects those specimens with definite attributes, which makes them worthy of selection. In other words, they have already been selected. Selection presupposes selection. The problem of descent in Darwinism's picture is treated as finding the interrelations of the species. Having assumed the interrelationship, it then finds they are interrelated and proves the interrelationship. Thus, the descent presupposes descent.
Oof.
Yeah, every once in a while, I gotta just grab a Yaki. Like, no, Yaki talked about this, and it's incredible. Yeah, but listen, I bet you weren't expecting a Catholic Byung Chul Han Yaki crossover today, were you? But you never saw that coming. Guess what? All three of them were Catholic. That's all we got for the first part. We're not going to wrap it up really because I'm just going to add this into the second part. But do you have any final thoughts you want to say on chapter 5?
I think we covered it pretty well when we were talking about play, and how play is not productive, so it's not going to be it's not going to be something that neoliberalism is going to be happy with. I think we covered what I wanted to cover in this chapter.
I have one more thing I want to say. Playing video games is not play.
Ooh.
It's consumption.
Oh, it's 100% consumption.
It's consumption. It's fun. It's a fun activity. Going wrong. I love my games. I love Civ 6. I love Ghost of Tsushima, Call of Duty, not the new ones, obviously. Like, it is a fun activity. And you can't have semblances of play when you have a community of guys coming together to play Battlefield 6 as a team. You know, that it can be a sense of play, but only if it's communal. If it's a single player game, it is not play, it is consumption. It may be relaxing consumption, it may be story-driven consumption, and once you feel just you're accomplishing things, but it is not play, it is consumption.
It is consumption for sure.
I would double down on the importance of D&D as a means to fight back against the neoliberal consumption mode, because there is nothing productive about D&D.
Yeah,
it is pure play.
It is pure play.
The Dungeon Masters out there, you are waging a wizard war against neoliberalism. Congratulations.
I was actually talking about this with my boss's son, because he was asking me what kind of stuff I was into, and I've been getting into Warhammer lately. Be reading the books and learning the lore, and I'm gonna get the miniatures and start painting. And I was telling him that it's different than video games because it's a hobby that you have to get the miniatures and you have to paint them, and you have to build your army, and in order to play you have to go somewhere. It's not even like D&D that you can play through Discord. In order to play Warhammer, you have to go to the game store and see real people with a real person in front of you. And I was like, oh, this is different, and this is why it's such a good hobby. That it is consumption, just like D&D need the books as well. But there's
and we're live for the Servile Age, continuing our discussion of the Disappearance of Rituals from Byung Chul Han. I'm here with Cato. Cato, how you doing?
I'm doing fantastic. How are you tonight?
I am doing great. For anyone that's tuning in, this is part 2 to a previous recorded podcast that I have not edited and uploaded yet. So this will be up for today. It'll go down. I'll upload part 1, then I'll re-upload part 2, which would be this episode later. So if you catch it while it's live, great. If you miss out, you missed out. But let's just get right into it, because this is part 2, continuing where we left off. Let's just hop right into us in the first quote. Oh, for anyone who doesn't know, with Han, you can't really just commentate and talk. You have to kind of do a little bit of exegesis. You have to read him directly and then commentate on those quotes directly. doing anything else would cheapen Han or miss a crucial point. And so this is gonna be a long form focused deep dive on Byung Chul Han. So just if you're interested, have the patience to sit through it. If you're not interested, you're lost. You're gonna miss out. But Chapter 5, A Game of Life and Death. The society of production is dominated by the fear of death. Capital acts like a guarantee against death. It is imagined to be accumulated time. Infinite capital creates the illusion of infinite time. Capital works against death, has absolute loss. Fantastic quote. Great opening. Anyone who sings like, oh, that's people are going to hear that and probably take it way too literally.
Mm-hmm.
But I want to point out how many people are trying to do that biohacking thing to live forever.
Yeah, Brian Johnson.
Yeah, that's the guy's name. But what a weirdo. The more I look into that guy, the more I'm like, when his girlfriend does leave him, it's going to be...
he's going to crash out so bad, dude.
He's going to crash so hard. And it's going to be... I don't like Loghouse because I feel terrible watching them, but I have watched the entire Chris Chan documentary on YouTube. So I can't really say anything. I am looking forward to this man's crash out.
Oh, it's going to be epic.
Doesn't he also inject his son's blood into him?
Yeah, he did that at some point.
I don't know what's worse, that or the cardiovascular guy he takes a hammer to his own bones.
Oh yeah. Oh my gosh. That's
worse here, Cato?
I don't know. Like they're just two different opposite. Well, they're on the same end of a crazy spectrum, but it's just.
Someone said the facial mogging say when you use a hammer to adjust your own bones is transcoded.
No, it is entirely transcoded. Like when I saw when the whole clavicular stuff started showing up, I was like, "This is a male to male transgender person." Like he ruined it. Like he's a eunuch. Like he literally destroyed his gonads with hormones. Like a dude who takes hormones to grow boobs, he destroyed his testes with hormones so he looks manly. It's like,
what's the point of looking manly if one can't actually reproduce?
Yeah, if you can't be a man. Like,
yeah,
not to
say that those who can't
exactly, yeah,
naturally, but this to do willfully. I mean, we all judge orders in the church fathers if we move in his own testicles for a reason. He went a little too far.
Yeah, and that's what he did. But he didn't. However, his faults in castrating himself for origin, he at least was trying to. He was aiming at something that was not himself. Clavicular, he's just doing it out of vanity. It's like it's suicide.
Yeah, it's dying unto self in the opposite meaning of everything that's supposed to mean.
Yeah,
it's honestly, I will say, I will have to give the guy a little bit of props because he ran a stalker attacked him while he was on the road and he ran the dude over. And then he went to the club that night and flirted with women, saying, "I just ran a dude over in my car," and it worked. So I will have to give him some credit because game recognized game.
Yeah, of course.
That's kind of
not all bad, but
it's not all bad, But it's such a weird. But back to got a little tangent again there. But it's a quote here. What is money? Right. One way to think of money is that it is the physical representation of time spent.
Mm-hmm.
You work 10 hours, you get this much money. You're exchanging this money for someone else who works a certain amount of hours to create something you're trying to buy. And so if money represents time spent, then accumulated money represents time saved.
Right.
So the infinite accumulation of capital will lead to the infinite time, which obviously can't happen, which is why I think we have such a fear of death. We have completely forgotten memento mori. No one wants to think about dying at all.
No, we're postponing death. We're not thinking of death. Like, and even on YouTube that you have to censor words about death. Like,
Yeah, unalive has been
unalive, or take some like having to use these euphemisms is just like you're avoiding a subject that is
well,
the one thing you
society
can't
was
avoid.
positivity. Yes.
Yeah, it's the regime of positivity.
What did hold on, let me find it. Where is it? Ah, Palliative Society from Byung Chul Han. This
Hmm.
one is entirely on the obsessing with positivity. Um, I mean, one of the things he doesn't say in the book, but made me I realized in reading his book is we never say someone failed at life. We say they don't succeed.
Hmm.
You know, we even wrap failure in the terms that are used to connote a positive outcome. You know, like, oh,
Hmm.
his failure is still described as positive words.
Hmm.
That's a
Because they're
insane.
because using those words implies a sort of judgment that people can't, and it's I think it's in this chapter that uh he talks about politeness and that a moralizing society is not a polite society, and that and we are a moralized society, and but we've been moralized not into virtue but moralized into compliance. So, and it's compliance with positivity, and that's why we avoid negative neg- speaking negatively of things, or even not using describing
It's
things in an accurate way. We're just trapped into euphemisms about euphemisms about euphemisms.
it's the idea that because the individual can shape their own life and is responsible for their own life, that if I am the what's that stupid quote that oh my god, what's the guy? He was the black guy who was arrested in Africa under apartheid.
Uh, uh,
Morgan Freeman played him in a movie.
oh my gosh,
What's his name?
Nelson Mandela.
Nelson Mandela. He's like, I am the master of my fate. I am the captain of my soul, or something like that. Um, and it's an entire culture of self-invention and self-definition.
Hmm.
And when you have that, why would you define yourself in relation to anything negative? You know, if
Right.
you can only choose the positives every time. And we talked about it last time we recorded. I think we talked about it every time we record, Han, is that people are so scared of the negative they can't even be alone with their own thoughts because the thoughts get dark. And
Yeah.
it's like, I'm sorry, how can you not encounter your own mind? How are you scared of your own thoughts? That's
Hmm.
never made sense to me. When people say, "Oh, I don't like being alone with my own thoughts because it scares me," I'm like, how are you scaring yourself? Are you? How are you? Scared means to be scared involves some element of surprise. How are you
Right.
surprised by yourself? You
Yeah.
spend
How
all
are you
day with
so
yourself.
unself-aware that you get caught by your own thoughts?
But Cato, these people spend hours a week in therapy becoming self-aware.
Right. But that's the thing. Are they really getting self-aware, or are they being injected in the whatever the therapist want them to think about themselves?
What's that quote from Lee? Being a white guy saying a white guy getting therapy just means he's paying an inordinate amount of money to be lectured to by a Biden voter.
Yeah, 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 exactly.
Something like
Yeah,
that. It's
yeah, it's something like that. I was trying to remember, but yeah, that captures
yeah.
the
So look,
quote
I'll say it plain and clear. I prefer white collars to white coats.
for sure.
Simple.
Yeah.
Simple and easy. Okay, let's get this quick quote two up here. Life becomes mere production. Today, to live means merely to produce. Everything moves from the sphere of play to that of production. We are all workers and no longer players. Only weak players tolerated. Life subordinated to the dictates of health, optimization, and performance come to resemble mere survival. It lacks splendor, sovereignty, and intensity.
Mm-hmm.
One thing I want to say on the even weak play is tolerated as long as it like subordinates itself. I
Mm-hmm.
don't know how many people. Every one of my friends eventually they get some new hobby and they love that hobby and they go, "How do I monetize this hobby into a part-time income, into a passive income?" It's like the moment you start trying to make money out of your hobby, it is no longer a hobby.
Exactly.
A hobby is leisure. A leisure requires the opposite is not working.
Yeah, that's funny because I've recently started painting Warhammer miniatures. Like I've been doing them for like 2 or 3 months. And I was talking about that with my father, and I was showing him. I was like, "Yeah, you should definitely start. thinking about how you can make money with that. I was like, it kind of came unprompted from here. I was like, that's such a slavish thing to say. That's
Yeah.
such a slavish mindset. Like
Mhm.
I'm doing this because I like it, because I like to spend 6 hours bent over a little thing of plastic just painting it because it just turns off my brain, and
Mhm.
I'm doing nothing. I'm just turning off my brain, listening to music, and doing things with my hands. It's just I don't want to make money off of this. It's not for
It's,
money. It's just to turn off my brain.
it's exactly why I canceled the Patreon for the podcast. The moment I
Hmm.
was like, "Oh, am I going to get another Patreon subscribe? Oh, I can get maybe $5 more." I'm like, hold on, no. This is fun. I like that. This is fun. If I start expecting money from this and then expecting that income, I just becomes work, and I don't want this to
Yeah.
be work. It becomes work. It becomes boring. This is
Yeah,
play.
exactly.
This is
It becomes a
intellectual play.
chore.
Yes, this is. I read these books for fun, and I talk to Cato about them or other people about them because it's fun.
It is fun,
It's fun. We
exactly.
don't
And
also we don't have pubs for me to go down to like Chesterton and Belloc and just argue with people all day. We don't
yeah,
have that in America. We have
we
media.
don't have
We have
third places
podcasts and
anymore.
bros.
Yeah. And it's funny because like when Twitter started monetizing posts, that's when quality of everything went downhill because people were just optimizing for clicks and for engagement and for getting money. And the people who only produce quality stuff are the ones that do it for the love of the game. And I think, and what I wanted to bring is that love of the game is almost like it's very Hanyan, it's very Byung Chul Han because you're doing it for leisure, you're doing it out of love because it's not yourself, it's just the thing. You want to engage with the thing with posting or making content or whatever.
Yeah. It's social media is now just it's a I'm trying to figure out a way to phrase this in a correct way. It's a slave market if the slaves were selling themselves.
Pretty much. Pretty
That's
much.
that it's it's that is one of the big things I really did. That's like of all the things I've gotten from Han, the importance of leisure and play as a means to stave off burnout. You
Yeah.
know, if everything becomes a part of your, if every single thing you do becomes part of your financial plan, your
Hmm.
everything revolves around your finances. And there's no quicker way to burn out in America today than to be only concerned with how much money you're making because it's never
Hmm.
going to be enough. It
Yeah.
will never be enough.
Yeah. It's
You want
not accepting whatever is right now, right? It's just
no.
oh money, 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 and it's what it's Han's bare life. You're
Mhm.
like slave. You're just like you're in the state of nature, except you have superabundance
Mhm.
of material goods, but you're still in the state of nature because you're only producing to consume. It's like you're living hand to mouth.
I don't know who treated it, but someone today treated Plato fair to account how cozy the cave is with Bluetooth and Wi-Fi.
That's right.
That's,
That's true. That's
that's a
true.
lot of people today who are happily in the cave because the cave has good cell reception,
Yeah.
and it's
It has easily accessible porn. It has easily accessible weed.
you can DoorDash everything. You can get.
You can
When I was
DoorDash everything.
when I was in Alaska, you could DoorDash weed and a pizza to your house. And I didn't look into it, but I would not be shocked if someone could DoorDash a sex toy. We are literally one step away from that meme of the auto masturbator with the heroin needle and the Harry Potter VR goggles.
Yeah.
We're one step away from that meme.
It's not.
It's
We're gonna be there in like 2 years.
it's no blackpilling. We gotta stay positive.
Yep.
Even though Han does not really help with that, I don't think
No.
he's not a nihilist like Nick Land is, but he's very melancholic about the future.
Yeah, I think he's melancholic. He he's very. He's like a gray pill.
Mm,
It's like not a white pill. It's not. You're not gonna come out with a lot of hope, but you're not gonna come out with a lot of. It's like okay, this doesn't taste good, but I can't stop eating it. right? It's just,
Yeah.
it's very good.
Let's do anything else. Anything else from chapter 5, or do you want to move into chapter 6?
Yes, there is one quote that I highlighted. It's, death is an aspect of life, and life is only possible in symbolic exchange with death. Rituals of initiation and sacrifice are symbolic acts which regulate numerous transitions from life to death. Initiation is the second birth, following upon death, that is, the end of a phase of life. And what the comment I made is that baptism and the rituals that we have in the church, even the lowest church, even like big Italian evangelists, they still, like, Christianity still retains a lot of uh, that ritualistic thickness
Mm-hmm.
that still talks about rebirth and phases and 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 cycles. Like, we have that. We retain the cyclical nature with our calendars. Even like the lowest church, they still have
Yeah. The
Easter. They
lowest
still have,
church still has a liturgical season.
yeah.
You
So
can't.
there's still this. We still, the Christians, we still have that. So so this, by having that, we're still facing death, and or at least death of like symbolic deaths, like with, like, we were talking about being born again and the death on the cross and all that. So there's still some symbolic thickness for like rituals and the memory of death. But someone like Brian Johnson, who's very concerned with his death and appealing to science instead of appealing to the eternal life like Christians do,
Mhm.
he's just optimizing for an eternal life. But now that I'm talking about it out loud, it's almost like a reversal of sanctity. It's like almost a reversal of sanctification, because sanctification, you're growing in sancticity so that when you die, you live eternally. Like, what he's reversing is he's trying to optimize his material conditions, his material body, so that he lives forever. It's like it's like the scientism version of sancticity. I hadn't thought about it
Mhm.
in those terms, but that makes sense now that I'm talking about it out loud.
I wonder. I wonder how far away we are from when that. I have my theory with Brian Johnson is that when he does, as he gets older, as he does age, he's gonna cryogenically freeze himself until he can find a way to, until they have the technology to clone his body into a Neuralink sync and have his consciousness transcend to a new body. I think that's how we're gonna. I think that's the last we're gonna hear of him. Is he's gonna cryogenically freeze himself for technology that will never arrive.
Yeah, he's
And that's how he's going to die. He's gonna technically live forever, cryogenically frozen, waiting for a technology that's metaphysically impossible. Which
yeah,
is kind of a fitting end, honestly. It's kind of a
right,
fitting
right.
poetic end to his life. But
It's the ultimate reversal of sancticity, because when you're in heaven, looking at the beatific vision, you're living more than you would have in life, like in this life. But he will be in a stasis where he's just mechanically living in a state of suspended reality or whatever,
yeah,
suspended
suspend.
activity.
Yeah, it's. I love how for some people that's like a dream, to be suspended and suspended in animation for
Hmm.
for a very long time until they can come out into a better world, into a utopia.
Hmm.
And I don't know, but maybe not to you, but to me at least, I can't think of anything worse than being frozen in place for a long time to come out and for going into going into the part saying I'm gonna hopefully one day I'll come out in a positive, better world, and then knowing you never come out of it at all.
Yeah.
Just how I mean, I don't think we could say that's suicide because there's still a possibility, but it's
Hmm.
the closest thing one can get to, I think, without
Yeah.
actually completing the act would be choosing. Yeah, it's
It's
the more I think about Brian Johnson, the more I'm just frustrated and confused and kind of grossed out.
yeah, it is icky.
There's something very spiritually corrosive about his
Yes,
identity.
yes, yeah.
I despise it. And I love a lot of great sci-fis have the whole suspended animation, cryogenically free. I mean, Futurama, for example,
Mm-hmm.
Idiocracy, great comical sci-fis, great serious sci-fis like Stargate Universe or something. But
Mm-hmm.
the suspended animation or freezing or trying to live forever at all, just kind of. I mean, how many times in TV shows, movies, and literature do you find a character who actually is immortal and hates it? It's like a reoccurring theme of immortal characters. The reoccurring theme is it's a Faustian bargain,
Yeah, yeah.
and no
It's
one
never
ever learned
happy.
that lesson. This is a reoccurring
Fiction is there to teach us those lessons, and people just keep
exactly.
not learning.
Like, what do you mean? Lord of the Rings isn't about formation and isn't about ritual, isn't about perseverance and good conquering over evil. It's it's just about friends traveling in the woods and subtle gay overtones. That's all it's about. It's like, just shut the hell up. I I really have less patience nowadays. I think going forward, I think if I'm going to talk fiction with anybody, I'm going to say, what is your take on Don Quixote? If it's a good Don Quixote take, I'll accept the other takes. If it's a bad Don Quixote take, or they never heard of Don Quixote, I don't want to talk fiction with them.
Yeah, for sure.
That's my new barometer is Don Quixote.
That's a good litmus test for sure.
Yeah, it's not my favorite fictional story, but it's the one I go back to a lot.
Yeah.
I go back to Don Quixote a lot because it's just. I need to send you it later. There's a YouTube series of a black guy who breaks down literature and like a very performative sug tone and voice.
Mm-hmm.
And he has a sug take on Don Quixote.
Yeah, please send me that.
It's so entertaining, dude. It's so entertaining. I'll have to find it and send it to you. You ready for chapter 6?
Yeah, like chapter 6, the end of history.
Okay, I got a long quote from the opening and a little bit of note on it, and then we'll go into that. In modernity, the significance of work increases markedly, while play is regarded with ever more suspicion. This is also reflected in philosophy. Hegel's dialectic of master and slave begins with a duel. The one who is determined to win will be master. He wants to sign. He lives for the honor and glory of victory. And for that he is prepared to risk death. He puts life at stake. As a player, he does not shy away from the highest stake. The other one, by contrast, avoids the battle out of fear of death. He wants not to win, but to survive. He prefers survival to the glory of victory, of sovereignty. Thus, he does not risk death. He subordinates himself to the master and works for him as a slave. He decides in favor of work, of survival, and against all play of life and death. The master is a free man because he's prepared to stake his own life. He is a strong player, while the other is a worker, a slave. Hegel did not side with the master, but with the slave. He does so because he is a philosopher of modernity. Work for him has primacy. Thinking itself is work. Spirit works. Work forms the spirit. Hegel's dialectic of master and slave looks at human existence exclusively from the perspective of work. Hegel has no access to the freedom of the player who despises work and leaves it to the slave. Following Hegel, Marx also holds onto the primacy of work. History begins with work. The first historical act of these individuals by which they differ from animals is not that they think, but they begin to produce by means by which they live. Humans have a history because they work. Marx declares work to be the fundamental concept of Hegel's phenomenology of spirit. And my little note on this, the whole section reminds me of Hans Hermann Hoppe's Economy, Society, and History. To quote Hoppe, the nature of man and the human condition, and speech in particular, is about three elements that are unique to mankind. First is language, second is property, and third is the production of technology. This to show the Hoppian connection to Marx, as they both were trying to answer the same question and came to kind of very similar conclusions.
Mm-hmm. And very materialistic conclusions. And
yeah,
I was thinking, because for Hegel, like, he chooses the slave because everything is based around work, but the master is the one who can engage in leisure. It's the master who can engage in play. It's the master who who can go beyond the materialism of the bare life of the being tethered to work. And it's funny that he Hegel and Marx and Hoppe go to like the materialistic side of things.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it is. I try to answer that question like myself from their perspective of like what makes a man a man. You know,
Mhm.
when does the transition happen from like if we're going to have a conceptual model of the hypothetical evolutionary states from the I never remember what they're called, but from Homo sapiens to Neanderthals and so on to get to man. What marks the transition period? Harper picks language. Marx picks work. And in my conceptual model, which I don't do evolutionary science because I really think evolutionary science is all ad hoc reasoning and mismaking.
Mhm.
But if we're gonna have a mismaking, I think the clearest example would be family.
Yeah.
I can imagine a tribe of cavemen would have less strict bounds around who is family, who is not family, and more of a passing around of children and women in the village. Why
Mhm.
the switch from a actual family unit to a quasi marriage has this man and woman for procreation that sticks together for more procreation to raise the family, to actually form the children, would be in my conceptual model the mark of distinction from pre man to actual being man, like an evolutionary scale. And I get why Hopper or Marx or Hegel go with like work or speech or production, but those all seem to be secondary to a family unit.
Yeah, because
I'm the
those
same with Aristotle on all of this, though.
yeah, I think you're right that it is the family and all those elements that Hegel and Marx and Hoppe identify are things that are like social technologies
Mm-hmm.
that are required to make family life work.
Yeah.
So there are things that need to be developed so the family to solve problems in a familial uh, uh, environment, right? And I think
Go ahead.
I had never thought about it, but now that you're talking about it, it makes perfect sense that it is the family because the family is the proto society and the family is the proto church and the family is the unit. Like all the everything about how society organizes, about how humans organize, are in one way or another found in the family and just extended outwards. So you need work to make the family function. You need language to make the family function. So that makes perfect
Actually,
sense.
yeah, this is from Hilaire Belloc's An Essay on the Restoration of Property.
Uh huh.
Man to live must transform his environment from a state in which it is less into a state in which it is more useful to him. The process is called the production of wealth. Moreover, if a man is to live comfortably to his nature, there must be available for his consumption a certain amount of wealth and a certain variety of a certain unit of time. For instance, in our society, he must have so much bread, so much meat, so much of a number of different foods every day, so much beer or wine or spirits, or if he be too weak to consume these, so much tea or coffee or whatnot. A sufficient amount of somewhat complicated clothing, all to last over in such amount of time, and a sufficiency of fuel, housing, and all of the rest is to last also a certain amount of time. Now, this transformation of environment is called the production of wealth. It's obviously only possible through the use of the instruments of production. A family can only live comfortably to its human nature, that is without undue suffering in a given civilization or condition that it receives security and constantly so much of its varied wealth for its consumption. Which is
Mm-hmm.
a very British Edwardian way of saying Aristotle's first chapter of the Politics.
Yeah.
Aristotle's first chapter in the Politics in Edwardian prose.
Mm-hmm.
Which is Belloc's strength, so that he can summarize the whole first chapter in like a paragraph and still get a dig at people too weak to consume beer. Like he summarized a whole chapter in beautiful prose and still got a dig in at the Puritans. Powerful. I would say that I am sympathetic to Hegel's master slave dynamic, but mainly because I accept the existence of the natural slave as obvious.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, anyone who says natural slaves don't exist needs to go probably look in the mirror.
Yeah.
And if anyone here is, if anyone listening, you all have jobs probably, unless you're unemployed, or you at least had a job at least once. You've worked with someone. You can't tell me you've never worked with someone and thought, "Oh, this guy's a slave. This guy would be
Yeah.
happy on the plantation. This is a natural born slave."
Yeah, I think most people are, to be honest. It's just.
I'm not saying I'm not either. I'm not saying I'm not.
Yeah, I say
I work for my dad. Okay, I don't think I am pure nepo baby over here. I don't think we're more natural slave than nepo baby. But
yeah, I think we just need to stop thinking of slavery as a. Oh my gosh, this is gonna get you. It's gonna get you banned. But we need to stop thinking about slavery as a Nicky word. It's like it's like it's affecting life.
It's a constant of human society. What's that line from TF2? As long as there's two people left in the world, one of them is going to want the other one dead, and we will provide the gun for that.
Yeah.
I think as long as there's three people, and if there's three people in a room, if one of them is physically weaker than the other two, that man is only a step away from being a slave.
Yeah. Yeah.
Quote Son Strickland, the UFC fighter: "If one man can hold you down, two can rape you."
Yeah.
What's if and to be brutally honest terms, if you are a weaker man next to a stronger man and you are not enslaved, it is only by the virtue of the bigger man next to you.
Yeah, it's by his magnanimity. He's being magnanimous.
He's being magnanimous the fact that he doesn't enslave you. Now, should he enslave you? No, he probably shouldn't.
Yeah.
I'm going to say probably because I think there are certain people, homeless, drug addicts, tweakers, who are already enslaved, and they should be enslaved for our benefit. I don't think that's a wild statement. You know, if we could arrest every homeless person that was loitering and panhandling and have them clean the streets they ruined, I don't think that's a bad thing.
And it could be beneficial to them as well.
Yeah, work forms. It gives them structure. I had to step over human shit the other day because some homeless guy shit on the sidewalk.
Yeah, that happens.
The woods was less than 50 feet away. The woods right next to the 4 Fraser Trail, the giant woods. There's a homeless encampment. He could have gone there and shit in a homeless encampment or nearby, but instead he shot on my sidewalk.
Yeah, he needs. So if he can't have that structure needs to be imposed somehow.
Yes.
While respecting his dignity.
Yeah,
it's not hard to do.
It is. No, you can absolutely do it. And people aren't gonna like this comparison, but the Greeks had slaves, but they didn't treat them like chattel. They didn't treat them like cattle. They were indentured servants, and they worked them, and they treated them with dignity. And oftentimes, a man would sell himself into slavery because he knew it would afford him a better life because he was not capable of self-governance.
Mm-hmm.
And we have a lot of people today. You can't tell me there's people out here today who are. You can't tell me every single American coming out of public schooling is capable of self-governance.
No,
you can't. I mean, just look at any graduating class and tell me that every one of those people is capable of self-governance. Yeah. Maybe in the abstract, in the particular,
not at all.
No,
and we do that for their own good. It's paternalism, but paternalism is a good thing.
Yeah,
children, in a lot of ways, are enslaved to their parents, and the parents do everything in their capabilities for the betterment and for the good of their children, because their children can't self-govern. It's a fact of life. Some people are just overgrown children.
Yes, and it is not virtuous to let a child stick a fork in an outlet socket because I don't want to trespass against their freedom. It's like, no, their freedoms are leading to self-harm. It is actually a terrible thing to not impose a restriction against their freedom.
Yeah, it's evil.
They don't have the willpower to actually exercise those freedoms well.
Yeah.
It really does bother me how many people today consider virtue to be ubiquitous with non-action.
Yeah.
Very few circumstances is non-action the virtuous action.
Yeah, for sure.
It's like 5 thought experiments off the top of my head, and they're all insane. Like the trolley problem is the only one that really comes to mind. The only virtuous action in the trolley problem is to not pull the level.
Yeah. Just let it go where it will.
Yeah, let it go. It's the only way to avoid. It's the only way to not make the situation, to inject yourself into situations, is non-accidental. But 99% of circumstances, non-accident is not the virtuous move.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Anyway, I got a quote here real quick.
Okay.
Because of the compulsion of work and production, we are losing the capacity to play. We only rarely make playful use of language. We only put it to work. It is obliged to communicate information or produce meaning. As a result, we have no access to forms of language that shine all by themselves. Language as a medium of information has no splendor. It does not seduce. Poems are structured with strict form and sign all by themselves. Very often, they do not communicate a message. They are characterized by an excess of the signifier. They are luxurious. We enjoy in particular their perfection in form. In poetry, language plays. For this reason, we hardly read poems anymore. Poems are magic ceremonies of language. The poetic principle returns pleasure to language through a radical break with the economy of the production of meaning. The poetic does not produce. That is why the poetic is the insurrection of language. I absolutely love this because anyone who's been following the channel for a while knows we have the poetry channel we do once a month. We have Sister Belloc, which is all poetry and a few essays. We know Colin and I have the subset where we write and post our own poems. Like poetry is very big with the Servile Age channel because poetry is the purest form of play one can have with language.
Yeah.
It has rules like a game. It is a game. Poetry is a game.
And poetry is a game. That's the best way to describe it.
Games are great. You have I love haikus. Am I good at them? No. Every haiku I've read has sucked ass. Mainly because English language is not great for haikus.
Yeah.
But the game is fun because you're sitting there when you're at work and you're bored and you're waiting for something to happen. You're waiting for the boss to roll up. You're over there counting syllables out in sentences, trying to form a haiku. We're sitting on the side of the road or something, you know?
Yeah, it's
you can memorize the rules easily, and it's like having games and composing poems and riddles and haikus when it's playful language, which we don't have today.
Yeah, because we've reduced language to their bare lowest form of use, which is communication. Like communication is the lowest thing that language can do.
Yeah.
Right.
I don't like referencing my own work and my own writing because I feel like I'm selling shit. But I will shill a little bit. I wrote an essay on the Socratic fallacy, which is an argument against Socrates from Wittgenstein and Peter Geertz. That the issue with Socrates is the Socratic fallacy is the idea that if you can't, just because you can't state a perfect definition of the thing does not mean you don't know what the thing is. You know? And that is, to some extent, that is very true. If I go to my mechanic and I say, hey, my red truck is acting up, I could say hot rod red and he could be singing burgundy. I could say truck and it could be an SUV, and we don't really need the exact informational exchange for it to work because of familiar relations.
Right.
At the same time, a Socratic conversation or a philosophical conversation is not informational. You and I right now, we're not just exchanging information. We are in an erotic conversation, eros in the Greek sense of two people looking for truths, two looking for the third. It's analogous to the Trinity.
Right.
Two people in search of truth, in search of a third. We are having fun. We're playing with the language. We're trying to say, how do we not just say the information we're seeing? How do we say it in a way that's memorable, that's fun? It gets a laugh.
Right.
This is play with language. And if language is pure informational exchange, you and I could type our ideas out in the ChatGPT and have an AI read it and have an AI produce podcasts. And it would get 0 views because it would be boring. Because there would be no play.
Yeah, because there's no human element there.
You ever have an AI try to tell you a joke? It's never good.
It's never good because it doesn't grasp. There is a lot of intuition that comes with a joke that AI doesn't, because AI is just like predicting what is most likely to come afterwards. There's no intuition there.
Tell me a funny joke, ChatGPT. Tell me a funny joke. I asked a philosopher for directions. He said, that depends. Where are you going? And what do you mean by directions?
What?
Now, if you guys want an actual funny joke, this is a joke I have. This is a great joke. Okay, this joke is older than America. This joke is older than Brazil. This joke is older than Europe. This is a joke from the 3rd century of Rome.
Okay.
A man walking the street sees his friend off in the distance. Running up to him, he grabs him and says, "My gods, I was informed you had died." And the friend says, "Well, obviously, as you can see, I am not dead." And the man goes, "That's impossible. The man who told me of your death is far more trustworthy than you." That joke is old as hell, and it's still funny.
It's such a banger.
It's
That's funny.
because anyone listening, just look it up. Rome had this one Roman joke book that still survives. It was written by 2 Greek dudes who apparently traveled Rome collecting jokes, and it was released in the 4th century. It's a 4th century Roman joke book.
Oh my gosh, I need to look that up.
And I've said it before. We don't have buddy comedy films anymore, like Cheech and Chong or Harold and Kumar. Could you imagine a historical buddy comedy film about 2 Greek dudes just traveling Rome collecting jokes?
That's such a cool concept.
Like, how funny would that be? A Harold and Kumar or a Bill and Ted, some kind of comedy like that. This guy's from Greece to Spain trying to collect jokes along the way, ending up in different historical events. The 3rd century, the 3rd or 4th century of Rome, that's Diocletian, that's a tetrarchy. I mean, that's a very complicated period of Roman history. The amount of events those characters could find themselves in, it's Forrest. They're gonna Forrest Gump their way through history.
Yeah, I was gonna say that.
It'd be hilarious.
Yeah, when we retake Hollywood, someone's gonna have to put that together.
Yeah, someone needs to do it. Also, Ryan Gosling has to be one of the guys. I don't know
Yeah, for
plays,
sure.
but he has to be in it. He would. But no, there's a bunch of really funny jokes in that old Roman joke book. They are. Yeah, that's play with language. You know, we don't have that today. Like no, let me find it real quick. No one played with language more than Chesterton.
Oh yeah, he was a beast in size and in intellectual capability.
Okay, I can't find it, but in his book, "What Is Wrong with the World," which is his biggest distributor's book.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, I have it right here. I remember where it is now. Give me a second to read it because it's the opening for the book, but it's really fun. What is wrong with the word? Dedication. Let me find it real quick. Okay, I can't find it. But he talked about in the opening of the book. Why is it not? Here it is. "I originally called this book 'What Is Wrong,' and it would have satisfied your sardonic temper to note the number of social misunderstandings that arose from the use of that title. Many a mild lady visitor opened her eyes when I remarked casually, 'I have been doing what is wrong all morning.'"
It's funny.
Simple but playful language.
Yeah.
Play with language. You know, we don't. And try to have playful language or play with language when you're writing a report for your office or some nonsense. You know, like I rewatched Office Space the other day from Mike Judge. Imagine trying to have playful language in a TPS report in the 90s.
No.
Not gonna happen. Not gonna happen. It's imagine having playful language now with an HR department reason over your soda.
Oh yeah, and even not like playing with language or even like poetic language. We don't like everyone's so autistic that they can't deal with hyperbole. They can't deal with metaphors or like figurative language. Like everything is just so like reality. No, I think we need like a strong shared reality to be able to do that. It's like the example you were giving with the car when you talk about a truck, and it can be an SUV or it can be like a big Dodge, but the guy's gonna understand what you're talking about because you're operating on the same reality. but we don't have that anymore. So you can't use figurative language. And like what I was thinking is like, you know how ever so often you're gonna see like evangelicals freaking out because of like Marian prayers, because the things, oh, my queen, my mother, I gave myself entirely to you, and they're like, that's, we're looking at it. Okay, this is poetic language. We're just like declaring love. We're using poetry. We're playing with language effectively.
Yeah.
But because they're looking at it literally, they're not coming from the same reality, and because they're trained to look at everything literally, it's just they're gonna freak out.
Mm-hmm.
It's just that
No.
on a
And not even
existential scale.
not even just play with language. Like even there's a certain amount of play one has in being earnest. Because if one is earnest without being playful, one just becomes hyper sincere. What's in a weird paradox only signals deceit. You know what I mean? Like if someone is too sincere without having a little bit of ironic earnesty, it comes across like, what are they trying to sell me? You know?
Yeah.
Like I remember I said, like not even like half joking, half serious. Like someone says, "Oh, you're just a slave to Cassandra." I was like, "Yeah, I want to be a slave to Jesus. Don't you? He'd be a great master." And you should have seen the faces on his people when I said that.
Yeah.
Because in their mind, slave is an ontological evil category or ontological perpetual victim category.
Yeah.
And Jesus is an ontological liberator. And so therefore the contradiction is kind of like blew their mind. Like here, I'm playing with language. I'm back in college, right? I had to write this really stupid a little essay on a debate on education. Okay. And I had a line here that the higher demands of higher education can lead one into a potential burnout because of the amount of the workload being put upon the student. Okay. I got docked points for higher education, of a higher standards of higher education.
So what?
I got docked points because apparently it wasn't formal enough or something.
Oh my gosh, that's so dumb.
I'm like, I'm just having a little fun. This is an English 102 at a community college. Let me have fun. Let me just a little bit of higher language, you know. Let me work in some double entendres. Let me work in a little bit of play, a little bit of fun. But no,
you can't.
Everything's got to be serious, and it's draining. I swear, modern professors are psychic vampires who just want to drain the energy from you. And we need that's what we need. Okay. I don't think I have anything else for chapter 6. Do you have anything else for chapter 6?
No. Actually, oh yeah, that's where he talks about how in Japan, the package is the aesthetics of the package is more important than the content. Like when you're talking about, oh, you have a beautiful envelope, and the Japanese are fantastic at design. Like there's this YouTube channel I follow where he just posts cool stationery from Japan, like cool pencils, cool mechanical pencils, cool erasers, and like different stuff they use at an office. But everything is so delightful. It's like everything is so cool.
Mm-hmm.
And
I would say in Japan, there's a real there's a sense of play and the small creations, you know.
Yeah, you're adding superfluous things to a tool.
Joy. Yes.
Yeah, everything, like you're not just using a stamp. Like they have like stamps that have different like layers, like almost like stencils that you do twice and it forms a shape with like different details and stuff. Like even stamping your signature has a play. There's a playful thing. Mm-hmm. And one thing that I learned like that was trending like a while ago, that like, because IRL I'm a designer, and like, oh yeah, you need to make delightful designs. Like that's what I think that may be why I've been using the word delightful so often. But you need to make delightful designs and stuff like that. But the way that's framed in the places where they talk about delightful design, they're talking about that at the service of the capital. You're not making a delightful design because that's something that's gonna entertain. That's a delightful design because that's gonna gonna get more customer retention. You're gonna get people.
Gonna hook the viewer, and they're gonna.
Yeah, you're gonna hook the viewer.
Exciting.
You're gonna get people to use your product. You're gonna get people to download your app.
It's not even to delight the viewer; it's to entrap the appetite, so they will come back for more.
Yeah, it's a perversion of delight.
It's that it's that meme about the modern Marvel films, and it's the guy just dangling keys in front of a baby.
Yeah, that's it. That's all that is. All right, yeah, that was my last comment about this.
I want to say, I do want to say real quick on movies that are great at like play as well as like being a serious film.
Mm-hmm.
I cannot remember the guy's name. He directed Pride and Prejudice and Anna Karenina with Keira Knightley.
Yeah, I know. I don't know who he is, but I've seen those movies.
The Pride and Prejudice film, great movie, serious film, good drama, great romance. I mean, it's Jane Austen. How can you do it wrong?
Yeah, you can do it wrong.
There is, they added scene, they added stuff to the dad's character, and they added the way he sits and the way he does things. It's just fun, you know.
Mm-hmm.
It's just the play. They added a little bit of the way the camera works, you know. Or here's a great example. Seth MacFarlane, I would say, actually is a great director at this. Mm-hmm. He can do a very serious thing, but still interject so much play and humor to it at the same time.
Yeah.
Like, anyone here listening, go watch The Orville.
I need to watch that, dude.
You'll see in one episode, you'll see a very funny, they're trying to teach the robot how to do pranks. And so the pilot sticks Mr. Potato Head stuff on the robot's head that he can't see.
Mm-hmm.
And doesn't tell him, so he walks around like Mr. Potato Head all day. And the robot not getting how to do pranks. He goes, a prank is to misplace something, that a valuable item of another, so they have to find it. So what does he do? While the guy's sleeping, he surgically removes the guy's leg and hides it somewhere. Hilarious. The next episode, they find this theocratic cyberpunk civilization that punishes people who get abortions by taking DNA from the father and mother and then using it to make a hologram projection of what the kid would look like. And the kid says, "Why did you kill me, mother? I wanted to live. Why did you kill me?"
It's kind of based.
It is based. Again, Seth MacFarlane, everyone says he's made to live. You don't have an idea like that unless you're either really smart or kind of getting it.
Yeah. There's gotta be you gotta have the truth in there somewhere.
Yeah, he must, on some level, he must intuit something. They did a whole episode in The Orville on transgenderism, and I still can't tell if they were positive or negative towards it. the species of all men, and they have these two species that are all men, and two of them on the ship, and they have a baby, and the baby's a girl. And they want the doctor to perform a transgender surgery on it because it would be correcting a issue. You know, in the same way the science of a cleft palate is correcting a physical deformity, and their culture, being born a woman is a physical deformity. And so it becomes like they're arguing to not transition the kid the entire episode. And so it's like, I can't tell what position the show is actually taking. It's a really great sci-fi.
Yeah, I need to watch it.
Yeah, Seth MacFarlane really, I don't think anyone has more fun making stuff than he does. Maybe Tyler Perry. But Seth MacFarlane says everything he does is injected with so much play. Like you could tell he's having the time of his life while he makes it.
Yeah.
Chapter 7, Empire of Signs. The culture of information has lost the magic that comes with the empty signifier. We now live in a culture of the signified, which dismisses the signifier form as something external. Our culture is hostile to pleasure and form. The liturgy of emptiness dispels the capitalist economy of the commodity. Right there, the liturgy of emptiness dispels the capitalist economy of the commodity. That's play. That is play with language incarnate right there.
100%.
That is so much. That's such a fun sentence to say too. The liturgy of emptiness dispels the capitalist economy of the commodity.
Yeah, it's so good.
I would say that is. There's so much. I'm trying to pick. I have like 9 thoughts about this crow. I'm trying to pick one of them for this. Okay, I would say the liturgy of emptiness here that dispels the capitalist economy of the commodity. I would say 80% of content consumed by the average person today, the common man, the normie, the masses, is empty.
No,
It's completely empty. Um, have you seen the trailer on Twitter for the next season of 911 on ABC or something?
with the meteors,
Yes.
I saw that.
Is there a more empty TV show?
No, there isn't. There isn't. It's pure slop.
It's
Like,
exactly slop is the perfect word for it.
yeah,
It's
and I think slop is so, because slop is fuel. Like, slop is not food. Like, food is nutritious. It's fuel, but also it's something that it's you. It tastes good.
Mhm.
Something that you it's beautiful. Like, food is beautiful.
good
Slop,
food can be an encounter with God.
exactly.
I've
Slop,
tasted into a burger that has reminded me of grace of God.
yeah, exactly. Slop is food reduced to its barest uh, function, to which is as fuel.
This,
So
the slop for the goy cattle.
yeah, it's just fuel. So, like, slop entertainment is just the visual version, or the entertainment version of fuel. It's just something uh to keep your attention, to draw your attention. That's it. Nothing more, nothing less.
It reminds me of like I'm trying to find one on my desk here. Here it is. This will do. These.
Yeah,
This is
yeah,
cute. It's just a mindless, empty task that will captivate your attention because you don't know how to sit in silence. You know,
yeah,
you can't just be alone with your own thoughts. You can't, and let's not forget, all things one does in some way forms the person.
yeah,
You cannot escape formation. You know, it's why you got to be careful with your words. It's why you got to be careful with your actions. Everything you do forms a habit.
yeah,
Everything you do is a part of forms some habit that can be ingrained way faster than you think it can be. And if you only consume TikTok content or vacuous dating content or black pill edits on TikTok or even political podcasts, I would say, if you consume anything that lacks a transcendent good or lacks some lesson, or not even a lesson, just beauty for the sake of beauty.
yes.
You know,
If it lacks beauty, it's
it
not gonna.
lacks beauty. It's not going to be conducive to proper formation.
Yeah,
I mean, not to rag on my own sister a bit, but she used to watch a bunch of movies. You know, she used to be a big movie girl, love watching movies. After you've seen any good movies recently, she goes, "No, I just watch TikTok and it's ruined my attention span. I can't really sit through a movie anymore." It's like, what?
yeah.
What do you mean you
It's
can't?
like a drug.
Yeah, listen. I'm not immune to this. I went and saw Lord of the Rings in theaters yesterday. I saw
Uh-huh.
the Two Towers: Return of the King for the 35th anniversary. Seeing them on the big screen, by the way, incredible.
Yeah, I need to do that.
It was insane. And I realized there was the extended editions. I haven't sat down and actually. I really realized I haven't sat down and actually watched Lord of the Rings in its entirety and like focused on. Like, normally when I watch it, I'm on my phone. I'm doing something. I'm cleaning. I'm on my phone. It's on in the background while I play a game. It's an ancillary, secondary thing I'm consuming passively in the background.
Right.
And this is why I am actually very upset that movie theaters are dying, because that was like the last place where you could still publicly shame someone for being on their phone and not having their attention focused on the film.
For sure.
You know, the point of the theater was that a theater is almost like an isolation chamber. You power off your phone, the lights are dark, the doors are closed, you're cut off from the outside world. You are there in an isolation chamber just to consume a movie, to let
Right.
the experience wash over you. You are not consuming it. It's like a work of art being presented to you.
Yeah, you're being put in a receptive position.
Yes. And once the seat is gone, that cannot actually, maybe a bold take, but I'm about to say anyway, that cannot exist in one's home. Because one's
No.
home has phones. It has other devices. It has everything calling your attention. The phone's beeping over here. The computer got Discord notification there. The new PS5 game just downloaded. Your books are calling to you. Someone's knocking on the door. Your neighbors are screaming. There's something catching your attention. You cannot. It's hard to isolate, so to actually just focus on one thing.
Right.
And that is going to continually form you until you are unable to actually appreciate something that is positive.
Right. Right.
Again, the important. Don't let me. Okay. I'm going to say this. Daydreaming is good.
Boredom is good.
Boredom is good. Boredom is to the mind what sleep is to the body. It's
Yeah.
necessary.
Yeah. That's what Han says.
Yes, and he's spot on with that. And nowadays people say, "Oh, it's a maladaptive daydream. It's actually a mental illness because you can't cope with reality, and so you're retreating into your daydream." It's like, bitch, you are retreating into TikTok. At least mine, I'm a hero. You are just an empty box sitting there while another box suits nonsense into your brain.
Yeah.
You are becoming a non-saying, consuming nonsense on your portable device to hell nonsense.
Right.
At least in my daydreams, I am imagining an argument, a word, a question, something to captivate the mind. I'm escaping to fairyland, as Token would say.
Yeah.
You are sitting there scrolling TikTok for hours. Why? You have Law and Order SVU on the TV as background noise, while their Alexa device in the bedroom has a constant display of music, so they're never alone with their thoughts. While they mindlessly scroll TikTok, while they wait for their DoorDash order, and I'm the one who's mentally insane because I daydream about being a knight. I'm on my Don Quixote shit, and you're over here being what? You're one step removed from the Borg from Star Trek.
Yeah. Pretty much.
It's.
And that's the thing, is that they need to pathologize everything because it doesn't allow eccentricity. Like, you can be eccentric. Like, you have to be different, but you can't be eccentric. It's like everyone's supposed to be alternative. Everyone's supposed to be an individual, but only within the confines of this medicated same slop world, right?
Wasn't it that Han said is that they all display their individuality in the exact same way? The inferno of the inferno of the same is filled with tattooed clones.
Yes, exactly. That's exactly that.
Yeah.
So you can't allow proper eccentricity because there are no you don't find properly eccentric people anymore.
If you do, the pathologized labeled is thrown into a little box. Okay, this guy has ADHD. This guy has autism. And I'll say this: I don't believe in mental illnesses, in a very literal sense. Because if the mind is immaterial, how can an immaterial thing get sick? It's not like you can catch a cold. And when it comes to, I said that once in public, and I said, "What about autism?" I'm like, first, I don't think autism is a mental illness. Second, if we're defining autism as those who do not fit into the normal categories of social beings, then it is contingent upon the paradigm of the culture. For example, you're Brazilian. I think every Brazilian I met has autism. I don't think every Brazilian is autistic. I think you guys' paradigm of social interaction is just different.
It's very different, yeah, for sure.
And so, if you took 5 Brazilian children, threw them into a public school, what are they all going to get labeled with?
Autism.
If you took 5 Japanese guys and threw them into Chinese, what are they going to get labeled with? They're going to get labeled something different because they exist outside the normal paradigm. And so I think with that, when someone says we have an increasing amount of autism, I said, no, I think we're actually just restricting the mode of the cat. We are eliminating categories of social animals and trying to assume they all must fit into this very small mode. And they don't exist in that mode, therefore they have to be pathologized and medicated.
Yeah, it's like when I think it was Jordan Peterson, bless his soul, that said that they treat boys as defective girls. That's just the same. It's the same process. It's the same thing. You're just treating people as a defective, different kind of person.
It's and it's not that they aren't defective people. Like obviously, schizophrenic people do exist in some way, but I am more. No, I'm not going to finish that sentence on the podcast. I'm not going to. No, that's not. We've already talked about how we should have slavery again. I am much more hesitant, much quicker to say demonic influence rather than chemical imbalance.
That's yeah. It's in the end, like we're composites of body and soul. So there's always going to be a spiritual component.
But and I always say whenever I say that hylomorphic beings, composite of body and soul. I think I just place the intentionality on the mental, and the physical is a byproduct of mental states, of immaterial mental states, rather than modern science. If they even accept immaterial minds as being a real thing, they would say it is affected by the chemical. That if we fix the chemical imbalance, we fix the mental state.
Right.
I would say, no, I think the mental state is what predates the causal chain of events. I think the mental state is predating the chemical imbalance.
The chemical imbalance, yeah, I think so.
I think trying to treat the chemical imbalance without treating the actual mental state, you're actually not treating, you're just masking.
Yeah.
In the same way, SSRIs don't actually treat depression, they just mask it.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think that's fair to say.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see here. We're on 7 still, right?
Yeah.
Empire of Signs. Okay, I got here. Here's one of the Japanese tea ceremony, which is fun. A Japanese tea ceremony subjects us to minutely detailed process of ritualized gestures. Here, there is no space for psychology. Participants are truly de-psychologized. The proper movement of the hands, the body, have graphic clarity. There is no uncertainty about them deriving from the influence of the mind or soul. The actors immerse themselves in ritual gestures, and these gestures create an absence and forgetfulness of self. In a tea ceremony, there is no communication. Nothing is communicated. There is ritual silence. Ritual gesture takes the place of communication. The soul falls silent in the stillness. Participants exchange gestures, which generate an intense being bliss. The soothing effect of a tea ceremony results from the fact that its ritual silence is so strongly opposed to today's communicative noise. Today's communication without community. The ceremony brings forth a community without communication. And I love this part here, not because I love, Japanese tea ceremonies are very cool and I think fun to see, especially in media. Like anyone listening, go look up Mortal Kombat 10's Japanese tea ceremony. It's actually really good and incredible because the Sub-Zero, the Chinese one is doing it to Scorpion, the Japanese one has decided to make peace. The Japanese tea ceremony, which is a weird detail of how it's wild how much lore and detail and great stuff there is in Mortal Kombat.
Yeah. It's crazy. Like if you go to a deep dive, you're like, what? How much lore did they fit into a fighting game? And they do.
And it's good lore too. Like it's really entertaining and it gets you in the. It's weird to me. It makes no sense, but it's great. But what I love about this is the ritual silence. I'll say this: when I go to adoration at my palace, I feel closer to the people I see in adoration than I see at mass. If I see a guy in adoration and at mass, I feel closer to him than I do with the guy I only see at mass. Even though I may have talked to the guy at mass more, but just the silent presence of the guy, a row up from me on the palace pew, also in adoration. It's a weird. We haven't even spoke, but we have I'll see him at Publix and we're lock eyes and nod. There's a weird. We don't want to break the silence that is adoration, obviously, even when we're outside of adoration. Mm-hmm. But there's a weird closeness that forms in the absence of communication.
Yeah, for sure.
I can't really explain.
Yeah, I understand perfectly what you're talking about because you're existing together. Like it's difficult to put into words, but I understand exactly what you're talking about.
It's like that. To bring it down to a more popular level for people. It's like that scene in Parks and Recreation that Ron Swanson says his best friend is a coworker he had for 10 years and he never learned his name.
Yeah.
And he ends it with, "We still never talk sometimes."
Yeah.
Which, to me, I've always took that to imply that they go fishing together, but they don't talk still.
Uh-huh.
Which seems very much in character for Ron Swanson in Parks and Rec.
Right,
Have a
right.
constant fishing buddy he doesn't know the guy's name and doesn't talk to, but he's just kind of there.
Yeah, because you're such a line. They're like someone who you work with, but like you don't talk. You may be such in this aligned. You're in the same alignment. To borrow the GPT word, you're such in the same alignment. You're such in the same direction. That it's like you're building something together. It's kind of like the adoration stuff. You're so intent on the same purpose that there's a union there.
Yeah, it's a union that comes about from a shared end. You know?
Yes.
Like here's a great example from Lord of the Rings. Gimli, Legolas, Boromir, Aragorn, Gandalf, everyone is arguing at the Council of Elrond. But the moment the fellowship forms, boom, instant bond.
Yeah.
They're all friends there, right then, because they now have they become friends along the way to the end point. You know,
Yeah.
friendship forms to a community. The friendship forms out of the community seeking the same end.
Yeah.
The teleology binds them together.
Mm-hmm.
Which is maybe an argument for why arranged marriages work so well for so long in the history of the world. That could be, One of that. Now I'm thinking about arranged marriages. Maybe that is a similar thing. Is that a couple comes together like, okay, we have been, my family picked you, your family picked me, such and such. Now we're married. Now the end goal is family, marriage, children. And the bond forms through the achieving of those ends.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it's really not it may not be as strong as a bond as, say, a loving marriage, or like a high school sweetheart kind of thing.
Yeah.
But it may also be more sturdy because it's expected to have differences and disagreements, but they're still oriented toward that end.
Yeah, and there's also something that I first heard from Scott Adams, rest in peace. But he talked about how like people who are passionate about their work are not passionate because the passion comes afterwards. Like you become passionate about something you're good at. Because if you're good at it, you always get the dopamine hit of doing things well. So you start becoming passionate. Like he always, I don't remember what book he talks about this, but he talks about how passion comes after. Like you don't join something because you're passionate about it. You become passionate about it because you're doing it and you're doing it well. So the arranged marriage is like that. Like you're kind of as you're growing together as a couple, you kind of end up loving that other person because you have to. It's like that. The passion for working well you get from working well is the love you get from your arranged marriage.
I mean, I'm very pro arranged marriages. My mom's best friend is Vietnamese, and she went to Vietnam and joked that she was gonna find me a wife. And I was like, I hope you're not joking. Like, if you're serious, please be serious. If you want to bring me back a Vietnamese woman, I mean, I offer green cards. Xi Jinping, if you can hear this, I will offer American trade secrets in exchange for an Asian baddie. I happily will make that exchange.
Right.
Because I really am. Well, who is his name? Kristen B. Wagner, the Walmart Thomist.
Yeah.
He said again another throwaway tweet that I thought was really insightful. And he said, I don't understand people who date for long periods of time. I knew by my fourth date with my now wife that I wanted to marry her. We talked about children on the second date.
Right.
Dating just a date is a waste of time. I'm like, so true. And I hate the fact that if I go on a date now, I have to I have to go on a date with this person like 7, 8, 9 times, and then maybe I can broach the topic without being seen as like creepy or weird.
Yeah, because
like, what are we doing here? What are we doing here? Why are we dating if it's not the end point?
Yeah. You can't approach it from a place of honesty where you just admit, okay, yeah, I'm interested in you, which means that I probably want to marry you. I want this to work out because I want to marry you. Like you enter with the expectation that marriage is the end game. It's not just hanging out and going to brunch.
Yeah, but unfortunately, like Han says in Agoniveros, the modern dating market, the modern world, is not actually about communion or community or finding the other. It's about it's pure narcissism in the sense that how do I find out what best reflects my ideal life? You know,
Yeah.
it's people who have a preconceived notion of what their life will look like a puzzle, and they're trying to find that guy to slot perfectly into that puzzle, or they're trying to find that girl to slot perfectly into the puzzle, and instead of actually trying to build a puzzle with the other person.
Yeah. Yeah. They're trying to reverse engineer their vision.
Yes, your life is not a puzzle to be solved. It is a painting that you figure out as you go. And as Bob Ross says, it's a happy little accident, but now it's a tree.
Exactly.
You know, there's so much wisdom in that one line from Bob Ross.
Oh yeah.
And I really hate how Bob Ross has been so captured by the worst people.
Yeah, it's he's become like Quirk Chungus.
There's no greater. That is the worst fate that could befall any man. It's to be after your death to be transformed into a Quirk Chungus. I mean, I brother, everything I've ever said be forgotten.
Become a wholesome Quirk Chungus.
Oh, nightmares, awful. Okay, I got another quote here. Capitalism is based on the economy of desires. Thus, it is incompatible with a ritual society. The intensity of the ritual form arises out of passion for rules, which creates an altogether different form of pleasure. Politeness is pure form. Nothing is intended by it. It is empty, has a ritual form. It is devoid of any moral content. It is a sign, a signifier, that differs radically from the politeness of the heart, which is just a morally signified. Today we place the more above signs. The play of conversational form is deemed hypocritical and immoral. We oppose it with the politeness of the heart, or even the radical impoliteness of desire. It is true that etiquette and politeness and ceremony in general are no longer what they once were. As a form of ritual, politeness is without heart and without desire, without wish. It is more than morality. More art than morality. It exhausts itself in the pure exchange of ritual gestures. In the topology of Japanese politeness as a ritual form, there is no inside, no heart that would render the politeness as merely external etiquette. It cannot be described using the opposition of inside and outside. It does not dwell in an outside that is a pure semblance, could be juxtaposed with the inside. Rather, it is its own fully formed, fully outside. Two things I want to say on this is I want to contrast northern politeness with southern hospitality.
Mm-hmm.
You could say about modern politeness up north, you know, that is true. Barring Canada, once you get into Canada, the politeness changes. But you were like the northern half of America, the lower 48, as the Alaskans call it. It's a politeness that is the subtext to all of the polite stuff is, when do you shut the fuck up and leave? You know, that is the subtext to all of its politeness. It's like, I have to do this because I don't want to be an asshole, but when do you just shut the fuck up and leave?
Yeah.
Southern hospitality is completely different. If I get in an elevator with a dude, I'm happy. Like I was in Tennessee. I was in a hotel riding the elevator down to get a continental breakfast. I just saw chat up to sit with this guy. We ended up having breakfast together. We just sat there and talked. I never got his name. Just friendly conversation with a stranger.
Mm-hmm.
It does not happen up north. It does not really happen in the typical polite metric of up north. But in Southern hospitality, absolutely. We want to have conversation. We want to get to know you. You are a stranger with a different life experience. Let's talk. Let's have a conversation. Let's share information. Let's share knowledge. Let's play with language.
Yeah, you're two different persons. You're looking at the guy as an individual.
Yeah. I would say Canada does have that. Canada's very awesome in that regard.
Mm-hmm.
I was driving through the British Columbia, southern part of British Columbia. Probably more like the middle of British Columbia. It was like 1 o'clock in the morning, and I was starving, and I wanted to sleep. Sound sucks. Sound sucks. I'm just got a comment from a guy saying the sound sucks. Let me check my audio. I'm going to be so mad if I had the wrong mic this whole time.
Yeah, I thought I was gonna comment that, but I thought it was my headphones, because my headphones they act out sometimes. That's why I didn't say anything.
I think I'm on the right one. It should be line USB audio cord. That's the right. Yeah.
Act out.
Real quick, I'm gonna switch it off and let me know if this is better.
Okay.
Hey, is this better or just worse?
Oh no, that's much better. I really did think it was my headphones acting up, because they got a mind of their own.
Well, I apologize to the listener. Yeah, thank you. Cato sounds good. Yes, much better. I wish you were here an hour and 21 minutes ago, Mendo 777, because we just recorded an hour and a half with crappy audio. So thank you for heads up, but wish you were here earlier. Um, anyway, in Canada, um, about 1:30 in the morning, I'm driving through the small town, and there's nothing open. And I pull into a gas station just to park and sleep for a few hours before I hit the road again. And in the distance, I see bright blue neon lights.
Mm-hmm.
There's a burger shack still open at
Mm-hmm.
1:30 in the morning. And so I go there, I get a burger, I get some onion rings. No one else was there. And the Canadian guy working it, I think I stayed probably an hour just talking to that guy. He told me all the lore about the entire town. Apparently, the town only has two restaurants, his and the restaurant inside the gas station. And they have a deal where he gets the afternoons from 4:30 to from 4:30 to 2, and that guy gets breakfast and lunch. So they don't cut into the
Oh,
business. But he said, I used to work for that guy over there, and he's an asshole. So we're gonna slowly move our window. We're gonna open up 30 minutes early. This is slightly eat into his profits. But he was explaining the lore of why this guy was a bad boss and why he wants to have this little battle with him. And he's like, I don't want to sell him down. He's not that bad of a guy. I just want to slightly eat into his profits.
that's funny, dude, and it's
Incredible. He told me where he got the meat from. The burger meat came from a local farmer nearby. He went into detail about the churches, about the schools, how he also works during the day before the restaurant opens up as the school lunch in the cafeteria. He gave me the entire town's lore and history, who hated who, the beefs, who goes to which church. Incredible, incredible time. That doesn't happen. I mean, it's only in the South and Canada that I experienced that. I did not experience that in Alaska. I did not experience that in Idaho, Wyoming,
mm-hmm.
Montana, nowhere. But I was even the Sikh in India, in Canada, even the Sikhs were like that. It was very okay. I'm not a big fan of the Sikhs, but there was a Sikh running the gas station up in Alberta, and I was just like, dude, I'm curious. What exactly do Sikhs believe? Because I saw the turban. I'm like, I know you're Sikh. I can see the beard. I see the turban. I know
Mm-hmm.
what Hindus believe. What do Sikhs believe? And he's like, well, no. He looked around. No one was in the store. He talked about it for like 20 minutes. He explained the history and tradition and the stuff about Sikhs. And he just was very open and willing to say it. There's something about the Canadians that they are just, even the immigrants who aren't really Canadian. It's just friendly. They love
Mm-hmm.
each other. It's wonderful. Um, but Han is right about modern politeness being pure form, nothing signified. It's just it's a an empty ritual one goes through because not going through it would be rude.
Yeah,
It makes me think of
it's an expectation. It's a chore. It's a chore.
sure. A great example of this. And anyone listening, go watch Rome HBO on HBO. Watch Mark Antony have to go through all the religious rituals to become prefect. Uh, he is bored out of his mind, and they finish the giant ritual ceremony with the gods and the wine and the slicing of the bull and the reading the entrails. And he just
Mm-hmm.
goes, finally, and he gets up and storms off to go drink because he hated all of it because it was a empty ritual. I mean, because he did not believe in the gods at that point anymore.
Mm-hmm.
But you had to do it because if you wanted to be the count, if you wanted to be proconsul, you had to do that. That was required. Um, and that's just a great example of modern rituals. Modern politeness feels like the rituals of the late Roman Republic.
Yeah,
They're being done because they have to be done, but no one really cares or believes in it anymore.
yeah, and they're symbolically like barren. Like they're not fruitful. They're not. They don't do anything. They're just being done because it's expected.
Okay, I got one more quote for this chapter. Do you have anything else you want to add for this chapter before we go into the
Nope.
last quote?
Nope.
Nope. Yeah, this is a very short and weird chapter. Was the Empire of Signs. Maybe because I'm not a big like semiotic guy and I don't really get signs, but it's still there was some good stuff in here. Here's one. In his treatise Homo Ludens, I can never say this guy's name, Herzinger emphasizes the playful character of war and archaic structures. The strict rules to which war was subject in these societies made war akin to play. Kazinga does not deny there was also extreme violence and brutal murder in the ancient world, but he positions war in the sacred sphere of play, a solemn compact in which the rules were laid down, was deposited beforehand in the temple of Artemis. The time and place of the encounter was therein appointed. All missiles were forbidden. Spears and arrows, spears, arrows, and slingstones. Only the sword and lance were allowed. The prohibition of certain weapons and the agreement of the time and place of the battle underlined the play-like character of war in the ancient world. The battleground is marked out with wooden pegs of hazel, switches. There is a level battlefield to ensure the even contest between the belligerents. Um, and this is not just in ancient Greece either. I want to point out when Hernan Cortez was leading the other Mexican tribes against the Aztecs, and they were closing in on Tezculan. I can never say the name of the capital. Um, they were closing and surrounding it. The Aztecs were under the firm belief that the war was going to end in like a week because the war season was coming to a close. So they would have ritual war seasons where they would go out and pretend to capture the other tribes would mass up their armies and troops to go out there, have a fake battle where they would accept defeat, and then the Aztecs would capture their leader for a week and send them back. They would every year they would have a ritualized reenactment of their conquest as a way
Right.
to remind them what they want and have a little bit of play. And so they were in such a habit of doing that when they were in an actual war, they were all under the impression like, yeah, well, the war's going to end in like a week because the war season's coming to a close. You got to go plant farms.
Mm-hmm.
Like they had no concept of the European like, no, we're here, we're going to fucking kill you.
Yeah, they're
And,
yeah, go on.
but now that's about it.
Yeah, and it's so interesting that it's put that way because that makes sense. I know in Europe, like there was a war season. Like there is such a thing as a war season. And like on the very first paragraph, when we talk the strict rules to which war was subject in these societies made war akin to play. And it reminded me, I don't know if you saw these videos like that in Papua New Guinea, like there's like a civil conflict. And there was a video floating around of like these Papua New Guinea like tribesmen fighting in the streets with bows and arrows.
I did see that. I did
And it
see
looks
that.
like they're shooting at nothing. It's like they're playing. It's like I reminded me when I was a kid. I used to play with like Nerf guns. You're shooting at them and you're hiding. There's this it's not a well, not a ritual, but there's this uh almost like a choreography that I'm gonna shoot now. No, you're gonna shoot. It's almost like they're negotiating how they're gonna engage in real time. That
It's almost
felt
like
larpy.
the Indian Pakistan border.
Yes, that's exactly that. There's a well, in that case, there's a literal choreography.
Yeah, which is fun. I will say I will give credit to India and Pakistan. Those border disputes like that are hilarious to watch. I love they have audiences.
Yeah,
They
it's
get an audience to watch. It's very. Anyone listening, if you haven't watched it, go look up Indian Pakistan border dispute on YouTube or TikTok. It's
it's
very
like
fun.
it's like West Side Story.
I'm actually gonna bring it up real quick. I'm gonna be honest. I have to play it for the stream because it's so funny.
Yeah, do it.
Yeah,
Like some min-
India Pakistan border ceremony. That's what it's called. We're not going to watch the host. No, it's only a few minutes. Maybe we'll watch the host and comment on it because it's worth commenting on
yeah.
the status screen. I will say uniforms are all on point.
Yeah, the drip is insane.
Pakistan's got some insane drip. Okay, here we go. Pakistan on one side, India on the other. It's like a gayer version of the haka from New Zealand.
Yeah, yeah. See the haka as well. It's actually gayer than this, but this is like some Mario, like this is some like Mario, Wario, Luigi, Waluigi stuff because like their uniforms are so similar, but like different colors.
I love how they high step. The high step when they walk is
Yeah, it's so funny, dude.
this is an, I wonder how much they have to coordinate with the other side. You know, like what if they got like an ambassador from each side? Okay, so this time we're gonna walk this way and you walk this way. No, we're gonna walk this way. You walk that way. And I wonder what the pre conversation. Oh no, but that a woman? Are those women?
Yeah, those are two broads.
Now Pakistan, you lost my support. I'm back on India's side. Oh, red coats. Oh shit. Oh, the tossing of the guns. Wow.
So funny, dude.
This is ritual. This is play. This is actual. Like,
This is
I hate to
actual
say it,
play.
there's
This is
more
play.
play and ritual in this video between Pakistan and India than I've seen in America since 2016.
Yeah, for sure.
I haven't seen anything be that fun. What's the closest we've had? It's Charlie Cook Memorial.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, really, that
May,
is there's a playfulness there you don't get here, sadly.
yeah, we're too self. Well, they're actually. I was gonna say we're too self serious. No, because those guys take themselves very seriously. Like that. That's no joke for them. It's play, but it's not a joke.
Yes, and we are incapable of playing without being incredibly ironic or sarcastic. And I'll say it again: irony doesn't exist. The moment you do something, you can't be doing it ironically because you're actually fucking doing it. You
Yeah,
you can't actually be ironic about something because you're still doing it.
yeah,
Um,
and that's how you meme yourself into liking trannies. Because
you
if you
never
pretend you do, you end up doing it for real.
you can meme yourself into a lot of things.
Yeah.
You know, I say that as a guy with jungle fever. You can meme yourself into a lot of things. We had to stop some jokes in the group second. I'm like, guys, I'm trying to stay clean. You almost fell for one of the Obamas. We have to stop this.
Hang on. Go to the next step. I need to let the cat in.
No problem. I'll read the next quote off real quick.
Yeah.
Chapter 8, from dueling to drone wars. Dueling is also a form of ritual combat, deriving from the ancient practices of trial by combat. There is a sacral dimension inherent in the duel. The outcome resembles a divine judgment. Um, Dike, Greek for right, Trike, Greek for fate, accident, divine providence, blend into each other as a form of trial by combat. The duel of early modern times was often subject to specific legal rules. Before the duel, there were the first proceedings at a so-called court of honor, which did not differ significantly from civil courts proceedings as a form of ritual combat. The duel was subject to strict rules of play. Symmetry between the duels was meticulously ensured. The duel took the form of ritual play. The spot where the duel is fought bears all the marks of a playground. I have strong opinions about dueling, mainly because I'm from the South and the Scots Irish honor culture and tradition of fighting
Yeah, for
affected
sure.
the South heavily. Anyone listening, go read Black Rednecks and White Liberals from Thomas Sowell.
Oh, it's so good.
It's an incredible read. And I will say it does paint gang violence to me in a slightly different light. I used to look at gang violence as being insane behavior, and I still think a lot of it is insane behavior, obviously. But I also look at it and go, yeah, I kind of get where you're coming from. As a southerner, if someone insulted, like, I got beef with other surveying companies. If Ticket said any kind of shit about my company, it's on site. You
Yeah,
know,
yeah.
like there is a strong honor culture still in the South, no matter how much Reconstruction tried to breed it out of us.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
It,
you're
it's
not going to
it's
get rid of
it's
that.
residual.
Yeah. Um, and the duel. Um, you know what? I do need to play it real quick, just because it's every time I think of dueling, I reminded of Let me get it up real quick. Slowly. Um, dueling. Okay. Let me stay on the screen again because this is gonna, I think, illustrate the point very well about the meticulous detail of the duels being fail. Which people here today might think, how could a why would you want it to be fail? You know, wouldn't you want the advantages? Wouldn't you want to be better than the other person? Wouldn't you want to have the better firearm or stand on the higher ground or something? Great little sketch. I love the old British Hugh Laurie sketches because they're all hilarious. Um,
Hmm.
it is weird because I know him from House, you know.
Yeah,
So seeing him do British comedy when I'm used to his American drama is
it's
very
weird to see
funny.
him speaking with his actual accent. It's always
And
throws me off bad.
the scene in House where he uses a fake British accent, and it's him, a British guy doing an American accent, doing a fake British accent.
It
It's very funny. Um,
is.
but the comedy of that scene is itself the fact that one, which was there's a ritual, and we immediately expected, oh, he went with a sword. The other guy's going with a sword. Oh, he got a gun. Well, that's not fair. And it's like, this is a duel where someone's trying to kill the other person. We're focused on fairness of the rules of play. Because we all kind
Mhm.
of intuitively the duel has to be on equal footing, or it's not a real duel.
Yeah, and I think like seeing duel a duel is not a competition as much as it is like almost like a debate. So you need to be on the same footing. So because we look at things from a logic of like market, like a neoliberal perspective, where you look at your the people who are in the same field as a competitor, as an opponent, as an enemy. Like you can't duel an enemy. Like you need to be on the same. You don't want to vanquish them. You just want to win the duel. That's it, right? So it's it's the reason why we have like weight categories on like martial arts.
Mhm.
It's about showing that by being more skillful, you're worthy of victory in that domain, even if it's to the death. But you're not winning. You're just showing that you're better.
Yeah. It's a it's in the same sense that politics is war by other means,
Mm-hmm.
you know, or that wars is a continuation of politics. A duel is a continuation of an argument in the sense that, like Han says, there was a sense of trial by combat, of which, well, obviously he's innocent because if he wasn't innocent, God wouldn't let him win.
Yeah.
There's that kind of same mindset. I want to real quick reference this meme here. I forgot the man's name, but I once read an account of a 17th century Neapolitan nobleman who had fought more than 20 duels and killed 14 people for the matter of who was the greatest Italian poet, Dante or I can never say this guy's name, Aristo. Seeking salvation on his deathbed, the duelist admitted to his confessor he had never read the poetry of either man.
He did it for the love of the game.
He did it
He
for the
was
love of the game.
yeah,
He loved the play of the duel. It's just that's the love of the game right there.
yeah. It
Um,
is only there in the same paragraph. Well, yeah, it's in this the next paragraph. He says that it's only honorable to attack the enemy on the battlefield. So,
yes,
like,
I have that quote right here. I think. Where's it at?
according, it's the next paragraph,
I'm gonna grab my actual book. I grabbed it off of a Kindle to put it in a Google Doc. I'm gonna grab the actual book.
page 71.
Give me one. Here it is. According to the Servile Code, which had a decisive influence on the development of the notion of military honor in Europe, it is not honorable to attack an enemy without putting yourself at risk. It is only honorable to attack the enemy on the battlefield. It is dishonorable by conscience to kill an enemy in an underhanded way by poisoning, for instance. Symmetry and reciprocity, reciprocity must be ensured. Particularly important when it comes to fairness of war, in which will come as a symmetry of means of battle. If one enemy possesses a sword, then one cannot use a crossbow. Towards the history of warfare, there have been repeated attempts at limiting the use of lethal weapons. Which I and listen, people today who take that kind of mindset a little too far. You ever heard someone genuinely argue that we should instead of having actual battles, we just have paintball guns?
Mm-hmm.
There is the attempt to take that too far. You
Mm-hmm.
know, um, that if you go too far into play and you lose the lethality of the conflict, it is no longer the lethality. How do I put this? The extremes and what's fail the extent into which failure is physically harmful is what increases the importance or signifies the importance of the ritual of warfare.
Yeah, it's the stakes.
Right? Yeah, exactly. The stakes are what makes it serious.
Yeah.
You lose the stakes, and then you lose the you know I can't remember who's a USC fighter said a USC it might have been John Jones. John Jones got into a street fight before a USC match, and he
Mm-hmm.
was very brutal in the street fight. And he's like, obviously, I was more brutal in the street fight. It was a street fight.
Mm-hmm.
The stakes were higher because there's no ref to stop it. And so
Right.
of course he was more brutal in the street fight.
Of course.
Um, which makes
Yeah.
perfect sense.
Yeah. I will add one thing on that on the end of this paragraph. He brings up Carl Schmidt, and
Mhm.
that caught me off guard. I was like reading. I was like, I did not expect Byung Chul Han to bring up Carl Schmidt. I was
Same.
like,
I was a little shocked by it too.
that that came out of left field and hit me like a truck.
Let me
But
oh,
now go
but
on.
I was gonna jump to his stuff on Martin McLuhan, Medium is the Message,
Yes.
because that's very good. Um, before we get to this, anything you want to add before we get there?
Yes. He talks about like modern war. Modern war lack the character of play. Here too, the basic formula applies. The compulsion of production destroys play. Modern wars are battles of production. They are therefore not led by sovereign players, but by soldiers who are laboring slaves. Therefore, the impotence of modern wars, of which I spoke, the pathological excess of riches that cannot be endlessly accumulated, is expended by slaves who are afraid of death and cannot play, except in a wretched way. Right. And one thing and he talks about this a little later, but when I was reading this part, I was like, okay, even war, we talk about war in terms of production. Like we don't talk about like we talk about data points. Like, oh yeah, so there were X, Y, and Z casualties. Like we don't talk about war in terms of heroism or in terms of valor or in terms of courage or like less stands or like maybe when we're talking about people like the American Sniper, right? When or Mike Vinning, like we have these people, but like we don't know who the heroes of whatever, regardless of how we feel about Russia and Ukraine. Like we're not talking about the heroes of the battle of whatever in the Ukraine, because we're looking at it like allocating units in Hearts of Iron, right? Because it's talking about it's everything is reduced to data points. Like, oh yeah, we lost 10 soldiers, however many dollars in ammunition or bombs or whatever.
Yeah, I have two things I want to say on that. One of them requires like floating tokens. So let me just get it up real quick. Um, 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 nope, was it not Sam? Okay, it is. But the first thing I want to say on that is Jeremy made this point once, and E. Michael Jones also made this point. And I will not say I agree with the point, but I want to explain the rationale behind it because it makes sense to me.
Mm-hmm.
Um, that modern war, because of technological advancements, have removed he- um, heroic action
Mm-hmm.
in the sense that a um, shooting 5 men who approach your house is less heroic than killing those same 5 men with a sword. But
Right.
it's still a fact that the distance makes one less heroic, and that there is a E. Michael Jones went much harder when saying firearms are cowardly weapons because they can be used from a distance.
Mm-hmm.
I would not. I'm not going to go that far because I don't want to insinuate that any of our modern soldiers are cowards. I don't
Sure.
think they are. Um, but there is, I think, an undeniable byproduct of the listen. The medium is the message, and the medium of warfare does change the messaging or even the conceptual space in which the battle exists in one's mind.
Mm-hmm.
And there is way less honor. This is a great example. Western pulled out like old style cavalry on horseback, and there's a video of a drone flying and suicide, like a drone suiciding itself straight into a horse.
Mm-hmm.
There is no honor in that. There is no bravery. There is
Zero.
no courage. And we would say there's more bravery in a sniper, crawling say, under the underbrush of Vietnam to get into a good position to take out a Vietnamese general or something. There's more bravery in that, but there's even more bravery in the knight who stands on the bridge, holding the bridge while his men retreat. You know,
Right.
you
Right.
know, there's definitely degrees, and the technology advances, and we can be further separated from the events on the ground. The less bravery there is. St. Gillis has a great bit about it, and is one of the stand-up specials.
Mm-hmm.
Is that the entire war in the Middle East was filmed with GoPros, and it's all online right now. You watch the entire war, and he says, I didn't root for it, but I understood the Middle Eastern guys because they had no game plan. They had no plan at all. They fired their feet moved when they shot their gun, and you could hear it in the voice whenever they accidentally blew up a truck. Like, oh, we did it because they was and then compared to how we kill people, you hear some guy in a cockpit going, "Target is locked, cleared, target is gone." It's like that guy's a psychopath. He just mowed down a village and showed it.
Right.
Um, there is something to that. That there is less honor in the way modern warfare is waged because of the sheer fact of the distance afforded by technology.
Mm-hmm.
Second thing I wanted to say was this quote from Sam in Lord of the Rings after seeing the dead Eastings.
Mm-hmm.
He wondered what the man's name was and where he came from, and if he was really evil of heart, or what lies or sweats had led him to a long march from his home, and if he would have rather stayed there in peace.
Mm-hmm.
I think that is a important saying that when you see war, especially today, as only as data points,
Mm-hmm.
you know, it removes the human element. I mean, how look at any Ukraine poster and how much they demonize a Russian just for being a Russian.
Right.
You know, and it's like how many of those Russians wanted to sign up for the military, or maybe it was the only option afforded to them, or the only option given to them, or they were just conscripted to be there.
Mm-hmm.
I am very hesitant to name any soldier by just the sheer act of being a soldier as evil. I can't remember who I got in this conversation with, but it was about like the communists and the like I'm not going to say the Soviet Russians in World War II, all the Russian soldiers were evil.
Mm-hmm.
I will, however, say when they marched through Germany, they did a lot of evil shit.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm not going to say by the byproduct, simply the fact that they were communists or soldiers, they were all intrinsically evil.
Or they
Unless
were
you
like
are a
convict. Yeah, like they were like fanatical communists. They may have been like
uh,
regular guys.
yeah, the exception to this rule is religious soldiers in a jihad, because that's a different category of war, and you can have different opinions about it. But
Yeah.
especially in modern warfare, when conscription and drafts and every war is a war against the people because the people represent the government,
And look at
Mm-hmm.
the firebombing at Dresden, look at the nuclear of Hiroshima, look at Pearl Harbor. When every war is waged against the populace because you have to break the spirit of the people in order to get the government to let up,
Mm-hmm.
the it's way easier to demonize them and to not view them as people, but rather to view them as numbers on a spreadsheet. Or like you
Mm-hmm.
said, units in Hearts of Iron 4.
Yeah.
And I think that's a real risk that everyone can fall into, especially because you open up, it's so ambiguous now. You open up Twitter in the morning, you're seeing, oh, I just saw a guy get his head chopped off by ISIS, or I just saw this Western soldier playing the Jesus prayer on a Saki, and the drone smacked into him and killed him.
Mm-hmm.
You're seeing these things on the daily. Like I remember one morning, I saw like 5 people die on Twitter before I had breakfast.
Yeah.
And when you have that experience, it's very easy to go, okay, to simply not to disassociate from the reality of it. I'm going to treat it as numbers on a spreadsheet. But there's a real risk and harm in that, and not seeing the human cost and not
Yeah.
seeing the humans on the battlefield.
Yeah. It's spiritually damaging too,
Hmm.
because
Absolutely.
you're still killing another
Um,
human being.
yes, that's unavoidable in war, and that we all not everyone is Ernest Jungel who can, war is hell and have a smile about it.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I need to go back and reread Storm of Steel. I'm not that I'm older. I tried reading it once when I was like 17. I didn't get it. I need to go back now that I'm older and see if I get it.
Yeah. I need to revisit it
Uh,
as well.
yeah. Um, I've been really wanting to reread Ernest Jungel ever since I saw what Jean-Paul Sartre said about him.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, well, I hate Sartre. And if Sartre hated Jungel, Jungel must be great. That's that follows simply.
Yeah.
Um,
That's enough
real
endorsement.
quick. Yeah. From Byung Chul Han. Marshall McLuhan's thesis, the medium is the message, also applies to weapons as media. A medium is not merely the bearer of a message, rather, the message is produced by the medium itself. A medium is not a neutral container carrying different contents. Rather, a new medium creates a specific content, for instance, a new perception. The deployment of radically different mediums of destruction is therefore not simply a technological issue, rather, it changes the character of war itself. Mitch ruminates on the deployment of fighter planes, for instance, would seem to make up war as a duel impossible. The head-to-head confrontation between warring parties reflects the fact they are legally, even morally, of equal standing. The opponent is explicitly recognized as an enemy. But the use of fighter planes does not permit any face-to-face confrontation. Superiority in the topographical sense, that is, in the sense of being above the enemy, generates a different mental attitude towards the enemy. The asymmetry of the means of destruction at each party's disposal leads the superior one to adopt an altogether different estimation of the enemy. The enemy is degraded into the criminal. The superior force considers its superiority in weaponry to be proof of its insta causa, and declares the enemy to be criminal because it is no longer possible to realize the concept of it's just I can't do Latin. Instus
Justus Ostis.
Justus hence, the medium is the message. Technological superiority turns into more superiority. Technologically and ethics condition each other. Spot on. Incredible
Yeah.
line. Technological superiority turns into more superiority. Technology and ethics condition each other. Facts. Just full on facts. Um, Before we talk about that real quick, I wanted to say anyone listening, Marshall McLuhan's book, The Medium is the Message, is really good. However, it is the weirdest book because let me show you a page from it real quick, listener. From early on, let me find it. Okay, this is the first page.
What?
Every page is tied to a piece of art, and the font changes.
Oh, that's cool.
Every page is tied to a different art and different font. It's a very trippy book to read, and it's honestly incredible. But like this one. This is two blank pages and one sentence at the top. Yeah, environments are invisible. Their ground rules preserve structure. Overall patterns elude easy perception. And to prove that, it's a blank page.
That's so cool. I'm gonna grab that. I'm going on Amazon right now.
It's a very fun book. It's very weird. Because you also have normal ones where it's like, almost 4 pages of words.
Right.
It's it's a great book, but I can't even describe it. I don't know what kind of category I would call this book. It's a philosophical pixel book, is the closest I can get to, which is anyone listening, go pick it up. It's fun to have, and it's even more fun to read in public.
Mm-hmm.
If people look up, if you're reading in public, everyone looks over your shoulder, kind of. I mean, at least I do. If I see someone reading in public, I'm like, "What book is that?" I'm trying to catch the cover. I'm trying to catch the words. No one's gonna understand shit when you pull it out. It's like pulling out a Nick Land book and reading the binary,
Yeah.
you know. But I absolutely love Han's point about because often people take McLuhan's point of medium as a method and only keep it in the realm of media criticism, talking about
Uh-huh.
books, audiobooks, podcasts, TV shows, movies, that kind of stuff. But it really does apply to everything because it's just a method of understanding how technology shapes perception and
Mm-hmm.
that the technology forms the person. Everything
Mm-hmm.
forms the person's habits. And so the Han applying that to warfare is fascinating. And I'm really curious to think about other fields that could be applied to. Um, and I'll say some mediums are better than others, obviously.
No, of course.
Um, like for example, and some stories only work in certain mediums. I'm of the opinion Berserk can only work as a manga. I
Yeah,
don't
for
think it can
sure.
be done as an anime or a movie. I don't know what it is about it exactly. That's why that's the case. But Berserk only works as a manga. Anything else would fail. Live action would be awful.
Yeah.
Anime wouldn't work. It has to be done as a manga.
Yeah. It doesn't. You can't capture everything in a medium that moves. There, it can only you can only properly consume it if it's static medium like manga.
Mm, yeah. You and I eventually need to do a podcast on Berserk. Just like on the first few chapters of it.
Yeah, for sure.
'Cause I mean, dude, I think it was you or both. One of you guys got me to read Berserk, and I was like, I'll give it. I was on my lunch break at work. Like, I'll give it a try. And I'll read the first chapter. Dog, when I tell you, I didn't do anything at work that day. I was like, you said you're gonna go do that, Jeffrey. You're gonna go do that, Mike. You're gonna go do that. I'm gonna supervise from this seat. And I did not look up at my phone once for the next 4 hours. I just read Berserk. Or when I got home, I read more. I read like I read several. I read a shit ton of it that day. I could not stop reading it because it was so good.
Yeah, I binged it.
And
I
then
read the entire thing up until that point in like 2 weeks.
I got to a point, I got to this scene with
Uh
Griffin.
huh.
I can't remember his name right now. I got to the scenes where Gus lost his arm, and I'm like, I am taking a break from this. I cannot read any more of this today, and I haven't read it since then. I need to go back and keep reading it, but I
Yeah,
stopped there. Like, I don't know if I could go back into that. That was so
it's
it
intense,
hurt.
dude.
It
It's
hurt.
intense. It's
What was
intense.
the what was the brown tomboy's name again? What was her name?
Casca,
Um, Kafka. Kafka.
dude.
That hurt me deep in the soul.
Yeah, it's
I
it's
was,
it's rough.
and because you feel for Griffith the entire time too, all the way until that build up. You're like, this guy is a hero, then he's a victim, and then he's just evil incarnate.
Yeah,
It's
dude. I have.
yeah,
Yeah, we need to. We need to schedule uh, an
we need
episode just to
it's
talk about it because I have so many takes about it. It's crazy.
there's a lot to be said about it. Do you have anything else you want to say on chapter 8?
No, I think one thing that he brings up that I thought was super cool before we move on to the next chapter is that he talks about an enemy in war is a criminal because like a criminal doesn't have equal rights because he's outside the law, so you can obliterate him like in a proper context. You're on equal footing, so you're gonna afford like the laws of war, like just war and the protocols and everything, like the way you treat prisoners of war, that you don't shoot at medics, that kind of stuff. That goes out of the window when you consider your enemy a criminal. And that's something that had never occurred to me. And that's how, like the stuff you were talking about, how the Ukrainian people depict the Russians. It's like it's the satisfaction that they're deriving is the same satisfaction you see when, like, you see those self-defense videos, like where people, like, someone's trying to rob a person, the guy exercises his Second Amendment.
Mhm. No, and there's a flip side to that too, is that if you demonize the enemy to that degree, you inadvertently valorize the other side. And the greatest example of that was when Canada gave a actual former Nazi, a member of the Azov Battalion, a bunch of medals and let him speak in their parliament.
Mm-hmm.
They demonized the Westerners so hard they celebrated an actual Nazi in Canada.
Yeah, like an actual Nazi war criminal, which by their own values, by their own worldview, should be like the anathema, like the worst thing in the world.
Yeah, that could. I mean, and they say Trump is posting Nazi propaganda from the White House page. And it's like, this less than 2 years ago, you gave a Nazi a medal.
Yeah,
Like, shut
it's
the hell
insane.
up! You don't know what you're doing.
Yeah, it's insane.
Yeah, no, honestly, the more on Ukraine saying, I can't care about it. I literally, I should, maybe, I don't know if I should or shouldn't, but I just can't. I don't know I don't know if it's a lack of bandwidth or because it's so far away or because I can't find Ukraine on the globe. I don't. Oh, maybe because I never met Ukrainians, so I can't put a face to a name. I just don't give two shits about it.
Yeah, it's just too far removed. Like,
Yeah.
the Middle East was far removed, but somehow less so than the Ukraine.
Yeah, I think it's because of, at least in the Middle East, you could have like, you could sing a Persia, Roman history, biblical history.
Yeah, that's
You
right.
could at least you could at least place the like, geographically, you could place it and place its lineage.
Yeah, like
Ukraine,
you know that Iraq was like Mesopotamia. Like, you know that, oh yeah, the Tigris River. You're like, yeah, that's the same from the Old Testament. Holy cow.
you can at least geographically place that.
Yeah.
Ukraine, nothing. And if this came to shove, I Putin's justification that Ukraine just means outskirts from Russia, and they also are Russian. They are technically all Russian still.
Mm-hmm.
Listen, as a fan of civilization of continuity and great men of history trying to reconquer old areas like Justinian, I really, you know,
Yeah.
it's kind of like, I get it. I'm not going to condone it, but I get it. He's trying to pull a Justinian. Anyone who tries to do that today kind of gets not a pass, but gets like a, okay, buddy.
Yeah. It's understandable.
Yeah. And I mean, I'm not going to say but Putin didn't have, at least a pretext of justification with, the UN shit. But
Mm-hmm.
I just, at the end of the day, when people bring up Ukraine stuff around me, I'm like, why do you care? Like,
it's
why?
It's sports ball. It's sports ball with guns.
Oh. Yeah, the people who make fun of someone say, "Oh, you watching sports ball? Are we winning?" And it's like, bitch, you're tweeting about the Ukraine war like it's FIFA.
Pretty much.
Just shut the hell up. I mean, if the war in Ukraine was treated and talking about like WWE, maybe I could care about it. Maybe then I would have some like kind of fun with it. But
yeah, if it was
now, it's like,
if it was even a little slop flavored, I could dig it.
Yeah.
It needs a little slop. Not everything needs to slop, but it needs some degree of slop.
A little sloppy. Okay, chapter 9. From myth to dataism. Now, this is one he is all on Plato and the Sophists and the Greeks and Kant. And this is the most, I would say, the most like pure, like philosophical one, at least in like he's directly dealing with like philosophers and not like events or social phenomenon in history.
Yeah, he's not doing social
critique. Yeah, so I have a lot to say and mostly a lot to read. from this. So I'm going to just read the first long passage, and then we can talk
Yeah.
about it. And I'll just read the next long passage, and we'll talk about that one.
Okay.
The Sophists, now for those who don't know the Sophists, I will do a little bit of a preamble for this one just to paint the characters. The Sophists were traveling tutors in ancient Greece who oftentimes they didn't know what they were talking about. They just knew how to sound like they knew what they were talking about. There's no greater example than the Sophist than Hippias and Plato's dialogue, Greater Hippias, and what Socrates is arguing with Hippias about what is beauty. And Hippias keeps giving answers like, well, a beautiful mare is beautiful. A beautiful pot is beautiful. A god is beautiful. And certainly everyone would agree to that. And if he disagreed, he would look like a fool. And he keeps kind of saying that his entire metric for what is truth is the more people agree with him, the more the other guy looks like a fool. Therefore, he must be a fool. Therefore, I am correct. And so that's kind of like a sophist mindset. Is when you can a great example of modern day sophists is Sam Harris and Christopher Hitchens.
Mm-hmm.
They are pure sophistry. They're entertaining sophists, at least Hitchens was, but they're sophists. There's no depth. There's no a lot of modern, ANCAPs, anarcho-capitalists, I would say, kind of fall into a similar category of sophistry.
Mm-hmm.
And that they have a really firm, sick ideology, but the ideology is incredibly shallow and how it actually treats human beings. And so it becomes just a bunch of clever rhetorical tricks rather than actual arguments.
Yeah. Oh, you just had a performative contradiction. Oh, your argument is wrong.
Yeah. Well, actually, so you see, by arguing with me at all, you're agreeing that I have rights. Then the Hoppian. What is Hoppian's argument for that card again?
Oh,
It's
I
the
forgot.
oh my god, I can't believe I finally forgot it, and I need it now. You know what? I want to take this to the positive side, and you and I can't remember this, and we're just gonna move on.
Yeah, and
Positive
it's
sign that we can't remember this.
and it shows how well we've weaned ourselves off of NCAP
Yes,
because we
I just
can't
remembered it.
remember
Argumentation
NCAP
ethics.
concepts, which is good.
I just I just remembered it. It's argumentation ethics.
Yeah, argumentation ethics. There you go.
Damn it, we're so close. We were almost clean. We were almost clean, Taylor. We gotta go back to rehab.
Yeah.
So back. I want to get a little preamble out of the way here.
Okay.
The sophist stays an art of argument, a play of astuteness, the point of which is to snare one's opponent. The term problem, from the Greek problemia, originally meant the question presented to the opponent for a solution. Solving, in this context, should be taken literally. It meant to free oneself from the ropes and snares. The agnic- and,
Agonistic.
antagonistic agonistic character of philosophy represents the cosmic process, understood as the eternal strife between primordial oppositions. For Heraclitus, war is the father of all. According to Epictetus, I never say these Greek names, affection and strife are the two fundamental principles that determine the course of the world. The Platonic dialogue still exhibits elements of play. Here's where Han is really cooking, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
The symposium is structured like a ritual competition. The participants in the conversation compete with speeches praising the god of Eros. Plato speaks of a judge. The quote symposium. Now you've gone too far, Socrates, Agathon replied. Well, eat your dinner. Dionysus was soon enough be the judge of our claims to wisdom. Socrates took his seat after that and had his meal, according to Aristodemus. When dinner was over, they poured a libation to the god, sang a hymn, and in short, followed the whole ritual. Then they turned their attention to drinking. In the Gorgias, Socrates and Callias behave more like duelers than two engaged in a dialogue. It is more confrontation than discussion. It resembles a dramatic form of ritual combat. Indeed, the two incompatible positions on power and justice, no mediation is possible. It is only in the question of winning or losing. The agnostic character of the dialogue is plain. And what becomes clear to any reader of the text is not that one interlocutor will convince the other, but that there will be a victor and a vanquished. This is, after all, what explains why Socrates' message in dialogue is hardly fairer to those of Callias. Waiting, Wanting the ends means wanting the means, and it is a matter of winning, especially of winning in the eyes of young men who witness the scene. Plato's dialogue are theatrical, and the joys of the scene determine the course of the game. Despite the obvious elements of play in his dialogues, Plato inaugurates resistance from myth to truth in the name of truth. He distances himself from the play which the sophists are devoted. Plato's Socrates accuses him of lacking seriousness. These things are frivolous part of study, which is why I also tell you that men are jested. And I call those things frivolity, because even if a man were to learn many of, or even all such things, he would be none the wiser as how to matter has none the wiser as to how matters stand, but would only be able to make fun of people, tripping them up and overturning them by means of their distinctions and words. Just like the people who pulled a chair under a man who was going to die and laugh gleefully when they see him sprawling on his back. Okay, two things to say. One, the fact that human beings have been doing the chair trick for thousands of years is incredible. That's awesome. Two, when he was saying they would be none the wiser Socrates saying they would be none the wiser as to how to matter stand, but would only be able to make fun of people, tripping them up and overturn them by the means of their distinctions in words. That is a habit I think anyone who has a quick wit and loves Socrates can fall into, is that it is really fun to get into a Socratic conversation with somebody and use the Socratic method just to poke holes and not actually offer anything new. And the Socratic method is a mode of teaching. If you use it as a means of debate, you're not using it correctly. You're
Yeah,
actually perverting the point of it.
you're just playing word games.
Yeah. If you would give me 1 second to reach my water bottle,
Okay.
I'll be right back. So we're recording for 2 hours. I'm gonna have to get a refill.
Yeah. Yeah, man. So, and it's crazy that, well, Caleb's getting his water, because these word games is such. It's like every single internet debate is just that. It's
Yes.
like
What
every single internet debate is arguing semantics. Like there's no conversation to be had. It's just like semantics.
saw a tweet from a trans person yesterday that said if you support a man taking testosterone because he has low T, but you don't support trans people taking HRT, you're a hypocrite. And it's like, yeah, if you support putting gas in the vehicle and you don't support pouring gas into a horse, you're a hypocrite.
Yeah,
It's
it's
like, what the fuck are we doing? It's what was that tweet that was it's amazing how much of modern political discourse is the left pretending to not understand discourse, just making discourse impossible.
yeah. I was gonna say that. That's the one for the ages. That
That
defines everything.
really is. That's an eternal bangle of the age. I mean, and it's so true because I mean, I've given up arguing with my leftist friends. I mean, they've all stopped being my friend. Um, the Trump thing really just broke a lot of people. Um, but it's incredible how they only have slogans and platitudes
Mm-hmm.
and vibes, and the here's one, like to respect all women. What if they don't respect me?
Yeah.
That's a simple question. What if they don't? Well, be the bigger person. Okay, so that's actually the most patriarchal thing I've ever heard is that women can't handle being treated honestly like equals, so therefore we have to treat them differently.
Mm-hmm.
It is so patriarchal, it's hilarious. Of course, I'm of the opinion that feminism is defined by the patriarchy.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but that's the whole. I mean, I'll just get into it real quick. Um, every wave of feminism compared themselves to the goods men were achieving and wanted to achieve those same ends. Whether it was the sexual revolution of the '60s, the owning property and voting of the first wave, or even modern feminism now thinking they can even transition into being men. They
Mm-hmm.
still judge their place in the world by the man standard. They assume only one standard, the masculine standard, and judge themselves by it. And what
Yeah.
the feminism is judged by the patriarchy, rather than having any form of a matriarchy to judge themselves by.
Yeah. It's
Um,
it's it's the center of gravity is still men. The
It's
conceptual center of
very
gravity.
funny.
Yeah.
Um, with anyone listening, if you want to have a good laugh, go read the vagina monologues. Seriously, go read the vagina monologues. They are hilarious.
Seriously.
Um,
Yeah. I,
they're very funny. And what's really funny about them, and I think it was Haas on Time on Earth who said this, or maybe it was Bird who said it, but it was the last gasp of third wave feminism trying to be gynocentric because fourth wave feminism was intersectional and had trans people.
yeah.
And so they were trying to be like the last gasp of gynocentric feminism because
Hmm.
after that they couldn't talk about gender. They couldn't talk about the physical makeup of the body as an important distinction because not all women have vaginas
Yeah. Of course.
apparently now, which is you know you can say whatever you want to say about that. I guess we all know it's bullshit.
Hmm.
Um, another thing I want to say about this is that anyone who's read a Platonic dialogue, you all know they're hilarious.
Yeah.
They're all funny. You cannot read Plato's Symposium and not laugh a little bit when is it Alcibiades who shows up at the end and Socrates is like, "Someone move my seat. I cannot be sitting next to him." Total diva. You can't not laugh a little bit at that. Or the death of Socrates. He takes the hemlock, he lays down, and he springs up and goes, "Oh, I owe a guy money. Can one of you pay him back for me?" And he lays back down. You can't not laugh a little bit at that.
Yeah.
It's a weird, and there's always play. There's always playful use of language in Plato.
Hmm.
Um, of course, then we get to the I would say Socrates did. I mean, Plato and Socrates both at least they did subordinate the play. The playfulness of the dialogue was subordinated to the truth of the actual purpose of the dialogue was supposed to begin to the erotic search for truth to get to the end point, but it was you played along the way. When play became the end point, it became a sophist.
Yeah.
Um, and Han beautifully contrasts that with the Enlightenment, mistrust of play. So maybe read this stuff from Kant real quick because
Yeah.
I don't think there's a better contrast between Plato and Kant as the greatest and I'll say it worst philosopher.
Hmm. Agree.
The mistrust of play intensifies in the age of the Enlightenment. Kant subordinates play to work. His aesthetics, for instance, is characterized by the primacy of work. In the face of beauty, the cognitive faculties, namely imagination and understanding, are in play mode. The subject likes what is beautiful, and beautiful creates a feeling of pleasure by triggering a harmonious interplay of cognitive faculties. The beautiful does not by itself produce knowledge, but it entertains the cognitive mechanisms, and by doing so promotes the production of knowledge. Kant is deeply irritated by the idea of pure play as an end in itself. Music is to be avoided insofar as it is incapable of performing any thinking business, because it merely plays with sensations because music merely plays is incompatible with conceptual work. For Kant, the pictorial arts are to be preferred to music because they are compatible with the business of thinking, that is the production of knowledge. Unlike music, they set the imagination into a free play that is nevertheless also suitable for the understanding, and has the same time and at the same time they conduct a business by bringing about the product that serves the concepts of the understanding. Several things. One, Kant hating music is so on brand. It makes no sense. I'm not shocked by that. This is a man who insisted that every dinner party end with a joke because laughter was good for the digestion system.
He's a bug man. Like he's LinkedIn personified.
Yeah. LinkedIn, yes, he is LinkedIn personified. Absolutely. Um, I also would say I think he's dead wrong about his aesthetic experiences are characterized by the primacy of work in the face of beauty and the cognitive faculties, namely imagination and understanding, are in play mode. The subject, like what is beautiful, the beautiful creates a feeling of pleasure, a trigger a harmonious interplay of the cognitive faculties. The beautiful does not by itself produce knowledge, but it entertains the cognitive mechanisms. I would vehemently disagree with that because
Hmm.
I think anything that is truly beautiful does impart knowledge in the sense that the truly beautiful imparts a command, and that command is to sail.
Mm-hmm.
No, we don't see a beautiful painting and go, oh, that's nice. We see a beautiful painting and go, I need to find that online and put it in my house so I can show it to people. Or I need to take a photo and send it to my buddy. We
Yeah.
don't just see a beautiful landscape and go, and maybe it's one of the downsides of the phone that we want to sell every beautiful thing, and so we dilute the beautiful because we are constantly staring. And there
Mm-hmm.
was something to be said for. I mean, there were views that I saw on my way to Alaska. I didn't photograph because it would dilute the purity of the experience.
Yeah.
Um, so there is something to be said for that. But true beauty imparts a command upon us, and that command comes with the knowledge that there's something worth sharing, and that itself is knowledge. There is a knowledge that the recognition of value is a something to be known. So there is
Mm-hmm.
knowledge that comes. It does itself. Beauty itself does produce knowledge in the sense that the knowledge is recognition of the beautiful. Um, which I
Yeah,
don't know
but
how Kant completely misses that, but
yeah,
what's it?
but it's interesting that he doesn't like music because music it has beauty as an end of itself, and pictorial depictions kind of engage the intellect. So it's at the service of production, quote unquote. Because oh yeah, it's the beauty is only going to be useful insofar as it helps me think more or know more. Not in the sense that you're talking about, that like in the formative sense, but in the sense of acquiring knowledge as like data points, like as being a
Yes,
nerd.
yes, being a nerd. That is yes,
Now,
which is the
the
worst way to be
beautiful,
honest.
yeah, the beautiful is only useful insofar as it makes you more of a nerd.
And Kant just didn't have access to Kanye West. Okay, if he did, he would understand the beauty of music. Um, I'll be honest, I'm not a big music guy. Most songs don't speak to me at all. I can't
Hmm.
tell you a good song from a bad song besides the vibe. Um, Music does not speak to me. I can go entire weeks with not hearing a single song and be like, oh, that's fine. I don't really care. Um, the exception being Kanye West's "Jesus Is King" album.
Oh, it's so good.
Every single song on that. That's what I
Yeah,
realized Kanye West is an artist in a different sense.
yeah,
He is just he's something else.
yeah. It's lightning in the bottle. That's a good album. I'm not a I don't like rap, but that's really good. It's the
There's
one.
more like there's like two rap songs that are actually good in my
Yeah, it's more
opinion.
like soul or like
Um,
gospel. Well, proper gospel.
what's it? I know. Hold on, rap song. It's a rap song. "Dance with the Devil" by Immortal Technique. That is the that song is so good it justifies rap as a genre. I'm not even joking. If that was the only rap song ever produced, it justified the entire existence of the genre. It's it's everything rap could be. I would say that song is not even a song. It's more of a song in the sense that you would sing a Homeric epic. You
Right,
know,
right.
it is a fable that is sang and rapped.
Hmm.
Um, it's more story than song, but it's told musically. And I would say this has this is the only time I will ever give one of these trigger warning. I will give a absolute trigger warning to that song. I'm not going to spoil anything. I'm not going to talk about it,
Hmm.
but it is not for the faint of heart. Um, I would never show that song to any of my relatives for a very clear reason. Once someone listens to it, but it is an art. It is a beautiful art that I think justifies the entire existence of the genre. For anyone listening, if you have this topic for it, "Dance with the Devil" by Immortal Technique. Give
Yeah,
that a
I'll
listen.
look it up.
And
I
don't do
trust your
anything
judgment.
else. Don't do anything else. Just sit there and let the song wash over you. It's and anyone listens to it, text me. DM me on Twitter, tag me, text me, because I want to see your reaction to the song. Um, okay, anything else I want to see on anything? Okay, anything else on comp before we move into the next paradigm shift?
No, let's go.
Okay, Today, a further paradigm shift is silently taking place. The Copernican, never actually tried to say that word out loud before. Hold on. Copernican. Copernican.
Copernican. Yeah.
It's amazing how many words you read on like a weekly basis that you never try to say them out loud. And then you go to sleep and like,
Yeah.
wait a minute, I don't know how to say that. But let me listen, people. Read things out loud. It is helpful. The Copernican anthropological turn, which made man an autonomous producer of knowledge, is being superseded by the dataistic turn. The human being now has to comply with data, no longer the producer of knowledge. The human being cedes its sovereignty to data. Dataism puts an end to the idealism and humanism of the Enlightenment. The human being is no longer the sovereign subject of knowledge, the originator of knowledge. Knowledge is now produced mechanically. Data driven production of knowledge takes place without the involvement of the human subject of consciousness. Enormous volumes of data displace the human being from its central position as producer of knowledge. And the human being itself was reduced to a data set, a variable that can be calculated and manipulated.
Dude, that's ChatGPT.
Facts. Yes, it's ChatGPT. It's so many things. I listened. Anyone, you know who David Bentley Hart is? The
Yeah.
Eastern Orthodox philosopher. He did a 2 hour podcast with Alex O'Connor today, all on like materialism, elimination, eliminate, eliminationism, materialism, reductionism, emergent consciousness, and it's like his arguments about why all these materialistic modes of this materialistic scientific methodology is being confused for someone's metaphysics or ontology is disastrous.
Mm-hmm.
And one thing he kept bringing up that I thought like Alex kept kind of struggling with is that the moment you try to say, okay, there's a table in front of us. I see a table, you see a table. Let's posit a shared observer that would be an objective scientific method that tells what exactly the table is, without any of the preconceived issues of my consciousness perceiving the table and your consciousness perceiving the table, and the differences in our phenomenologies, um, and our perspectives. And just have a shared, neutral, unbiased perspective. Um, David Benioff kept saying, yeah, that can't exist because that is not emergent unless it is emergent from someone else's consciousness. It cannot exist in the abstract. There is no such thing as a third person observer because you are imagining it and you yourself are a first person observer. Which in data now it needs to be easier that in the path of the scientific method you were still doing the work yourself. You were still
Mm-hmm.
observing the information and thinking about it. You were the one conducting the experiments. Now we're doing things you can't even observe with your naked eye or with a telescope. It's still mathematical models of quantum physics
Mm-hmm.
that we just go, I mean, I don't know the actual term for this model, but the colloquial term for what is fill up and calculate, just do the math, and the math will reveal the answer.
Mm-hmm.
What's what's that philosopher's name who tried to say the case against reality? Hold on, the case against reality. Against reality. Hold on. Donald Hoffman. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
Donald Hoffman's a philosopher. He argues that evolution mathematically makes sense that evolution would evolve to hide things from our perception that are not necessary for our survival. And so,
Oh, I've heard that before.
yeah, and so mathematically there are, he said, with mathematical certainty, there are things that we cannot trust our perceptions of the world around us because evolution would have evolved to hide things from us, um, for our own survival mechanisms. And of course, that's retarded if anyone thinks about it for 5 seconds because he's proving it was math. His math
Mm-hmm.
is saying that he can't trust the senses, the same senses he is using to look at math. Kind of defeats itself.
Yeah. Yeah.
Um, but it is the byproduct of this data mindset is that we begin to put faith in the models as if the models are predicting of are not predictive or guesses or estimates. They are the actual language of the universe. It's
Yeah.
the Einsteinian there's the Einstein Newtonian physics, which is like, oh, if you know the location of a planet, you can calculate the existence of other planets. Therefore, there must be a planet in that location right now. We just can't see it, but we know it's there because mathematically it has to be there because of the gravitational pull or something.
Right.
Um, that math isn't actually proving anything. It's only showing likelihood. It's a purely inductive argument. Math cannot be a mathematical argument that can only be inductive. And inductive things cannot be proven with beyond a shadow of a doubt. Only
Hmm.
deductive things. For anyone listening to proof on that, go. We have episodes on it. Go listen to Eincast and O'Barry's and Bones' podcast on Degrees of Knowledge from Jacques Maritain, and the episode where I had Grant and Jeremy on to talk about Maritain with Ein or with Barry. Those
Hmm.
episodes will explain to you the issues with this mathematical data mindset from a pure philosophical epistemological lens. That is not at all touching the disastrous social side effects of this dataism and how it is destroying the thinking man's ability to think. I mean, by definition, we are rational animals. We are happily suspending our rationality because we let AI think for us.
And the thing is that AI, we are letting the models think for us because AI can't think,
Mm-hmm.
right? Because
Yeah,
those,
rational intensity.
yeah, those AI, like I was saying, they're stochastic models. They're like predictive. They're next token prediction. So it's not based on inductive knowledge. They're just probabilistic. So it's just the word that is most likely to be next to it. It's not the so like, oh yeah, so the sky is, it's gonna probably say blue because that's the word that comes. So you can't form knowledge. You can't form concepts from there, right?
Mhm.
So when you start thinking, okay, yeah, that's knowledge, that's intelligence. That's not, because it's a category error.
I've described AI. You know the thought experiment where it's like if you had a monkey with a typewriter writing for infinity, it would eventually churn out a perfect copy of Shakespeare's Hamlet. Because that's
Yeah,
how infinities work. AI is just a highly directed version of that monkey, operating at a very, very fast time speed because of the data processing power.
yeah, yeah. That's
That's all
it.
it is.
That,
It's an AI is a monkey with a typewriter that is in a time bubble that just works really, really quickly.
yeah,
It's
pretty much.
nothing special. There's no intentionality. It's a monkey.
Yeah,
It
there's
can be
no
a bad monkey to
agency.
use because I mean, I use ChatGPT, but I mainly use it because I don't want to think for school. I just want to get it over with.
Yeah,
Um, but
it's useful,
anyone
but
who
it,
uses yeah, anyone who uses it for actual like serious philosophical work, or any actual thinking or rational activity, um, no,
no.
no, don't do that.
Yeah.
Excuse me. Okay.
All right.
Anything else on that chapter before we go into the final chapter?
No, let's go.
Okay. From seduction. Now this one here we're just gonna have to read it. It's not a long chapter. It's only like 3 pages. We're
Yeah.
just gonna have to read it in its entirety because it's just too much here.
Mm-hmm.
From seduction to porn. Seduction does not depend on gender differences. In Kierkegaard's The Seducer's Diary, gender is altogether absent. The sexual act, which is not even explicitly mentioned in the book, plays a subordinate role within the drama of seduction. Seduction is a game. It belongs to the order of ritual. Sex, by contrast, is a function. It is part of the order of the natural. Seduction is a structure like a ritual duel. Everything takes place in an almost liturgical realm of challenge and duel. Kierkegaard compares seduction to fencing. Be careful. Such a glance from below is more dangerous than one that is direct. It is like fencing. And what weapon is as sharp, as penetrating, as gleaming, has its movement, and thereby has elusive as the eye. You feint a high court, as the fencer says, and then runs instantaneously. And the more swiftly the runs can follow up upon the feint, the better. It is indescribable moment, the instant of the feint. The opponent feels as it were the cut. He is struck, and so he is, but in place quite different from where he saw it. um, as a world class yearner and a sensitive man, the occasional glance from an attractive woman at a Publix will completely undo me.
Yeah, you're
And
gonna
I think
be
my fellow melancholic people understand this.
you're gonna be thinking about that cashier at Publix for months.
Yeah, and I mean, dude, I got a compliment from a beautiful Latina at a McDonald's 5 years ago about my eyes. mean, I know exactly what she looked like in my mind. I can picture her clearly, clear as day.
You're still
Just,
running on fumes from that interaction.
I am. I one girl said that color brings out the. Like, I wore a little new shirt I got. She goes, oh, I like that color on it. It really brings out your eyes. I bought 7 shirts in that color.
That's so true.
It's just like, oh, this looks good on me. I need to get in a beanie. I got my jacket is in that color. My new beanie's in that color. My t-shirts are in that color. I'm like, oh, this is my color now. Okay, that's the color I wear. I got one compliment from a Venezuelan woman, and now I have to just follow that forever. Um, I sometimes I think how do I put this? I think there's a how do I put this? We've all seen the memes where it's like women don't make moves, and it goes women making moves, and it's just women looking at you.
Hmm.
And there's a lot of like offensive guys in the comments like, that's not no move, that's just looking at me. If you could, I'm in that category because I can never tell it in the moment, you know, because I am the George Costanza of Florida when it comes to women.
Hmm.
Um, I mean, I'll say a story real quick on that because it's very funny. I went on a date with a girl, and we walked around the park for about 2 hours. We walked around the park just talking. Wonderful date. And the end of the date, I go, well, I gotta get going. I think it's time I head out. And see, we're next to her van, which the seats are already down. And she looks at the van, looks down, and with just her eyes, looks up directly at me and says, are you sure you want to leave? There's nothing else you want to do? I looked at him in dead in the eyes, and I said, nah, I got a pub sub waiting for me at Publix. And walked away. No plan for a second date, no hand, no hug, nothing. Just a walk away. I cold call walked away from her.
You're an absolute hero.
When I tell you the guttural scream that escaped my lips 20 minutes later in the Publix parking lot as I ate my pub sub, I told my grandpa the story, Cato. He grabbed me by the arm so tightly I bruised a little bit. And he said, I will go with you on your dates, Caleb. I will tell you when she's giving you the signal. I've never seen my grandpa that mad. He was furious with me. He was like actually mad at me for missing the signals.
Post pub sub clarity.
So yeah, I absolutely missed the signals in the moment, but afterwards, the like he says here, the instantaneous feint. The opponent fears that if it were the cut, he is struck, and so he is. But in a place quite different from what he saw. Yeah, it strikes you right to the heart.
Yeah.
Any man who is a yearner knows the feeling of like oh, she was looking at me like that. Oh, the yearn of that. They get it.
Yeah.
Okay. Being a duel, seduction implies a playful use of power. In this context, we should distance ourselves from the common idea that power is suppressing, something negative or evil. Power is not just representative, it is also seductive, even erotic. The play with power is characterized by reciprocity.
Reciprocity. There you go.
Thus, Foucault interprets power from the perspective of the economy of pleasure. Power is not evil. Power is game of strategy. We all know that power is not evil. For example, let us take sexual or amorphous relationships to wield power over the other and a sort of open-ended strategic game. Where the situation may be reversed, it is not evil. It is part of love, of passion and sexual pleasure. I don't know why, but that little paragraph there made me think of the opening to the anime Love is War,
Never
where the
seen it.
first give their hardest conquered. Have you seen that anime?
No.
It's a really fun anime where it's a romance anime, and the guy and girl are both clearly into each other, but they're both too prideful, and they think the first one to admit to into the other person has lost and given up their pride. And so it's just them for 2 seasons playing mind games, trying to get the other person to confess their feelings first.
Oh, that's
It's
fun.
it's very fun. The narrator is Reese from Dragon Ball Super.
Oh, cool.
Um, and he narrates like a chess match, bouncing between fangirl energy and strategy.
Mm-hmm.
It's a
That
very
sounds
fun anime.
cool.
It's my favorite romance anime. It's so good. Everyone listening, go watch Love Is War. The final season is coming out this year. Um, it's a good time to get into the show. Okay. Seduction requires a scenic, playful distance that leads me away from my personal psychology. The intimacy of love falls outside the sphere of seduction. It represents the end of play and the beginning of psychology and confession. It distrusts the playful scenes. Eroticism in the form of seduction is different from the intimacy of love. For in intimacy, the playful aspect is lost. Seduction is based on extremity and on the exteriority of the other, exteriority that escapes the sphere of the intimate. Um, Constitutive?
Constitutive.
Constitutive, thank you, Cato. Constitutive of the seductive is the fantasy of the other. Porn finally marks the end of seduction. Here, the other is affected altogether. Pornographic pleasure is narcissistic. It derives from the immediate consumption of the object that is offered naked. Today, even souls, like genitals, genitals, are offered unveiled. The loss of any capacity for illusion, semblance, cedar, play, drama, the signals of sign, that signals the triumph of pornography. Porn is a phenomenon of transparency. The age of pornography is the age of hmm, unambiguous, the age of unambiguousness. Age of unambiguousness. Today, we no longer have a sense of the phenomenon such as secrets or riddles. Ambiguity or ambivalence causes us discomfort. Because of the ambiguity, jokes are also frowned upon. So true. Seduction requires the negativity of the secret, the positivity of the unambiguous, only allows for sequential processes. Even reading is acquiring a pornographic form. The pleasure of reading a text resembles that of watching a striptease. It derives form it derives from a progressive unveiling of truth, as though it were a sexual organ. We rarely read poems anymore. Unlike popular crime novels, they do not contain a final truth. Poems play with fuzzy essence. They do not admit of pornographic readings. They do not possess pornographic softness. They resist the production of meaning. Political correctness also condemns ambiguity. So called politically correct practices request a form of transparency that lacks ambiguity, so as to neutralize the traditional rhetorical and emotional halo of seduction. Ambiguities are essential to the language of eroticism. The rigorous linguistic hygiene of political correctness makes erotic seduction impossible. Today, eroticism is stifled by political correctness as well as by porn. I mean, he's so true, man.
He just laid out the entire thesis of the agony of eros in like 2 paragraphs.
He's such a good writer, honestly. Like it's we talk about not just his ideas, his thinking, his augmentation, but as a
Hmm.
writer, he's really good at the craft.
Yeah.
The compulsion of production and performance today takes hold of all areas of life, including sexuality. To produce originally meant to present, to make visible. In porn, the genitals are produced, presented, made totally visible. In today's pornography, not even ejaculation is hidden. It is also produced. The final result of the performance is not meant to remain concealed. The more there is to the product, the greater the producer's capacity to perform. He produces himself in front of the eyes of his female partner, who is the co-producer of the pornographic process. The sexual act in today's porn films seems mechanical. The principle of performance has also taken hold of sex, giving the body the function of the sexual machine. Sex, performance, achievement, libido, and production come to be bound up with one another. Baudrillard derives the compulsion to ejaculate from the compulsion of production. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Derives the compulsion to ejaculate from the compulsion of production. It's just fun. We remain perplexed and vaguely compassionate when confronted with cultures for which the sexual act is not a finality and is in itself, for which sexuality does not have the moral seriousness of an energy to be liberated, of an ejaculation to be forced, a production at any price or hygiene ordered in the body. Cultures that preserve lengthy procedures of enticement and sensuality, long series of gifts and counter gifts, with sex being but one service among others, and the act of love one possible interim to prescribed ritualistic interchange. One thing I wanted to say here was the up here it says the principle of performance is also taking hold of sex, giving the body the function of a sexual machine. Sex, performance, achievement, libido, and production tend to be bound up with one another. I don't know if anyone's seen it, but we all see the ads for Bluetooth, for hymns, for all the weird, erectile dysfunction medication that's targeted at like young adults because everyone's got ED because of porn addiction.
Right.
I saw one that was like a new one. The ad was for a new ED medication, and it said the problem with other ED pills is that they don't
Well,
actually help you get in the moment, in the mood. This one not only helps you mechanically, but it gets you in the romantic mood in order to have sex, to make love. And it's like, I'm sorry, if you're happy to take a pill not just to perform the physical act, but to get into the emotional headspace to have good love, maybe you shouldn't be making love with that person in the first place.
yeah, right. That's you're
That
getting
seems.
everything backwards.
Um, I mean, if one has to drug oneself to have sex, is one raping themselves?
Yes. Yeah.
That's. I don't like the implications of that, but it just seems to me the logical implication of that.
Yeah. It follows for sure.
Today, the time-consuming play of seduction is increasingly disregarded in favor of the immediate gratification of desire. Seduction and production are not compatible. Ours is a culture of premature ejaculation.
Sorry.
So, Han, you can tell Han was smirking to himself as he wrote this.
Yeah. He was.
Increasingly, all seduction, all matters of enticement, which is always a highly ritualized process, is affected behind a naturalized sexual imperative, behind the immediate and interpretive realization of desire. Playing is something altogether different from gratification of desire. That libido, which represents capital at the level of the body, is hostile to play. Capital not only brings with it the labor power of the energetic body, but also the sexual power of the libido body. Libido and drive are forms of production. They are opposed to the form of seduction. Porn pervades the neoliberal dispositive, has this general principle. Under the compulsion of production, everything is being presented, made visible, exposed, and exhibited. Everything is subjugated to the relentless light of transparency. Communication becomes pornographic when it becomes transparent, when it is smoothed out into accelerated exchange of information. Language becomes pornographic once it no longer plays, once it only conveys information. The body becomes pornographic when it loses all its scenic aspects, when it is simply required to function. The pornographic body lacks any symbolism. The ritualized body, by contrast, is a splendid stage with secrets and deities written into it. Sounds, too, become pornographic if they lose their subtlety and elusiveness, and are only there to produce effects and emotions. Digital tools for processing audio tracks inducing a setting called in your face, which gives sounds an impression of immediacy. The sounds are, as it were, poured directly into the face, a facial. Imagine the effect with the eye and the genitals immediately before any hermeneutic process are pornographic. One thing I want to say here on music, on the facial thing, the immediacy of music, the theory I've had for a while on music is that the reason bass drops and beats are getting heavier and rap, and it's all about the vibration of speakers, is that music used to make you feel things internally. But since we've denied internal states or the suppressed internal states, we now have compensated with music that feels only externally through the
Hmm.
vibrations of the sound waves hitting your arm and taking the speakers.
Yeah.
Um, this is why I think dubstep was so popular for a while, and like funk music is still popular. Like, every rap song is like a heavy
Hmm.
takes the speakerphone. Um, it's trying to replace the internal feeling with an external experience.
Right.
Uh, what is pornographic is the immediate contact, population of image and eye. Today we live in a post-sexual age. The excessive visibility, the pornographic overproduction of sex puts an end to sex. Porn kills off sexuality and eroticism more effectively than moral repression ever could have hoped. To Lars von Trier's film *Nymphomaniac* heralds the post-sexual age. As one critic of the film says, the message might as well be forget about sex, for at no point does the film show sexuality in a seductive way. It is pornographic because it forces the spectator to look closely and for long twitches at a time at what is immediately presented. But what can be seen there is only wrinkled, crooked, hairy, and grayish yellow. In other words, roughly as attractive as the sexual organ of any other mammal. I will say I'm not. I did watch some of that film years ago, before I became Catholic, and it is something to be said that the movie itself is pornographic, but being that it's about the addiction of sex, the sex is never depicted positively. It's always gross, grimy. It's always disgusting. You're always kind of put off by it.
Yeah, I was gonna say
Um,
that. I saw this movie and it's it's uncomfortable.
it is a very uncomfortable film, and I want to hate it because it's uncomfortable, but I know that was the point, so I kind of respect it because it did what it set out to do very well.
Yeah, yeah.
You
He
know,
achieves what he wants. It's not like you go in, you think it's gonna be like a softcore porn. No, it's hardcore porn, and it's it's very unsettling. There's another Lars von Trier movie that is also very unsettling, which is Antichrist. It's Antichrist is the only movie that really messed me up, and Nymphomaniac almost messed me up as much as Antichrist.
is the Antichrist one is that the movie with Willem Dafoe where the fox talks to him?
Yeah,
Okay, I have not seen the movie, but I have seen that scene, and that scene was enough for me to go, yeah, I don't want to watch that movie.
don't.
It was that scene itself unnerved me for like a day and a half. I can't imagine what the movie actually is.
No, the entire movie is terrible.
Mm. Um, but yeah, no, I would say like the Infomaniac film, like I have I'm very torn with the film because obviously I don't think one should be depicting sex like that on film.
Hmm.
But at the same time, I get why it's depicted, and he is achieving his end very well. It's like Van Gogh. It's like Van Gogh. Am I a fan of Van Gogh paintings? Not really, because I don't think they're actually good paintings in the sense that they don't really fulfill the form of painting. But
Hmm.
did Van Gogh achieve his ends beautifully? Yes, he did.
Yeah, yeah,
So that's kind of where I would say Lars von Trier is a Van Gogh, and that I never really like what he's trying to do, but he does it well.
yeah.
Which
He
I think is
accomplishes what he sets out to do,
yeah,
which is a skill in of itself.
makes him a very good artist.
Yeah.
Last little paragraph here. In Latin, meat is caro. In the post-sexual age, pornography is so intensified to become carography. What destroys sexuality is not the negativity of prohibition or deprivation, but the positivity of overproduction. The pathology of today's society and the excess of positivity. It is too much and not it is too much and not too little that is making us sick. So ends Disappearance of Rituals by Byung Chul Han.
It's so good.
So good. I would say that's my second favorite Byung Chul Han book so far. That has
Yeah,
been so good.
yeah, I think so. The Agony of Eros for me was like the most like mind blowing, like paradigm shifting
Mhm.
book of his, but this one is a close second.
I think I would rank him. Sense of Time is my number one favorite from him.
Hmm.
Mainly because I think that's the one where he's most Catholic. He has a whole chapter on the importance of the liturgical calendar of feast days and saint days in medieval Europe, and how losing that has disconnected time from experience.
Hmm.
And it's his most explicit, like, no, this was good. We had it right. We have to kind of wait. We have to get back to this. It's his most conservative in a
Hmm.
sense, the most traditionalist. And it was very, it works in the chapter, but it is odd seeing how careful Han is not to come across too Catholic or too Christian and kind of maintain this neutral observer diagnostic model. And that
Hmm.
one, he slips a little bit into a prescriptive mode, and it's very good because of it. But he slips right back out of it soon. The chapter ends.
Hmm.
But it's a very good book. I would say that one, Agony, Disappearance of Rituals, and Agony of Eros for my
Yeah,
top three, because Agony of Eros is so good.
yeah. It's great. It's probably the one of the best book I read in like 2 or 3 years. Like that's like non-religious.
Yeah, it's. I would say it's definitely the most interesting philosophy books to come out at all recently.
Yeah.
I mean, I love Ed Basil, but his books are educational, but they're not interesting.
Hmm.
You know, David Bentley Hart is a fantastic writer, but something about him rubs me the wrong way. I don't know what it is exactly. Roger Cruin had great books, but they're not as good as Byung Chul Han. He had some great books. No Saints, it was so Roger Cruin, Sexual Desire, On Human Nature, I Drink Before I Am, all
Mm-hmm.
fantastic. But Han, he writes like he's like a poet, a really good poet, a great author, a great philosopher, a great diagnostician. And like he really hits so many different modes, and he
Mm-hmm.
does it so well. Every single one of his books is entertaining and incredible.
Yeah, and there's a very conversational quality in his books because they don't feel like a lecture. They feel like
Yeah.
they're like a guy who knows a lot, who just riffs on things and brings references and stuff, and he's like, but he's not. He's a good essayist. Like
Mm.
and I think that's what makes a good essayist. Like good at essays is that they feel like it's someone talking to you, not lecturing you.
Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. I would say it was a very conversational. I would say in a way that Belloc and Zika are conversational.
Mm-hmm.
He's in a very similar vein, and it's again
For sure.
crypto distributism. Okay. Any final thoughts on rituals? Anything you want to say?
Man, I think the main thing that I think he identifies well is that because everything is so transparent and everything's so in your face, the rituals that
Excuse
mediate,
me.
yeah, the rituals that mediate how people interact being abandoned is what produces a lot of strife because we're not occupying the same uh, medium. We're not in the same space. We're just like physically together, but are not in a shared conceptual space. And
Mhm.
and rituals serve to make you share the same conceptual space. Like that's why, like when you go to mass, everyone is doing the same thing. Or when you're talking about the how you bond with the guy you go to adoration because you're sharing the same conceptual space and the same end. And rituals do that, and the abandonment of rituals just shatters that. Even if you're like in line, like in the line of Publix, looking at the cute Publix cashier that's gonna haunt you for the rest of your life.
Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. Now, that's one thing I really liked about this book with Han is the importance of rituals for a community. A ritual is kind of necessary for a community to form around a ritual. Otherwise, you
Hmm.
kind of just have a community without communication, or communication without community. And I will say that's one thing that Belloc and Cecily, when they write about communities and distributism, they kind of presume rituals because they're writing to Christians mostly. They're writing in a very Christian time. They're writing in London. Everyone kind of goes to church. There are atheists, sure, but there are not a lot of them. They're only like public intellectuals. They can just assume that kind of model. But we're so far removed from the communal life, from the localism of a community, that we have to reassess some of those things that are missing and how do we get that back.
Hmm.
And that's why I think Honda's great. Is he takes the same critiques and models that the distributors were using, and he kind of in a very crypto way updates them for the modern times. You know, he
Yeah,
goes,
yeah,
oh, why this is missing, this is what this is missing, this is what this is missing. And I will say every single one of his books, I would say they all have a very distributist undercurrent. Even if you wouldn't explicitly say that, or even if Han himself would disagree with us, I don't think he would. I think there's a very strong undercurrent of distributors in the same way David Bittman part of a very strong undercurrent of the Church Father order. It's there. You can argue it, but it's there.
yeah, yeah.
Well, we've gone for 3 hours. I think we went for 4 hours the other time. This would be a 7 hour podcast when it's uploaded.
Wow, 3 hours on the dot. Holy cow!
Yeah. Take that, Joe Rogan. We do longer podcasts. Yeah, but more hours. I really need to figure out a way to clip these into shorter ones or something because no one's listening to a 7 hour long podcast. I gotta clip this into at least 3 or 4 episodes or something.
Yeah,
And put out like a
break it
small
down by
topic.
chapter or something.
Yeah, something like that. I gotta go through and figure this out because I mean, I would listen to a 7-hour long podcast, but I work for 10 hours a day with a headphone in. So
Yeah, me too. I have listened to 7-hour podcasts.
Yeah, but you and I are autistic.
Yeah, for sure.
So anyway, Cato, thank you so much for coming on. Everyone, thanks for listening. Cato, give plugs. Where can people find you at?
Just go on Twitter. I'm just Cato, just _ Cato, and that's it.
Well, everyone, thanks for listening. I don't know what's planned next. I think next weekend there will be a poetry space for this random poetry. I'm going to bring, I don't know what the other guys are bringing, but I am bringing in some haikus and some Chinese poetry.
Let's
I've been reading.
go.
Very nice. Getting very China-pilled lately. Actually expect some Chinese podcasts soon, people, because I've been reading the Intellectual Foundations
Oh,
of China,
neat.
which is very good. So expect some Chinese content soon. And yeah, everyone, thanks for listening. Like, comment, share, subscribe, or don't. I do this for me, not for you. Have a good night. God bless.